Zoida. The first Zoida of 2025. Happy New Year. Hi, hi. Welcome in. How is everyone's year going so far? Lucky Cookie Vicky New Year. Did we miss a Lucky Cookie Vicky? Did I not see it? Sleepy? Yeah, me too. Me too. I was gonna start a lot earlier, but I slept in. Because I was really, really tired. So maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's, yeah, no, great. But maybe it's good that I got a proper amount of sleep. Because yesterday was fine. I had to just hang out with people, and then I started working on stuff. 2025, the year that is the sum of the first 9 cubes, really? Had a quiet New Year's Eve, not much done. Yeah, I didn't do much either. So celebrated quietly at home. Jumped on a voice chat with some friends. Some cool math facts. Yeah. Hi everyone. Let me make sure I say hi to everyone. Hi Greffery, hi Digi, hi Quantumix, hi Ethics, hi Alta, hi Monoxum, hi Cabroman, hi Baxter, hi CC, hi Sarzak, happy new year to you too. Hi Hazel, hi Ultima, hi Fong, back to bed. You tired, Fong? Do the wake up, then go back to bed. Hi Lynn. Hi Ozma. Hi Shirakaze. Hey Nine. Happy New Year to you too. God, oh my god. Alright, so I made a silly post on Blue Sky because somebody opened up their comms recently, and I'm like, I want to calm them. And like I was like, oh, but what do I get? So I like just made a silly post on Blue Sky, and of course I used the word calm in it, and now everyone's like, please calm me. And I'm like, no, not you. I don't want random people reaching out to me. Yeah, so apparently I thought like it wasn't that bad on Blue Sky, but yeah, definitely it's gotten to the point where either people are searching for the word art or calm or something, and then showing up in your DMs, or or just like commenting on the thing. So I had to turn off turn off replies in the post. It's like, no, it wasn't meant that I'm looking for stuff. It's like, I already know the artist. I just have to figure out what to get. That's an exercise for me, and I have to figure it out before they close. Old Chumming the Waters, new commissioning the timeline. Anyway, that's I'll think of something, I'm sure. I just want to, I always like when it's someone I've been waiting like waiting to open up. I should just like think about what I'm gonna like, okay, they're not open right now. When they do open, like here's what I'm gonna get, but I don't think that far in advance. That's a me problem. Should do that. That would be better. That would make my life so much easier instead of like scrambling. I could also just be like, hey you, I want art. Do whatever you want. If they're okay with that. Anyway. I'm not gonna say who it is. Could be anybody. But hi. Hello. I wanted to do something. Hi, Lynn. How are you? Fancy seeing you here. What was I gonna say? Sorry, my brain. I like segfaulted or something. I like went back and forth a lot what I wanted to do today. And at first I had an idea of like, last year I played Final Fantasy VI on New Year's Eve going into New Year's Day. And we like, you know, finished like at like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning on New Year's Day. So I was like, you know, that'd be kind of a cute tradition, like play Final Fantasy on New Year's. And I was like, but I can't just do Final Fantasy VI again, can I? So I was like, what if I play Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy VI? I could beat them both within like 12 hours or something. That would be like pretty reasonable. And then I was like, but I haven't played 5 in a speedrun setting in a while. Let me like refresh myself. Let me like remember how to do, like, I don't need to do a perfect speedrun, but I need to, you know, remember stuff and, you know, remember the step route and things like that. And I started playing it last night. I was like, okay, let's get through the first bit. And pretty quickly I realized it's like, oh yeah, the step route for 5 is pretty involved. And while I don't have to be perfect on it, it's not great if you can't keep it going for like the first hour and a half. And then I got distracted because I got a replacement OSSC. And I was like, I could set this up and that could be ready for tomorrow and that'd be great. And then I started setting it up. And I'm not too sure what it is about, like, there's got to be something that's changed between my previous OSSC, which, if you remember, I broke it. The version that I had doesn't have a voltage regulator, and I plugged it into the wrong power adapter and fried it. And it's potentially fixable. That's kind of out of my technical expertise, nor do I have like the equipment to do so. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get one. And it turns out I can't get it to play nicely with my capture card. I cannot get it to play nicely with my capture card. I can, like, so I have it set up so that I use an HDMI splitter to send one signal to my like low latency monitor and then the other to the capture card. It works fine mostly on most of the settings for what I can see, and I can put it like like the newer models of the OSSC, like my 1.6 model, could only do like line tripling at the most. But but like the newer stuff can go a lot higher. So I was like, cool. I've read that like line 5x is like really good for the Super Nintendo and it looks really nice. And I was like, cool, this looks really pretty. I spent a bit, adjusting the settings for my monitor, and then I was like, okay, let's, see what it looks like in OBS, and it would just, my capture card would not play nicely with it, and the only way it would is if I set it back down to line doubling mode. That's the only way I could get it to capture it all, and even then, it would flicker occasionally. Just like half a second, screen would go black, and then it would come back fine. But it would be like once a minute. And I was like, well, that's pretty not ideal. So the short version of it is I spent several hours trying to get something for today, and it didn't work out. So I'm a little sad about that. I might look into getting a new capture card. The one I have is pretty old. I have a USB HD cap. Who's it by again? StarTech. I've had this thing for like, I don't know, 6 years. Maybe longer. From, when I was streaming before I was very techie. So I might look into another one. Maybe another one will play more nicely with like an OSSC, or if I ever decide to get like a Retrotink. Hey Wozal, hi Dr. Doobie, hi. So then I was like, how about we just like review what we did in 2024? We'll talk about it. I picked out a couple of video highlights for like kind of going through all of my local recordings and like, oh yeah, here's all the games that I played. So I kind of wanted to just like, write down like all the things that I accomplished in 2024, and then maybe we'll play some Final Fantasy VI. Was that the first stasis of 2025? Me getting beamed? How dare you? The Retrotink 4K CE got announced yesterday, which is allegedly cheaper. Yeah, I did hear that. It'll be like under $500 USD, coming down from like, what was it, like 900? What I'm curious of, I don't need a Retrotink 4K. I don't need to capture stuff in 4K. I don't need some of the extra features that it has. Hi, welcome in. Happy New Year. Hi, Ames. Hi. Do I have public VOD of your streams? That's a great question. It's not ready yet. It's not ready. I'm gonna have hopefully maybe by the end of this week I will share the YouTube. Happy New Year. Hi. What are we up to? Playing Secret of Mana? The like original Secret of Mana, the remake Secret of Mana. Aren't there two remakes? There's like the PC remake. I forget if there was another one. I forget if there was like a mobile version that got ported to PC. Wow, one sitting. That's asking for a lot. Yes, VOD channel incoming. I mostly just need to work on putting stuff up on there, because I have all my recordings local, at least starting from like mid 2023. But thank you for the raid, and congratulations beating Secret of Mana in a single sitting. That's impressive. You probably are tired. You probably want to rest, and you definitely deserve it. So feel free to go take care of yourself, get some sleep. Yeah, depending on all the things that you're doing, is definitely so I've never done a single sitting of Secret of Mana, but you know, Second Densetsu 3 is a bit of the same, where you know, there's items that you have to grind drops for, and sometimes it just takes several hours because it's like, you know, I just need them to drop. Hey Kojinu, Happy New Year, thank you. Thank you for the stretch hydrate. I still need to play the Trials of Mana remake. I have played way too much of Second Densetsu 3 for the Super Famicom. Last year, it was in 2023. There's like a late 2023. I did a single sitting playthrough of a single character challenge. That was pretty fun. I should do that again. Maybe pick a different character this time. Wound up with the best gear, 2 of the ultimate weapons, and getting level 9 or 8+, whatever you want to call them, spells almost every cast. Yeah, I have a friend, Yagamoth, who will regularly do 100% playthroughs of Secret of Mana. I think he usually does that. Actually, I think he usually does that around New Year's, if I remember right. He's still okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, wait, isn't that a New Year's tradition for him? Yeah. So if that's your thing, you should you should look at Yagamoth. I've known him for a while, and he's a really nice individual, and really knows a lot about a lot of games, but particularly Secret of Mana. He has done a lot of that. Done a lot for Secret of Mana. I think he just has weapons to 8.99 left to go. I see. Yeah, Yagamoth's really sweet. I really like him. Good person. Anyway. So what I wanted to do is I have a couple of highlights and clips prepared that I wanted to look over, and while while we're looking through them, I wanted to write down of all the things that we did in 2024. Some mostly just like, hey, here's all the games I played, but also like, some special things that I'm pretty proud of. And then maybe do a quick, like, what are my 2025 resolutions? Which is mostly just, Zoe, work on these things in 2025. Calling them resolutions seems like I'm trying to make it so grandiose. much more than it actually is. But, you know, I guess it gets the message across. Get more scabs. I think when there was a couple of points in 2024, I probably went a little too ham on scab. Went a little too ham on scab. So maybe get less scabs is a goal that I should do. As long as I don't get a third design. I mean, I'd like it to get a third design at some point. Probably not gonna happen in 2025. Probably not gonna happen in 2025. But, you know, like, I would love... There are a couple of minor things I'd love to add to the existing stuff. That wouldn't need, like, a whole redesign, though. But, like, having another outfit would be nice, but... I don't want to get into the oh, Zoe's gonna get a new outfit every year or something like that. Right? Like, I don't need one every year. I don't need one every year. Resist the urge to redesign, get a new outfit, re-debut, etc., every 6 months. And that, like gets everyone excited, but like it's you know, it's not free. It's not free. Anyway, let's go over to another screen and maybe we can watch. What about Flannel Zoe? I mean, I can get art of Flannel Zoe. I don't think I need an official designed outfit of Midwest Zoe. That's the thing, like, I have to really want an outfit to be like official, like otherwise I can just get art. I can just get art and you know, put in commissions of like, hey, please draw Zoe in this outfit, which is much more financially responsible than please let me get an official outfit that is designed, has a model created for it, rigged. Okay. I think is it on this screen? Yeah, I'll do this screen. Maybe I'll move over to the other one. I'm over here now. Why am I over here? Well, that's because we're gonna watch VODs and I don't want two Zoes on the right hand side. Let me actually do... Let's do this one. Oh, but this one needs... Where's chat? Hey, yeah, you're up there. Okay. And oh, let me make sure that this works. If I can... Uh-oh. Oh, that's why. One second. Panic. And I have to fix... Why is... There you go. Alright. I can write? Yeah, I can write. If I do this, I'll put a... Alright, there's where chat is. There's where chat is. I'll try not to write over there. Right, so we started the year off.
I really would like to try to find time to like.
We started the year off
in FF6.
with oh, this is gonna be hard talking over myself.
I just have to do a lot of practice for it. But maybe it's okay if I don't. Maybe it's okay if I don't.
Yeah, maybe it's okay if I don't. I tell myself, as I definitely didn't.
Let me see who is streaming on this website, twitch.tv, in the year 2024.
It's no longer 2024, Zoe.
Oh, this guy looks familiar.
Yeah, so we played a lot of like arcade games. I really liked taking people's like suggestions.
This is a mistake. Do not play Karnoff. You will die a lot.
I really like taking people's suggestions on whatever weird arcade games people had. What was this one called?
He just dodged. This one guy killed me when no one else could. To be fair, there's never an actual conflict between ninjas and Native Americans. This is true, to my knowledge.
I ever played Trog? I don't think so. I don't know what that is.
What happened?
Yeah, right. This one, like, for some reason, the video flipped when I died here. Like, why did that happen?
I think the... Yeah, let me fix this.
Yeah, how do I fix that?
Alright, I can now play the game.
Oh, this is weird. I wonder if I need a different layout.
They study the face. Like this face right here.
Right, one thing that I did was, you actually see it from the first video to like these videos. Like sometime early in January, I like upgraded my chat widget. I'm a 5-year-old child who laughs at the word semen.
I mean, I can play around.
Oh, there is two Sunny Zoes. Right, I think this was this the first stream that I had? I forget which of these videos actually came first, but Temporal Stasis was new in 2024. And we played I enjoyed playing Relink.
Everybody quiet for our to pay tribute to the scene.
Temporal Stasis is a fun video. I really do like it. And we played Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which I had to redo a lot of stuff because the Mister kept not saving, and by the Mister it was me not saving. I might play Relink again. I didn't finish everything, and there's like new content that I didn't get back into.
The Legend of Zoida.
Right, so I played Ocarina of Time specifically so that I could play Ocarina of Time Randomizer, and Kiara was kind enough to teach me how to do the Ocarina of Time Randomizer.
Alright, this is it. This is the hallway. Will we see Wormack?
Right, and then this was the first game in like my Zoe Techie fantasy RPG project thing.
Though we do have a sorcerer, and I hate those guys. Oh wait, you can't. Oh wait, no, never mind. We can.
Yeah, we're definitely not gonna run into Wormack. Oh, look at this. We ran into Wormack.
Well, look who it is. It's Wormack.
Yeah, this is a 1 out of, what, 64 encounter? I forget.
Hey, Kojinu, where's your sword?
Yeah, then I call out Kojinu for
Kojinu, what?
not
Kojinu,
wearing her
why do you
sword.
have your sun sword equipped?
Because I unequipped the sun sword apparently. So Kojinu's just
like,
bare-handing
swing it.
Tiamat. But you
I
can
guess you're
use the
gonna be using
Bane sword, which has
because
a
that's the only thing you can do.
low chance to instant kill Tiamat. Which
Right before Kojinu just murders it with the Bane sword. That'd be funny.
oh, look what happens.
Kojinu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you. I'm sorry. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah. Watching old stuff, yeah. Let me do this. I think it'll be better if I do this layout. Like, gets chat out of the way. We played Phantasy Star 1.
No misses.
Oh, oops, I have to be back over here.
Alright. Meow can't do anything else.
I think the thing I enjoyed the most...
You're running out of MP, so you're just gonna attack.
The thing that I enjoyed the most with Phantasy Star was...
Why did that
drawing the maps was a lot of fun.
I'm sorry. I must.
And as much as I did enjoy my time with it, I think there's definitely a couple dungeons that felt like they lasted a little bit longer than they should have.
We all thank you from the bottom of our hearts, Alice. Your father was once king of Algol. The Dark Castle has been destroyed. Lassic killed you, Alice. Wish to ascend your father's throne and become the queen of Algol. What if I say yes?
Yeah, I'd like to play Atrian. I'd like to play Atrian out of C4, and I need I'd really want to do it on
always possible.
on the DS. Right, and we started playing Toho. I played through all of Toho in order, starting from Toho 1, which as we can see is very different than all the other Toho games.
Now we're done. Hopefully? Are we done?
So that was Toho 1, playing Toho 2.
After that.
If I watch a nickel for every time I watched
I love this art style. It's so cute.
I watched play a ton of Toho, then be getting in a Japanese themed model update.
I simply didn't train enough. That's something that could have been fixed, but I hate training so much.
Something, you'd have 2 nickels.
All because I didn't have enough training. Amy stared at JPEG.
Oh wait, that's me. That's me.
Marisa.
It's gonna be funny when someone turns off the lights at the same time the local recording turns off the light. Hi Blue Andy Tones, hi man. You double sparked for New Year's. I have not logged in. Which one was that? This was still Toho 2. How long did I... What the hell? This one's too long. I ain't got the time for this.
Mimi-chan. She's a weapon called an ICB.
What? No.
How do you use it? Not a clue, but isn't she cute? Yeah, I love
my
intercontinental ballistic.
I think like it was starting with Toho 3 where I started seeing a lot of the personalities of like Ray Moon, Marissa, and I can see why people really fall in love with a lot of the Toho characters.
Up until the I think I got through with how to continue until Marissa.
So we did all of Toho 1 through 5 in a single night. And I was like, okay, this is not too bad. This is not too bad. I cleared 5 Toho games in a single night. You know, how hard could these games be? How hard could these games be? And then I get to Mountain of Faith at some point, and I was like, oh, okay.
I will be fine. We'll be fine.
Right. And then we played a lot of Sheeran the Wanderer.
Let's see if this cheesy shit works.
I think this was the first clear I did on stream, and
is not a good place to
and I kind of use and abuse a funny quirk of the game.
End its life. All right. Someone spell check for me.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going
like
to spell monster.
And Zoe knows how to spell, yet needs chat to spell check. We sure played a lot of Sheeran, yeah. I'm still a little something I would like to do is like get my phase final problem clear on stream.
I spell it wrong. I hate myself.
Alright, so if you use the monster scroll in the final boss area for Sharon the Wanderer, it turns the room into a monster house, which despawns the final boss, and when the final boss isn't there anymore, it removes all of the enemies from the screen, so it's just a win card. The only way to get one in Table Mountain, as far as I'm aware, is using a blank card. This was, I think, Toho 6. Scarlet Devil.
Taking a picture so I can post it on Twitter.
Yeah, good job, Zoe. Take a picture so you can post it on Twitter.
Not a very good picture, though. Special thanks, what? What do we special thanks?
Thank you, Near Isaiah.
Does it not? Oh, okay, the screen freezes when...
Right, now I remember why this was I clipped this. The screen freezes when...
Alright, let me get a picture.
Oh, I love taking pictures so I can post them on
I need to
Twitter.
come up with more facial expressions other than just wink face. That's like my default expression. Just winking.
Still gotta finish the game. I did enjoy Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest 2. Oh, I know which one this is.
Hello.
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 Someone who would do such a thing?
Wait, I was about to be like, who did that? Fox, it was you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, right now.
Yeah, Vox totally would plan that.
Because I didn't capture any spell cards.
But playing Ragnarok Battle, that was when we did Ragnarok Battle. Oh, this is Mountain of Faith. I was so upset here. But that was when we played Ragnarok Battle offline.
How did I dodge that?
Which I need to play again. I might poke some people to play it. Yeah, getting 3 people together is always a challenge, just because like schedules and stuff like that. Yeah, so this was my, I think, second time I had gotten to Mountain of Faith. which is the final spell card of Toho 10. And it's really, really long. It's really long. So pay attention to the HP in the upper left-hand corner. Pay attention to the HP in the upper left-hand corner. See how low it gets.
No!
I was so close. I was so close.
He has.
Alright, let's do it again.
No lives.
Let's do it again.
Let's go.
No, dang. I recorded this from the start. What the hell, Zoe? I really have enjoyed playing through Toho. I think I could go back and get a 1cc clear of Mountain of Faith. I could probably do so on some of the other Toho games, like Scarlet Devil or Perfect Cherry Blossom, or maybe Imperishable Night. I think it would be a bit challenging to do some of the others. Zoida. Hi, Sheriff. Yeah, don't forget to breathe. I literally was like holding my breath. I think if I remember right, 13 is a bit harder. I mean, I've cleared all of them. I've cleared through 19. The only one I skipped over technically was 11. I didn't full clear 11, but I've cleared all the others except 11, which I should go back and clear 11. But getting a 1cc is a bit more challenging.
Can I get like a heart rate monitor? Because my heart is going like really fucking fast. That's
I think it took me 5 streams to get through Mountain of Faith.
Like the entire first half, I was holding my breath, and I was like,
which was definitely like, okay, these games get pretty hard.
I can't breathe.
These games get pretty hard, which is why that I took some suggestion from other people to be like, if you don't get through 11, that's fine. Come back to it. Oh yeah, look at the upper left-hand corner. This was me playing Final Fantasy V, and then doing Quick Leak for my 4-job fiesta. So I was like, I need to find stuff to do for 2 hours.
So I like to do this.
So I was like, let me show you how to fish.
So I gotta talk to him 3 times. That helps me. I can use the bird's position to figure out where I am, because the first cycle I sometimes go a little bit too fast, and I'm literally off by 1. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good.
Yeah, I mean, that's expected, right? If you haven't played or seen the game before, the game doesn't tell you anything. It's essentially a minigame that they don't tell you the rules because they kind of set you up for failure intentionally.
And this should be it. This should be it. I feel good. Hell yeah. Pro bass fishing.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's I mean, it's a really emotional scene. I mean, I haven't seen it in a bit. But like it's probably the best cutscene in Final Fantasy VI.
When you're done,
Oh yeah. I wouldn't, because you don't get anything. You don't get anything really.
It's twitch.tv/zoiteki. ZOITEK.
Yeah, when you kill him, or when you should watch Zoiteki. You should follow. Yeah, you should follow Zoiteki. I was beating Final Fantasy V. Right then, finishing Dragon Quest II.
Please pull one. Let me leave.
Look at this. Look at that. I'm 1 step away from the final shrine in Dragon Quest II that has a save.
Fine. I don't care about defense.
And then I run into a pack of blizzards.
Will that just kill me?
And I was like, wait, what does defeat do? What you're about to find out, Zoe. You're about to find out. I killed 2 of my
Are you
people.
kidding me? I am in the last tile.
Do I make it? Do I get out of this? That had taken me a really long time to get through. The road to what is it? What is it? The road to
This is our checkpoint.
or the mountain cave to it's this place is just called Road, right? Yeah, 2/3 odd to run every single time. Every single time you run away in Dragon Quest 2. It's 2 out of 3 chance. 2 out of 3 chance. 2 out of 3 chance. Doesn't ever change.
I can't bomb. Okay. The bombing is just for defense.
Uh
Makes sense. This is probably the final.
UFO is what, 12?
Maybe that's what the lines are.
Yeah. I sure played a lot of Toho.
Their indication that I have to do this all on my own.
Yeah, I do like Byakuren. I think I got through 12 pretty okay. Am I missing stuff? I don't have video clips of everything. So what else did I do?
These
Sonic
cute.
Adventure.
Look at it.
Yeah, look at my pig.
Here, let me show it to you.
Let me show you my pig.
Look at how cute this is. Do you see how cute this is? This is so cute. Look at my pig.
Look at my pig. Me trying to give the pig kisses.
So cute.
Yeah, so that's like the highlight of Sonic Adventure. Now, this was not the highlight, because I kept dying on this stage, and I got to the end. It was... and then he just like clipped through the fence. I was so mad. I had been on this stage for like over an hour. No time to waste. Fuck you, Sonic.
There's no time to waste. Fuck you, Sonic.
I'd forgotten I just said that.
The only way to do it for a word. Besides, you use this.
We played through Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, which I had never played before. Oh yeah, and then we played Saga.
Fight with me.
We played Saga.
That's the destiny of mortals. Very well. Remember my greatness of. All right. We can saw it, right?
Yeah, I am aware that you can just kill the final boss in Saga 1. And what was funny is like I think the clip goes was like should I beat them legit?
Cool game.
Yeah, cool game. I actually really did enjoy Saga 1.
Sad.
I just wanted to talk shit.
Good final boss. Dang, now I feel bad. Should I do the fight legit?
I tried, so the funny thing is I did try to do the fight legit and my party setup just sucked. I could not. I couldn't do the fight legit. I could have gone back to floor 1 and like readjusted my party, but I was like I don't want to do that.
Look at an accident or other diversion on the side of the road.
But pay attention to this. Pay attention to
What do you
this.
call a traffic jam caused by drivers slowing down to look at an accident?
Yeah, what do you call a
or
traffic
other
jam?
diversion on the side of the road? Rubbernecking. Rubbernecking is the activity that causes the traffic jam, but I have no word for the traffic jam itself. That's very pedantic. That's very pedantic.
Yeah, New York Times. Gaper's block, Gaper's delay, Looky Loo. That's an interesting one. Curiosity delay. That's an interesting one. Gawk. This one's funny. Yeah, it sure is. Okay. Alright, collect yourself, Zoe. Collect yourself. I am just because this sounds like another term that I am giggling. What does it sound like, Zoe? Tell me what it sounds like. Alright, apparently some people call it a gawk. I couldn't even say it. Can I say it now? I'll try to say it. I can't do it. I can't do it. We're moving on. I tried so hard. I have no word for this. That was actually one of the things. It's like, yeah, one of the options was like, I have no words for it. Yeah, I sure don't have any words right now. Or other. Gawk block. Gawk block. See, I can say it now. Okay, we debuted our new model, and I put together a cool video. I'm really happy with how this I'm only playing the second half of the video because the whole thing is kind of a bit long. It's like 5 minutes. Yeah. I really like doing this. This was a lot of fun, and it was particularly emotional to me because it's like, you know, it's like looking back at all this, I mean, basically what I'm kind of doing now, right? Like kind of looking back all the things that I've done. Yeah, I run on System D. One thing that I forgot to write down. Yeah, what did I forget to write down? One second. Yeah,
This is important.
1 second. It's really important.
Wait, don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
It's really... It's really important. That's
Thanks,
what I was
Dot.
gonna say, okay.
Hell yeah. We beat Metal Warriors. This game's so fucking hard. Oh my god. Technically this was more recent. I started playing Metal Warriors like back in September. Hey now, you're not allowed to stasis me. That's when we're looking at stuff. So for context, I do not know what to do here. Like, so it's like, what am I supposed to do? I beat the boss. Where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, he's just like running around. Okay, cool. They don't tell you this is like an escape sequence. You have to book it. You basically have to race him to the end there, and I'm just like, what am I doing? Do I like kill him? What do you want me to do, game? I do not have any lives at this point either. So if I die here, I have to play out the whole game over. Because I'm out of lives, out of continuous. And I see the mech, I was like, oh, oh, this is what I need to do. I just need to leave. If I would have been so upset if I didn't make it there. All because I didn't know that I had to leave. You can even see like Wosha and the thing is like, just go Zoe, just go.
We're done.
Yeah, let's just skip to like 50. Alright, here we go. We started playing Guess the Game, which was a lot of fun. This was the first one. This was the
like
first one.
Nidhogg, maybe?
Yeah, is that Nidhogg? It's like, oh, this game's so easy. I get the first one first try.
Fuck yeah.
Alright, game's still easy. Alright, now I'm gonna get everything else wrong. Yep.
Yeah, let's just go with my gut
This
feeling.
is good. This is good. Let me turn off the. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. This one is actually hard until you see the Bombachus in the background. Like, if you ignore the Bombachus in the background, I don't think I'd get those to be Wind Waker. Like, other than, like, cel-shaded. But, like, this is just a floor. They're not Bombachus, Zoe. They're bomb flowers. Alright, picture 4 is the good one.
What is this picture?
It's very good. Link doing the I showed you my blank, please respond. Yeah, I'm gonna move this over here. Is she behind us?
Hi, Deborah.
We played Resident Evil 6 with Chris.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I wasn't looking there.
Yep.
That's no fair.
I wasn't looking.
That's
That's no fair.
What's happening? Are you getting hit by stuff?
yeah.
I love that. I love that Gamma Chris is like, what's happening? Because like what it does on if you're unfamiliar, I guess with the co-op, like each of our like those segments are kind of instanced for each of us. So I had to do a bunch of ducking, but it was different on Gamma Chris's screen. So like it wasn't like, oh, we have to do the same thing at the same time, or it's like, no, I just have a bunch of things that I have to duck under. So Chris is like, what's happening? We played Castle. We played some Castlevania. This is the Toho Castlevania one.
No.
And I was really upset that it's no, I got hit into the stopwatch.
Maybe I jump over it. Maybe I won't pick up the stopwatch. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. Oh my god,
That's a lot
that
of
does not
lag.
look like a gene.
Oh my. How much lag can you generate?
We played Castlevania 1, Castlevania Bloodlines, Castlevania Chronicles,
That's so much lag.
Castlevania Haunted Castle, the remake, Castlevania Dracula X,
I always love how
Castlevania
they
Rondo of
still,
Blood.
make you pick up the orb at the end.
I think I played Castlevania 3, but I don't think I cleared it.
And a lot of the classic Vania games. It's very good. Critic, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you.
Oh my god, writing is so hard.
Alright. Eric has quickly dyed his hair from green back to blonde, just so his parents didn't find out that he dyed his hair.
Do I need to like move this like over here or something? Yeah, let's put you over here.
Oh, hello.
Oh, so you're in the way. You have to. Can you duck?
There we go. GG.
Mm.
I got a little nervous at the end there.
This game was pretty rude. This game was pretty rude. Oh. Never mind.
I don't know if I would know how to do that. If I don't have HP though. I don't really know how I would actually dodge the fire.
Yeah, what do you do when you don't have any HP, Zoe?
It looks like you can maybe hit them out of the air though. And you get a 1-up at the end? Hell yeah.
Amazing.
Alright, well that's Castlevania Chronicles down.
That's Castlevania Chronicles.
I was so upset that I missed that one attack. I thought I was
Oh yeah, we
Amazing.
reviewed my Deathless clear of
That's it.
uh, Haunted Castle remake,
These
which I did
dragons always
offline.
look so good. They are goofy.
This is not live, by the way. This is a pre-recording of a pre-recording that we're watching live. We played Dragon Quest 3, which I just actually recently beat, like, not too long ago. I'm totally forgetting games that I don't have come up. Yeah, other things that we played a lot of FFVI.
Oh, I wanted to put my bikini on and talk to the king.
I wanted to put my bikini on and talk to the king. Yeah, good job, Zoe. You forgot to put your bikini on. I wanted to see if, like, it persists through the cutscenes is the thing that I wanted to do. Which there are bikini armors in the game, and it does change your sprite.
After talking to the cat, of course.
Yeah, we forgot a lot of things. I played Zero Ranger this year. I played Void Stranger this year. Played Sweet Home. Yeah, let me catch up. Let me catch up and write some of this stuff. Zero Ranger. I need to go back and finish Void Stranger. UFO 50. What else? What other? So Sweet Home was also part of the RPG project. Played Unicorn Overlord at the start of the year. We played Toho Luna Nights. I guess that was just one stream though, but I did enjoy. I guess in general, I played some like Toho fan games. So Luna Nights, and I played a bit of Mystia's Izakaya. We played Signalis. I don't think I have any clips of that because I don't want to. I was like a couple of things that's like, I didn't want to have clips of me like beating a particular game. I want my cheese. All right.
No, they're gonna steal my cheese from me.
Oh, my cheese.
Come on, just it's left up and then
We
up.
played Celeste.
You can do it.
Oh, I didn't put DQ3 on here.
Okay, another stretch break. My hands are ruined.
Yeah, the last like part of Celeste was like just it really wears you down. I mean, I guess it depends on how quickly you can beat it, but it took me a while to get through to get to the top of the mountain. And so I was pretty happy once I saw the summit.
We did it. 9 hours on the dot.
We love serious gamers. Yeah, have you holding the controller? We played Inscription. What card do I make here?
What
I was a little nervous of
is this?
putting Inscription in here because like there's a lot of things that could spoil stuff, but this is really early on. This is just me making a card. But if you really want to be blind to Inscription, you can look away for, I don't know, 30 seconds.
This is Zoe Strong.
Yeah, this is my Zoe Strong card. This card carries me.
I figured they wouldn't.
Inscription was so much fun.
Reduce the font size.
Yeah, thank you, Jan, for not shutting up about playing this game. It's time to take a picture.
Zori Tasky.
I played Wario Land. Oh, we're pretty much at the end here. Valkyrie Profile is something I started playing recently as well.
There you go.
This was from this week, wasn't it? This was from Sunday.
Get out of the way so I can hit myself with this.
Long hair Zoe, yeah, you want long hair Zoe? There you go. But what about short hair Zoe? This outfit, I like bun Zoe.
Okay.
Wario Land 4 was a lot of fun.
I think I put myself in trouble.
I swear
Okay,
I'm not
fine.
shrimping that much when I'm playing. It's just the way that I get captured when holding a controller. It looks like I'm so serious.
Arigato. Well, that's a lot of treasures. I have to count them all. Alright.
Is this the last clip? This might be the last clip I have. Did I miss out on any games? I played Baba Is You kind of like right here.
And how to like do some of the bosses.
I didn't
really
complete
quickly.
Baba Is You though. I realized that like, oh yeah, there we go. Yes, that's the last clip I have. I did enjoy playing Baba Is You, but like, I was getting stressed about like playing it for like 5 hours and getting 0 like progression done. So I was like, maybe this just isn't a good stream game. Maybe it's not a good stream game to be like trying to do one puzzle for several hours. Baba Is You is pretty long for how hard it is, yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed it. And I got pretty far, but I just got walled at some point. Yeah, I definitely felt the difficulty spike. I mean, it's fun, and I'll probably play it offline. Because of course it's not like I can get like help, because then it's like if you're getting help in a puzzle game, like, I mean, I guess you can get hints that like don't spoil the puzzle, but like kind of point you in the right direction. Baba's You speedruns are on another level to watch. I think I wouldn't want to watch that until like I am satisfied with the game and I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm not gonna like go back and play it. Because like that definitely would like, I would not be able to play the game like ever again if I watched a speedrun, unless I wanted to speedrun it. Happy New Year, Lindia. Snakebird and A Monsters Expedition are both fantastic puzzle games that can end up in the same category. I see. Alright, well that was 2024. And yeah. How do I make this go away? Alright, so that was 2024. Here's all the stuff that we did in 2024. Did I write down? Yeah, like I liked working on the chat widget. I need to refactor it. But I like the way it looks now. Pretty pleased at that. I'm really kind of proud of myself for getting. I put just chatting here because like when I got back into streaming, I was like, I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to just like turn on stream and just talk for a while. Or like play like interactive type stuff, so like the whole guess the game thing. So it's kind of like an accomplishment that I set out for myself. And I just want to be able to just turn on stream and talk and, you know, whatever. Keep a conversation going. I guess I'm kind of doing that now, right? I really, really happy with how the outfit debut went. I need to, like, I guess one thing that I'm a little worried about is if I ever do another outfit debut is like, I have to come up with something to like show it off, right? I really enjoyed coming up with like the whole idea of like deleting my like upgrading to a new version and like it going badly and like, oh no, Zoe's memories are being deleted. I was kind of emotional putting that stuff together and then watching it, and then I of course fucked it up when it was actually time to do it because I didn't have I did it without the audio for a couple of seconds. Shouldn't have run Zoe on a rolling release this show. Yeah, just where's the staging, Zoe? Where's the staging, Zoe? God, Meta Warriors, I'm gonna call that out. That game is so hard. That game is so hard. And like I had played it a bit in September and then stopped in October because like I was trying to do October-y theme stuff. Like I'm constantly like looking to the right because like I don't know, I need to like look straight ahead. But where's chat? Chat, you can move over here now. There you go. That makes it a little bit easier. Because I put chat all the way over here, so like when I was trying to look at chat, it's like I'm always looking to the right. Move chat to the left. As I say, Metal Warriors is so hard. I played it a bit in September and then stopped for October. And then I was like, I did it in November, or was it December? I forget. Like I started playing it and then I'm really happy that I just like was able to beat it after not playing it for like a month. But yeah, it was close. It was close. I almost didn't. November Metal Warriors. Yeah. Playing Resident Evil 6 with Gamer Crest was a lot of fun. That game is a lot longer than I thought it was. Neither of us had played it before. And so it's like, I think when we got through like the first scenario, it's like, oh, this is, if we wanted to like play the whole thing, this would take a while. But I guess it's nice that they split it up into multiple scenarios. There's what, 4 scenarios? So like we played through the first 2 scenarios and be like, okay, that's probably good. That's probably like a good stopping point. But I had a lot of fun with that. a whole lot of Castlevania, Zero Ranger, and something I didn't also put in here. I played, like Zero Ranger got me into shmups. So like between, like Zero Ranger was before me getting into Toho. And then once I played Zero Ranger, I was like, oh, let me like explore other shmups, like something else that I didn't put in here. I played quite a bit of Batrider, both on stream and off stream. But I had like pretty early on in the year, I was like, play Zero Ranger, and then I was like, just give me shmups to mess around with. I think I had like a couple of streams where I was just like, hey chat, recommend a shmup and I'll play it. Which of course led me into like, okay, fine, I'll play Toho. And then I played all of Toho. But I think that's a good 2024. Can't believe no one made you play Choran Shah. Is that available on the Mister? I've definitely have heard of it. I'm aware of it. I know of its existence. But yeah, there's a ton of shmups that I'd still like to play around with. I think one thing, alright, I guess leading into 2025 resolutions. Oh, that's not a pen, Zoe. One of the PC versions, if I remember correctly. Okay. I might have played it at some point then. Something that I don't do a great job at when I do like a lot of miscellaneous games is I don't really write down all of the games that I play, which I probably should, so then if I want to, I can like easily be like, oh yeah, I was playing this game. When did I actually play that game? Let me like find a clip from it. Most people play the PC port though, it's freeware? Oh. Okay, that'd be easy for me to play then. So 2025 resolutions. I would like to and most of these aren't going to be something specific, but I was just talking about Batrider. I want to 1cc Batrider advanced. Maybe like that's a bit of a stretch goal. Because that's hard. That is legitimately hard, and I'd have to put a lot of effort into it. But if I put it as a goal and I don't quite achieve it, that's fine. If I get like a 2 or 3cc, I think a 2cc I'd be pretty happy at. I think I get a 3cc without too much trouble. I might already have. I've done advanced clears, but I don't remember how many continues it took. I'm pretty sure I've already beaten it in like 15cc. Zoida. Hey, Uni Maiden. But like, okay, real resolution time. Happy New Year. And this kind of like leads into this like the 1cc Batrider Advance is like kind of a subset of I just want to have fun. Something that is really easy for me to really easy for me to do. Also, is it quiet in here? We need music. New Year's resolution, kill God. Yeah, become a JRPG protagonist, dethrone and kill God. You would love to JRPG party with Zoideki? Yeah, who would my party be? Who would my party be, and what what would they like? What classes or abilities would the people in my party be? Oh right, I need to. One second, I'm trying to find. Where did that stuff go? Oh, it's right there. Everyone would be a monk? Why? Alright. I played a lot of Toho, so we're listening to Toho. Alright, so something I want to make sure to do. Like, I'm writing have fun, which is like, sorry, that's easy to do, but like, especially while streaming, like, and I definitely, something that I need, it was like a trap I fell into a bit this year, was, getting stressed out a lot, by like, what am I gonna stream? You know, are people gonna watch me? What if I stream the wrong thing and everyone hates me? Like, obviously I'm being a little hyperbolic, but like sometimes I get into like that like negative thinking. So I think I just want to remind myself, just your goal is to have fun. If you're not having fun, then you're just gonna burn out and you're gonna quit streaming again. So just have fun. Just keep doing that. I got a tablet for Christmas. So, and I, like, technically I'm using a tablet right now. I haven't, the tablet I have is like a decade old and, it's teeny tiny, but like I have a nicer tablet. So it's actually sitting right next to me. I'm not using it yet. But that was to incentivize me to draw art. I need to make sure to use that. Oh, Zoe, why'd you move over there? Why'd you move away? Maybe I'll even feel encouraged enough to stream art. I'm not sure about that though. I don't know if I'll like, if I get to the point where I feel like, you know, relatively comfortable doing it, maybe, because I think that might be like kind of a just chatting stream type vibe, where we just get to like listen to music and chat while I'm like kind of working on something. Draw 2 cards. New Year's resolution. I summon Pot of Greed. But yeah, I would like to, like, even if it's just entirely off stream, I would like to draw, because I would love to be able to. I get a little jealous of the people who can draw cute little thumbnails or like things like that for their streams. So that would be fun. Just even if it's like silly little doodles of like Zoe in a like, let's say if I'm playing Pokemon, right? It's like, oh, let's draw like Pokemon trainer Zoe. Or like Zoe in a like cosplaying as like a character from the game they're gonna play. It doesn't have to be good, but that is something that I would love. And of course, I would love to be able to draw my friends. I would love to be able to draw for the people who just draw me. Maybe the artist gets jealous of sick terraform skills? Yeah, right.
ゾイだ。
Hi, Apple. How are you? Happy New Year. Zoida. Hey now. What else? What else? I guess this is also just kind of like a subset of have fun. I should just play whatever I want. I should just play whatever I want. Right? Like, I guess that's just like, just part of have fun, right? Like, if I get really stressed out and think too much about, if I think too much about things, it's just gonna stress me out. I don't want to do that. Self-care. Self-care. I'm not very good at taking care of myself, I'll be honest. So I think I need to do a better job at that. And that was a 2024 resolution, take better care of yourself. And there are some things that I did that I think is like, okay, good job, Zoe. But making sure I get enough sleep, making sure that I'm like checking up on myself, like going to the doctor about certain things that I probably should get checked up on. Hi Higa, Happy New Year. Something that I noticed I did in 2024, and I should try to avoid this in 2025, is I started a lot of projects, but didn't do a great job at like finishing them. Simply go hard all year, then sleep through 2026, hell yeah. Yeah. It's really easy to think of an idea, maybe start it a little bit and then just like not have the motivation to continue it. So I think what I should try to think about doing is it's okay to do less if I actually like complete something. It's okay to abandon things too. It's okay to be like, hey, you know what? I wanted to do this thing and it's just not working out. Either I don't like it or something. Like, it's okay to like just drop things. You don't have to. It's like if you're playing a game on stream. Let's say you decide to play a particular game. And I think there's a couple of times where I made sure to do this. Like the Baba Is You, we were just talking about that, is actually a really good example. Like, I would have loved to finish Baba Is You on stream. But it got to the point where it's just like, well, I'm hitting a wall and I want to stream this, but I'm like, it's a little stressful and I'm not particularly having the most fun, like being forced to play it. So I just decided like, okay, well, you know, I'm done playing this for right now. At least done streaming it. Maybe I can come back to it in the future. Maybe not. It's okay if I don't. And so like having that sort of mindset, with like projects too, it's like I should try to do less projects, but be okay with myself that I make the conscious choice to like stop working on something. Sigma Oni said, if you work on a project once every 10 years, then actually you didn't give up. Then you're just really good at scheduling and planning. Actually, yeah. Just make sure to. I don't know want to like have to plan things out super hard for myself. I already do enough of that at work. But just see things to completion. I'm gonna put something on here, and maybe it's a little selfish. And maybe this is a thing where I just need to remind myself the words I just said, like go for something. But you know, if you have to stop or you don't complete it or you're not successful, then you know it's okay, Zoe. It's okay. Something that I would like to do, and I don't know if this is there are things I can do to affect the outcome, or I just have to let it happen naturally. Maybe just have the mindset of let it happen naturally. Get Twitch partner. Because I think if I say I'm gonna do this, like obviously if the end of 2025 rolls around and it doesn't happen, like, you know, there could be part of me that's upset. So I think what I'm gonna like try to keep in mind is just like, if it happens, it happens, but there's gonna be some level of aspect of, you know, there's a little bit of luck involved, right? There's a little bit of luck involved, and I have to just accept that if it doesn't happen, that's okay. Yeah, and maybe if it doesn't happen in 2025, maybe it will in 2026. Alright, I always need Zoe art. But make sure to be reasonable. Be reasonable. Be reasonable. Damn, that's a real change from 2024. You shut your mouth. New Year's resolution, max out luck stats by flipping a coin. I had 50 times in a row on stream. There you go. There you go, yeah. I'll use up all my bad luck at the start of the... I'll use up all my bad luck right now. And then there'll only be good luck. I'll be super lucky for the rest of the year. Right, that's how it works, right? Surely that's how it works. I can't really think of anything else. Oh, something I was gonna ask. It's a little late now. I was gonna ask when we started this, is like, does anybody here have their favorite Zoe moment in 2024? And then I could have potentially like shown that on stream if I only remembered to ask beforehand. Because now there's just not enough time. Like, you have memory of nothing. You know, what? What? Do I know yours, Dot? Silent Hill, no, Silent Hill Baby Squeak was from 2023. Apple. There's a clip of it. Alright, let me look. No, yeah, I don't worry, Alta, I didn't take it in a bad way. Alright, clips. Let's look at clips. Yeah, Silent Hill, I played Silent Hill in 2023. Clip creator, how do I... Can I search by the person who clipped? No. By clip creator. Okay, yeah, you can actually. Alright, what clips did Dot create? There's a funny one from Face Final Problem that I probably should have included with my Shirin playthroughs. Wait, is it the secret message? Is that it? Is that it, Dot? Oh my god. I just got a DM. Alright. And Ethics was here earlier. Oh my god. Okay, so if you were paying attention at the start of the stream, Ethics was around, and if you know my little squishy, where is that? Yeah, it's right here. You can see it. Little squishy. That was made by Ethics. They do a lot of pixel art. They have a really cute chibi style. It's not the secret message? Okay, 1 second. So, Ethics sent me a message at probably when I started the stream, and I just didn't see it till now. Come on, Discord, please. Or is it Chrome? I have too many Chrome tabs open. Okay, squish. That is... Where'd it go? Oh my god, it just... Sorry, I'm trying to put something on the stream and it's just not working. Oh, because... Oh, now it works. Oh my god. Alright, I just like queued up a bunch of downloads. Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! It's new Zoe. It's new Zoe. And the bun bounces. And my jacket bounces. Aw, it's so cute. Alright, so that's my ethics. Thank you so much. I mean, I already liked the original one, but I really like the updated one with my new outfit, and the flower bounces too. That's really cute. We're gonna put this over here now. Okay, so I tabbed over to Discord and I just saw that now. Okay. I know which one. I know which one is Dot's favorite. Let me go back to showing OBS. Or showing DLC. No, that's not it, Zoe. Zoe, you went away. There we go.
Maybe they'll be nice enough to give me a...
Right, I know which one this is.
Here. Fucking asshole.
Thank you, Dot. Thank you, Dot. And the clip is titled Cute Zoe Moment, by the way. Yeah, it's very cute. I'm just like, fucking asshole. Fucking asshole is also a favorite of yours. You might know your favorite Zoe clip, but it might be kind of biased. Is it like, is it when I beat Zero Ranger? Or is it the one that we saw of you earlier, Kojinu? Maybe, yeah, me calling out Kojinu. And be like, Kojinu, come on, put on your sword. Okay, Kojinu, I guess you'll just use Bane's sword, and then... And then Bane's sword working. Okay, Griffrey sent me one too. I know which one this is too. Yeah, I get very excited for something in particular.
Maybe.
No, that's the wrong one.
Enough to give me fever.
There we go. Oh, so you're in the way.
Okay, the funny answer is not the...
Oh, before, let's get the text out of the way so you can actually see the screen. Oh my god, Zoe. You're so disorganized. This is a mess. To go away. Oh, and stop the music playing. Stop the music.
Right answer. Which song made by Man with a Mission was used as the opening for the anime?
I love this song so much.
I fucking love this song. This database is such a good song.
Yeah, it's very good. And I love the reading the questions. Like, so whenever I like read something, like I'm like not reading ahead, right? I can only like read what I'm actually saying when I'm reading out loud. So like it doesn't hit me until I get to the point. And you saw it with Gawk Block too, with the clip from Gawk Block, where I'm like reading through everything. I didn't look ahead and see that Gawk Block was an answer. So I'm just reading it from the top down, and then like as soon as I start to say it, I'm like, oh. And so like same thing happened there, where it's like I didn't realize like what the question was until I got to the point of, oh, log horizon. Man with a Mission, you only know because they made a song for Final Fantasy VII? Oh, really? I didn't know that. I did not, you're right, I did not see the Gawk coming. And I hope closed captions captures my words properly there. No. No. Don't clip that out of context. Okay. Those are good moments. Those are good moments. Let's do a time check. Okay. So, do I have enough time to do this? If I start now, oh yeah, I'll have time. We'll finish at a reasonable time, right? I guess this took a little bit longer than I thought it would. So, what I wanted to do, originally I had the idea of playing Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy VI, before I realized that was a bad idea. I mean, it's a good idea, but it would end poorly. I would probably just die in Final Fantasy V or take a really, really, really long time. So, because I played Final Fantasy VI, on the going into New Year's Day of 2024, I thought it would be cute to maybe make that like a yearly tradition. Maybe not always Final Fantasy VI, but like maybe always a Final Fantasy. But since I don't have anything else prepared, like I think doing a playthrough of Final Fantasy VI would be fine. One thing I wanted to do a little bit differently, instead of just playing through Final Fantasy VI, would be like try to do a playthrough where I'm like talking more about the game and like kind of teaching you how to, like, just walking through a speedrun of Final Fantasy VI, particularly glitchless any percent. Would that be fine? Zoe, you just have written down there, do whatever you want, play whatever you want, have fun. And then my son's like, is that okay? You're already off to a good start, Zoe. Asking for permission. And this sucks too, because I tried to get, I had to read, I did a bunch of stuff in OBS yesterday to try to get my capture card to play nicely. So I changed a bunch of my capture card settings, and I couldn't get it to work nicely. So I had to spend some time a bit today undoing that stuff I did last night to get it back to, okay, if I'm playing Final Fantasy VI, I'm just gonna play it off the Retrotink, not the OSSC. Let me reset that up, which is a bit unfortunate because I spent a lot of time yesterday to try to get it to work, and then my capture card just hates me. Yeah. 6 is 6. I can say 6, fine. But sometimes when I say 6, it comes up as a different word. This particularly came up when I played Signalis, and Signalis references something called the Rule of 6. Not a spoiler or anything. And so every time I brought up Rule of 6, it would be the Rule of Sex. And I was like, that's not what I said, closed caption. Stop putting words in my mouth. Yeah, I mean, voice, like, whenever you have text to, or speech to text, it's always a little finicky. And if, I think I've talked about this in the past, how before I debuted as a VTuber, I was thinking about, like, doing a speech to text to speech thing. So like a, you know, synthesized voice. I'm speaking into a microphone, it's turning it to text, and that text is then turning it into synthesized voice. Because I don't particularly love my voice, blah blah blah. So I was like, and I got something to work. I actually got something I was pretty happy with. It would have been a vocal bank used in Civo AI, which is the short version. It's just like Vocaloid. AI is not stands for artificial intelligence. Civo AI is just what the tool is called. But the problem is dealing with stuff like that, right? dealing with stuff where it's like it's not capturing what I'm saying 100% properly. It decides to change words around, like I say 6 and it's picking up as sex. Yeah. I picked up, yeah, there's not many English voice banks for it is the problem. And it's a bit expensive, so I had to kind of commit to it. But I got something to play to work nicely. It's just I decided against it. So if anybody wants like to do speech to text to speech thing and use is it Civo or Civio? I don't know how to properly pronounce it. They have a library that they make available, so you can particularly use that in like C# to send text to it, and it will just read off speech. So I made a little program that would detect my voice, turn it to text, send it off to Civio. You hear it pronounced Chivio in JP? I see. Alright, let me, so how am I gonna do this? Do I just do a playthrough and I just talk more about what I'm doing? I mean, I guess I could just do that. I guess the downside, if I'm playing on my actual Super Nintendo, like, I can't do any, like, save states and stuff like that. I mean, technically I could, but save stating is weird on if you're using, like, a SD to SNES, and it kind of messes with a lot of things. I could just like see how it works on the Mister and then use save states on the Mister if I want to like show something off multiple times. I don't actually own the Pixel Remaster version. Mister doesn't have saves for the SNES. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Well, I guess that's off the table. That's kind of surprising. I just assumed it would have. I don't think I ever looked. So if I did want to do save states, then it would probably just have to be like SNEX, NetX. It varies on who does the core. Yeah. I just kind of I assumed it would just be there because I mean it's on any SNES emulator, so I kind of just expected it. You don't know where the main SNES core dev is these days since it was in Ukraine. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's gotta be rough for him. So maybe we'll just play it. Maybe I'll just do a playthrough on Super Nintendo and like I'll just pause and talk occasionally, which of course is gonna make the time. It means I'm not really speedrunning because I'm pausing and talking a lot. I'll just do that. But do the PS1 or GBA cores have save states? Well, the GBA version of FF6 is quite different. I guess it's not quite different. There are a couple things fixed. Some of the glitches are fixed from the Super Nintendo version. The main things that are different that would really mess with a glitchless speedrun would be magic evasion is fixed. So magic evasion doesn't block everything. And the step route is like seed manipulation for the step route is like just not, as far as I'm aware, just not possible. You can't just do a bunch of resets and know what seed you're on, and that's pretty important to be able to step route properly. And you just have to roll with what you get, as far as I'm aware, in the GBA version. The PS1 version is identical, though. With the main exception of load times suck. Load times suck a lot in the PS1 version. Okay, save state exists in both PS1 and GBA. And in fact, the PS1 version is so, like, when I say exactly the same, it really is exactly the same. There's a glitch hunter in Japan by the name of, Eddie, who, he doesn't speedrun. He primarily finds glitches, and he tends to do other challenges with FF6, particularly like a low step count challenge runs. But he finds a lot of glitches and then shares them, or posts them on Twitter, and then, you know, the FF6 community finds them and then figures out, you know, what he's doing. But he uses the PS1 version, and everything that he does on the PS1 version, like no one would speedrun the PS1 version because, again, the load times are just that bad. But everything he does is reproducible on the Super Nintendo. It's just for awareness. It's not a percentage. 256 is 100, or sorry, not 256. 128 is 100%. So you need more than 100 if you want a perfect block. Yeah. So if you're wondering, it's like when it says he's has over 100, how is he still getting hit? You need 128. 128 would be a perfect block for things that are blockable, not everything else. You also just have things that you can't block, so there's that too. Anyway, let me I already had my Super Nintendo's on. Let me. Yeah, my Super Nintendo's on. Do you want to see? what it's on? Here, let me also change this. I need to. Okay, I have to fix something. 1 second. Transform, copy, transform. Paste, transform. Paste, transform. There you go. Yeah, here's what we're looking at. Here's my Super Nintendo. So I use this, one of the SNES test things to do my cropping and stuff like that. Kojini, thank you for the stretch hydrate. Again, give me 1 second. 1 second. I need to... change a thing. Also, Zoe, make Toho go away. I am so not prepared. Whenever like things are just like really messy, I always get a little stressed out. It's like, dang. It shouldn't matter though. No one cares, Zoe. No one cares. Okay. Final Fantasy 6 speedrun walkthrough. And we're going to grab my controller. We're going to move down here. And... I guess I have to change the category too. All right. Good screen, Zoe. No, I need to... Alright, so... Oh, don't you flicker on me. If the screen starts to flicker, if my capture card starts to flicker, I'm gonna scream. Because that might be... Maybe the problem with my capture card is that it's just going bad. Okay, so... So I have this save file prepped. Kick the wires to punish the capture card. I technically already did that. Okay, let me... Tools, settings, Dockers, layers. How do I do this? How do we want to do this? I guess I probably need to get my notes up. Is FF6, right? Yes. Yes, okay. Cool. You can go away. What's a good capture card brand? Should you dip? Have you beaten? Where are you at? I guess you probably haven't beaten the game yet. I'll be starting from the start. Okay. I guess, yeah, I mean, this is the save file I have prepped, but all I do, which I guess maybe spoils some things, the characters that are currently in my party, and, I mean, you already have the airship. That's the only thing you're gonna see for the next... It's gonna be like 4 hours before I get to the World of Ruin again. Okay. So we're gonna talk about the seed manipulation. I already have this seed prepped and ready to go, just because it's easy for me. But there's stuff that and if anybody wants like notes to follow along, ff6speedruns.com, and then there's a notes section. So like anything I'm saying is you can basically find on there. But for when I say seed manipulation, that's for the step route generally. There is a particular seed that we want to start our game on. That is out of 250, 0 through 255. We want seed 244. Now the question is, well, if you're playing on a Super Nintendo, how do you know what seed you're on? How do you know when you're on seed 244 other than just start playing the game and be like, oh, I guess this is seed 244 because I get into the right encounters? So to figure out what seed you're currently on, and what does the seed do? The seed you're on determines what and when you get encounters. So how many steps you get into encounters and where those encounters happen. And what formations are going to be in those encounters. And to determine that, you turn on your game, you load a file, ideally one that is already started, and you walk around. I know this one's already on 230 just because the way I have my SD to SNES set up. But if it was like a Super Nintendo where I can't like, you know, create save states and stuff like that. That was 60 steps, by the way. Right? That was 60 steps. Was anybody counting? Did I count properly? Let me do this again. Let me make sure that this is actually seed 230 and it didn't get messed up. Yeah, I mean, we're specifically going to be doing glitchless, because yeah, there is new stuff for no sketch. I don't have the detailed knowledge to be able to explain that to other people, other than just, yeah, FF6 does funny stuff with timers. That was 12, right? Am I not counting properly? Oh, that's right, it's not 12, it's 16. That's 15. Never mind, that's the problem. Yeah, so anyway, we get into encounter after 60 steps. You can generally do the walking around anywhere. The steps, you want to be in a place that has like normal threat encounter and doesn't have any tiles that don't generate threat. The easiest place to do it, that's earliest on in the game, is just the Veld, because there aren't any. Most places in the Veld are fine to walk around in. The overworld does have some tiles that don't generate threat, and I'll actually talk about that when I encounter them. But if you are like outside the Serpent Trench Cave in the Veld, you can just walk around there. If you look at ff6speedruns.com, that's generally what they point you to. And there's like a spot that's like 15 steps wide, that you can use for reference. I just happen to use this spot because that just happens to be the spot I use. But any spot works as long as it is normal threat rate, which I guess you wouldn't know if a spot wasn't, and it doesn't have any special tiles. Anyway, I'm gonna reset the game, right? So I start up on seed 230. I walk around. The walking around is not important, but I just walk around to show you that I get into an encounter after 60 steps, which tells me personally that, yes, this is the right seed. If you didn't have something prepped, there's a spreadsheet that you can use. You can find it at ff6speedruns.com, where you load up a save, you walk around, you count the number of steps, you record that, you reset, you do the same thing. You do that 3 times. So you show it, I've loaded a save 3 times, resetted it, and here's like, it took like 25 steps, 13 steps, and 30 steps, right? And you record that, you write that down on the spreadsheet, and then the spreadsheet will tell you what seed you're currently on, and then how many resets it takes to get to seed 240. Resetting the game and loading a save file, and resetting the game from the save menu, like the loading screen menu, adjusts the seed a certain amount. If you load the save file, it pushes it ahead 14. If you reset on the save screen, or on the the select a file screen, it moves it ahead 13. So it will tell you, hey, to get to seed 244, you have to do like 15 resets after you've loaded the save, and maybe like 2 resets on the select a file screen. And then once you're on, so I'm on seed 244 right now. Let this intro play out. Do not hit A to go into to select a save file, right? Let this play out. Normally, when you hit new game, it wants to play this intro for you. New game, or once we hit new game, that's when the timer starts, right? It's a speedrun. As soon as I hit new game, the timer starts. The timer ends on the last hit of Kefka, when the screen flashes. Digi, thank you for 14 months. Thank you. Huh. Oh, what? That wasn't there? Oh, okay. It's weird sometimes Twitch just does that, where you're like in the middle of a stream and then like the subscribe button is like, oh, by the way, you can hit this button now. There's been a bunch of times where I've done that. Z-Card Driver asked earlier, what's the best capture card brand? If anybody actually has recommendations, I'm open for them. The one I currently have right now is StarTech. Which is, that's a StarTech USB 3 HD capture card. It just worked fine for me. I am going to be in the market probably for a new capture card. Mine currently is an external capture card, and I wonder if I just use it'd be better if I just got an internal capture card. But I've had this thing for like 6 or 7 years. I've had it for a while. Okay. So you have to watch up to this point. At this point, you can hit A, because this is just like the credit roll scene. Okay. Of course, we want to hit new game. And that's when the timer starts. Well, let's just pretend we're starting the timer now. The timer starts now, sorry. The first thing you want to do is you go into, like, the first thing you have to do. Oh, I'm using the wrong controller. I need to use my turbo controller. By the way, turbo controllers are like allowed. Even if they weren't allowed, I wouldn't care and would use one anyway, because I don't care. I care more about my hands. There is a lot of text mashing. I have a ASCII Super Nintendo controller. That's for Super Nintendo stuff. That's generally as far as I'm aware, the recommended thing. If you're playing on an emulator, you know, use whatever then. Okay. You don't need hands if you mash with your feet. There you go. So we want to set the battle speed to 6. That is slow. We want to set the message speed to 1. That is fast. Optional. Some people like, and I should learn to do with the short menu, the command menu. It doesn't particularly matter. I happen to just be comfortable with window. I should just get comfortable with short because I think it's I think technically more optimal. But the main thing is go in cursor and set memory. Why setting battle speed to slow? Yes. So the battle speed setting to slow only affects the ATB of enemies. It does not affect your ATB. So it is effectively a difficulty slider. Setting it to very fast means things get to move fast. Setting it to slow means other things get to move slow. It does not change your ATB. I also set it to the battle mode to wait, which is by default. What's interesting is in the Japanese community, they tend to play on battle speed 1 active. Just because that's like kind of part of their thing. Not that it's because it's faster, but that's just kind of like their accepted rule set. That is difficult. And it's actually more difficult in the US version because of how the menus are laid out in the English translation versus the Japanese original. Largely, you can do like other than that, there's not too many differences. There's basically no major differences between the US and Japanese versions, apart from like, you know, text boxes, of course, tend to play a little bit faster in the Japanese version because less number of characters. The only other thing I can think of off the top of my head is, I'll show you right here. Anyway, you want to get into this first encounter, you just walk up. You want to start running away. Oh, that's good. The one thing that's different is the item menus in the Japanese version it's like a two tile wide or 2 item wide thing. So there's you have 2 columns of items, whereas in the US version we only get 1 column of items. So it's much faster to navigate around the items in the Japanese version, which makes playing on active a little bit easier. Anyway, you go over to this mystery character. You are going to Bioblast. And then I already fucked it up. I can't talk and play the game. Oh my god. I'm gonna do this. Because we haven't done anything yet. I think I forgot that the thing was a preempt. I have to load this. And we do this. I don't have to actually walk around. That was just for show. And we're just going to start a new game here. Technically, the timer would start now, and you should do the thing I mentioned earlier where let this intro scene play out, but this is not a real speedrun. This is me talking for forever. So, important thing to note about runaways and preempts, and how that just messed me up because I wasn't really paying attention. Running away, there is a hidden bar that fills up when you're running away. Every character has like a unique stat, that it's like the runaway stat. It affects how quickly that gauge builds up. Basically, think of it as you're rolling a die, and different characters have different number of dice. So the more dice you have, the faster you're gonna, generally it's gonna take to build up, and like every time like the game checks, it basically rolls a die and fills up the meter that much. However, in a preemptive attack, the meter's already full. So the moment that the second you can run away, it's gonna happen, assuming it's an encounter that you can actually run away from. Can't equip auto crossbows and armor in the US version. You actually can, Iris, but you do have to sketch glitch it in. That is in reference to, so I mentioned the item slots in the Japanese version taking up, you get 2 columns of them, and that makes accessible the 256th item slot. For whatever reason, when you put an item in that item slot, when you go to optimize, weird stuff happens, and it optimizes items into slots that you normally can't equip something in. So you equip the drill to your hat, and you can auto crossbows to armors, and there's a bunch of weird stuff happens that you put when you put something into a slot that it's not supposed to be in. Sometimes it's just, yeah, equip a bunch of Magus hats, and you get a ton of extra magic. But when you equip a tool, something that's not equipable, like you equip the drill as a hat, it gives you like a ton of armor for some reason. But that item slot is not available in the US version, except if you're using the sketch glitch. So you can access that item slot through the use of the sketch glitch. Anyway, so we go down here, we do what we were doing again. We went to memory. That's the only thing, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so running away. We want to hold run away while we're doing this. Once Tara's thing comes up, you switch over to her, you bioblast. You wait until she starts casting and then continue running away. So while that super long animation is happening, Wedge and Vic's runaway meter is building up. And Tara can't run away because, you know, she doesn't have full ATB. Walk around this tile to avoid an encounter. Yes, you do need the 1.0 cart and realm to do the sketch glitch. In this encounter, you kill 2 of the guys. So you kill the left guard and the robo on the lobo on the right. And then bioblast the dude on the right. And while that's happening, just hold run away. And Wedge and Vix run away. So as you can maybe imagine why we're doing this, experience points is distributed amongst the party. When there's only one party member, they get more XP. So spoilers, Wedge and Vix aren't going to be around in the party for much longer. So putting XP onto them is completely useless. I have to do this. So we got to preempt. We have to kill the first 2 guys because they have a can't run flag on them. I don't know why I waited there. I should have just queued up the bioblast. I guess it doesn't matter. We're preempt. So we do the same thing. We bioblast. We hold run away. The animation for bioblast is long enough for Vix to catch up, so you don't have to worry about them not getting a turn. You can only run away when it is like you can actually take an action. Yes, Wedge and Vix, or Biggs, are, you know, named after Star Wars characters. It is a Star Wars reference. Okay. So I really like the first boss in the speedrun, because it teaches you some pretty core tech of Final Fantasy VI speedruns. And that is weight tricking and counter canceling. Weight tricking is just kind of exclusive to using the battle mode wait, where you are doing an action and then going into a menu in battle to wait out the animation so that that particular character who's taking that action and using a really long animation basically gets more actions available to them, and it pauses ATB for everybody else, so that you're able to feed more turns to the enemy, or to the person you want it to. We have some dialogue here, and whenever you have a battle that has dialogue at the start like this, there's a fixed ATB that the enemy is going to start at. Knowing that the shell in this case starts at a particular ATB value, normally it's somewhat randomized, we can script out this fight. Generally, it kind of depends on... actually, no, wait. Ignore what I'm saying. I'm mixing this up with a later fight. Ignore what I just said about ATB being at 0. The ATB in this fight is somewhat randomized. So depending on how early the Welt gets a turn here, we have to do slightly different stuff. In general, we're gonna use Tech Missile to kill him and then wait trick. Don't attack the shell. We're gonna attack the shell. So we want Terra here to get her turn. We're gonna attack the head. So I went into a sub menu while that animation was happening, to pause the ATB for everybody else. Doesn't really matter what you do, you generally want to heal. You're just gonna wait out Terra to get another turn. Don't want to take any other actions. Hold A. We do another wait trick. And ideally, it kind of depends on ATB, but at this point, we're gonna attack the shell to get it to counterattack. And there's an interesting property when an enemy wants to take a turn and it counterattacks. Yeah, we didn't get it. It's probably because I was doing so much talking, but it is somewhat not 100% in your control. Here, we're gonna do this. So this takes like an extra 30 seconds or something. Ideally, what would have happened, it wouldn't have gotten that turn, and we would have gotten a third tech missile off before it went into its shell, just killing it before it ever does. But if Terra has really slow ATB at the start, and kind of depending on what Wedge or Welk does, like, it can kind of mess things up a bit. Generally, just doing weight tricking, as I did, works. There's probably like some things that I forgot about in certain situations. Like if Terra gets slimed, that's generally what you don't want. You have to like counter cancel, like you have to kind of eyeball when you counter cancel it instead of doing it after the second tech missile. Yeah, we did not get the quick kill, but it's fine. It's only like 30 seconds. So now we got a bunch of cutscenes. I guess it would have been nice if I played on like an emulator, because I could just fast forward through this stuff, because there's nothing going on here. Here we turn on auto and then do nothing for a bit. was really cool to see Magitech armor. Oh, actually, yeah, we do have to do stuff. We have to name Terra. If you've watched any speedrun of an RPG before, you've probably seen that shortening names of characters to one character, like shortening Terra's name to only a single character, so to just T, is faster. And that is true here too. So we just name her T. Actually, I should have I mean, this not really being a real speedrun, it doesn't matter. It saves about a minute over the course of the run to shorten everybody's characters' names to a single letter. There are 2 characters where you don't bother doing that with, but everybody else, you do that with. And the 2 characters you don't do that with are just you get them late enough into the run where it's like, and their names barely ever get said, so you just don't bother. You just don't bother with it. I know I'm on step route, and I'm on C244 because I didn't get an encounter before Welk, and I'm going to get into an encounter right here. We want to get Terra up to level 6 before we go to the next section, where we have our first of several multi-party battle scenarios. And so you just go through here. You're going to get a couple of encounters. You're going to just cast fire on them. There's nothing else really special. The only thing I guess that's kind of nice to mention is you don't need turbo on when you're doing battle stuff. Holding down the A button is sufficient to advance dialogue. Only when you're in battle. Only when you're in battle. Outside of battle, you have to mash or use turbo. So to advance the text at the end here, I'm just holding A. You can pick that sleeping bag up in the bottom left there. It is okay. Because you do have to take a couple extra steps here to get your last encounter and to get to level 6. Getting to level 6 is particularly important. Why is it important, Zoe? Well, I'll tell you. Thank you for asking, Zoe. When a character joins your party, they join at the average level of all the characters across your party, plus some sort of modifier, or minus a modifier in some cases. So we get Terra to level 6. We're going to get Locke to join our party. Locke's level is going to be the average party level, so the average of 6 is 6. A +1. So he's going to join at level 7. And then the next character to join our party is going to be Edgar. And he's going to join at the average. And I think it's also +1, but I think the average is... I think he joins at 8 because the average is bumped up. It's like 6.5, but it gets raised to the next integer. It is random which soldier Terror attacks, so optimally she would attack the top right one because it takes the least amount of frames to walk over there. There's nothing you can reasonably do to control it, and it's only a couple of frames. So, but it's something that I need something to talk about, so I'm bringing it up right now because I just have turbo going. This was your first FF game and a great way to get into the series. Yeah, this was the first one I have memories playing. I know I had played Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy 2. Don't really have memories of playing it. This is the one I have memories playing. I need... Yep, we still have the turbo going. So again... does anybody want to be lock? Okay. Why am I looking off of OBS and selecting the things off there? I played this after 7 and PS1 and became a real snob about how much better than it was than 7. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a war between 6 and 7. That you do see a bit. Then I think it's like a lot of people's first Final Fantasy game was 7. So if you had played something else before it and you probably really liked 6 and then you played 7, it's like, well, they're talking about how good 7 is, but 6 is really good. I think all Final Fantasies are great. Alright, so nothing really to know here other than in a second we're gonna get a dialogue to be like, hey, yes or no. If you hold down while you're mashing, it will select down the second option. Right, so I'm just holding down there while mashing through A, or I have turbo going. Press Y to get the second party going. This one has Mog in it. You can walk past these guys. If you walk just as they are walking. I forgot. I can't do this while talking. Oh my god. This is so hard. If I ever like put out a video, I am like doing a run through where I'm not talking and then I'm gonna talk over it. This doesn't matter getting into... Actually, it does kind of matter. It doesn't matter that much. Oh my god, I messed up again. Don't do what I just did. It's... Yeah, getting into encounters is gonna throw off the step route for the first 40 minutes or so. It'll get reset. So it's fine. It's fine. Talk to this guy. Hold A while doing it. Do a can't run buffer here. Oh, that's the wrong one, yeah. You want to steal Mog's equipment here. Yeah, you can do that. That's really the important thing. I could have done that a little bit better, but it doesn't matter that much. What does the run buffer do at the beginning of the fight? It allows a little bit more time to... so the marshal can do net, which casts stop. And sometimes he's going to do it on Mog. And doing the can't run pushes his action back a little bit. And it generally means you can get Mog's turn first before that net happens. It's not 100% thing. Stretch hydrate, thank you. Alright. I should take a glance at my notes to make sure that I don't forget something, like how to do the walking around. So I mentioned that getting into the encounters is going to throw off the step route a little bit. The main thing it changes is the encounters are still going to happen at roughly the same spots, but the formations get pushed back. So normally this would just be a single leafer, but I am 2 encounters ahead than I quote-unquote should be. but I still get into the encounters on the same tile, just what they are different. And that's particularly going to be obnoxious for the Mount Colt section because you do a little bit of XP farming there. Also, the encounters we get are kind of mapped out in a way that are very easy to run from when we want to run. Every encounter has some formations are harder to run from than others. Generally, the least number of things. If you have an formation with only one thing in it, it's easy to run from. Generally, the more things there are, the generally harder it's gonna be to run from it. But you could also just get lucky. Anybody want to be Edgar? If not, he's getting named E. Thank you for the stretch hydrate. Baxter. Anybody who wants to be named something. Fong, do you want to be the next one? Do you want to be Sabin? Sabin gets named in a little bit. Sabin is very strong. I would take everybody's right now, but I will definitely forget. So I'll ask as we're about to come up with them. Sabin is getting named in a couple minutes, like a minute. So the most important voice is Ultros, who you voice as Meowth. Oh, that's funny. Alright, so we go over here. There's just a bunch of story triggers that you have to do in this section, so there's nothing really to talk about. Other than you'd go talk to Edgar, you'd go talk to this person to name Sabin, and then you go back to talk to Edgar. Yeah, you are required to plot. The start of Final Fantasy VI is a little slow. Alright, so Feng. Characters' names are limited to 6 characters, by the way. Sabin is very important. There are 14 characters in Final Fantasy VI. We named most of them. Like in a marathon setting, you would name most of them. You don't use most of them. Locke is great throughout the most of World of Balance. Physical combat. What do you, Alex Trazia? Are you saying that punching things a lot is physical? I don't know. It sounds like a magic spell to me. So it's there are several of Sabin's. So every character, if you're unfamiliar with Final Fantasy VI, every character has. There's nothing going on here other than cutscene. You can save. You can do something funny and get these 2 soldiers to stare longingly at each other and save 2 whole frames. Let's do it. No. So if you talk to, you notice how they're staring at each other while I was talking to this the guy on the right. If you advance the text box and then talk to Kefka with only a single frame in between it, the soldiers continue to just look at each other. and it's funny because they're looking at each other during this cutscene. Anyway, it saves if you can. You can do it for each text box. It basically just means you're mashing perfectly between stuff. Even if you're using turbo, it's not like turbo can only mash so fast. But generally, just go with turbo. Oh yeah, we have to go this way. Yeah, just more plot advancing. You can beat Locke. You can kind of race him a little bit, but generally just follow him and don't take extra steps. You can take extra steps around here, it doesn't matter. The step count is not... It's not a step count, really. It's a threat count. So the only time steps matter are areas that you can actually get into combat. So taking like extra steps around here doesn't actually do anything. So don't worry about it. It's not like Final Fantasy IV. In Final Fantasy IV, your steps everywhere matter. In Final Fantasy V, they only matter like in Final Fantasy VI. Only in areas where you can get combat. However, there's other tech in Final Fantasy V that makes Final Fantasy V is probably the hardest one to learn, because it's much more difficult to get back on track if you make a misstep. But there are ways to do it if you depending on where you are and if you know the tech. Anyway, more plot, nothing to talk about. Don't talk to Kefka, just go up here. Talk to this guy. Yeah, I should make sure to not take too long to explain stuff, because I am on a timer in the sense that I don't want to be doing this for 7 hours. There'll be a couple of things that I'll like try to stop to explain, but generally, especially early on, a lot of the fights are pretty straightforward. So here we're gonna have the Magitech armor fight. You just auto crossbow twice with Edgar. Bumping up Terra's level again raised the average party level up to quite high. So Edgar's auto crossbow does a ton of damage at the moment, and just abuse it. And there's cute little tech to do here. So you can wait trick with Locke. You can like do item menuing stuff, it doesn't really matter. You want to steal a potion or a tonic, just because healing is nice. Do not cast magic. Do not cast magic. It's very important. Do not cast magic unless you want to be funny. Oh, over 6 hours? No, it's sub 5. My time is under 5:30. 5:30 is a pretty solid time. But yeah, Final Fantasy VI, any percent glitchless is it's a high 4 hours 50 something. That's like a 4:58 or something like that. But it is under 5 hours. So actually it might be a little faster than that. You can go to speedrun.com. I don't remember things very well. But under 5 hours is extremely fast. And it will be something that I'll never do because there's a lot of silly things that you have to, silly risks that you have to take where it's like, well, I'm gonna do this and it saves me like 10 seconds, but if it doesn't work, I just die and just lose a ton of time or the run's over. Go up here a whole day. we're gonna get into a counter right here. We're gonna get some free XP here by just auto crossbowing things. These aren't the normal encounters you would get here, so it's gonna be a little bit weird because I accidentally got into extra encounters in the Save Sarah Atera scenario. There is a tile there that is considered an event tile, and you don't generate threat on it. Do things like giving Gao the Merit Award, a pair of Kazakiri, and Stray Cat Rage count as glitches? I'm trying to remember the official listing of glitches, which we largely just take from the Japanese. I don't like the term glitchless because FF6 is not... You can't play FF6 glitchless. There are glitches that you can't avoid. The Japanese generally use the term bug limit when referring to the speedrun. There are certain times... I'm going to take a very specific path here. Just mimic what I do. For whatever reason, there are tiles on the overworld, particularly where there's diagonal grass, the light grass meeting with the dark grass in a diagonal pattern. So the tile I'm standing on right now is a tile that doesn't count as a step, quote unquote. It doesn't advance the threat. So you take that path, is the gist of it. Go here, get 3 sprint shoes, if I can remember where they are. Go in here. You don't have to put everybody in the back row, but it's safer. So if you're, depending on how much risk you want to take, you can put them in the back row. It takes a little bit extra time. Or you can do it later, and it saves a little bit of time. But if you get unlucky with Terra getting beat up, then you lose time, because then you have to take care of Terra. You get on the chocobo just to go up here. Let's see what encounters I get into. Alright, we run away from these dudes. Generally, if you're not on step route, or you're not doing step route for some reason, generally you want to run away from brawlers, because they're not worth the time it takes. You would want to take these encounters, but I'm gonna still just run away. But if I was on step, I wouldn't have gotten into this encounter. There's a secret over here. It's an Atlas armlet. I'm gonna put it on right now. If I had played this game like sometime within the past year, I'd be better at these menus. Bug limit, otherwise known as BL. Boy, do you love your FF6 BL. Hey, wait a second. Alright, there's an encounter here. Let's see what it is. Oh, this is actually good. I got... Oh yeah, because we advanced it by 2. Oh, that's actually... Oh, you're so smart. So I'm just gonna pretend like I'm on step route. This encounter has a lot of enemies in it. It's worth a lot of XP. We also got a side attack, which is effectively a preemptive. We get turns and they don't. We want to use auto crossbow. We want to cast fire, and then we want to run away with lock. Because we need a little bit more XP on Terra and Edgar than on Locke. We need to do that on one of these fights. We're gonna get into an encounter here, so we're gonna actually miss the other really good encounter. If we made it to the next room, then this would have been good. We're gonna get the triple Cypress encounter, aren't we? Which means it's gonna show up again in the Velt. Yeah. How about I just take this? See, the main reason Seed 244 is chosen is for the Velt. Normally, you wouldn't get this encounter. It would have been another 4 triple Cypress plus 1 Mammoth encounter. You'd kill it. But the main reason C244 is chosen is because it just works out beautifully for the Velt. Oh, right. I have to do some menuing, don't I? We have to move stuff from Edgar to Locke, right? Another small detail, which I kind of forgot about until right now, is when a battle ends, you don't want to have any, like, menus up or anything like that. So, like, doing some sort of action, queuing up a fight is great because, one, sometimes auto crossbow doesn't kill. And 2, like, it saves a very small amount of time. I used to know the number and I forgot. It's pretty significant if you do it. That's a couple of frames each time. Are there other seeds people play? Is 244 pretty definitive? That's a great question. In the Japanese speedruns, they don't. So it's pretty common in JRTA runs to not start on game start, but instead on power on. So because they start on power on, they don't do the watch the cutscene at the start. Also, for whatever reason, the Japanese version of FF6 doesn't have the really long, like, title screen load up. They very quickly get to load into the select a file screen. So that makes, like, resetting on in JP, like, really fast. So they can like work in resets in spots that would be slower to, like, save and reset in the US version. So yeah, auto crossbow, cast fire on the Tusker, then attack if you need to on Locke. That might be enough. 8, 9, 10, right? Yeah, 8, 9, 10, cool. So taking that extra Cypress fight was fine. And then we just run away here. Oh, that's interesting. That's a really good encounter that you would want to take, but we're already at the designated levels. Okay. And again, the encounters would be a little bit different if I didn't mess up. So pretend like I hadn't messed up, but I'll fix it in like 10 minutes. Generally you should have done this earlier. If you're playing it safe, want to heal up. Don't use too much mana on Terra though. The other annoying thing that can really happen, and it's nice that it didn't, is you can get poisoned, which means that you just have to go into the menu to cast antidote on stuff. Am I going to be able to explain this and do this at the same time? There's some stuff that I'm going to try to be doing, and I'm going to not do a great job explaining it. There's going to be weight tricking that you want to do. Oh, I forgot to put Locke into the... Yeah, this is why putting everybody in the back row is a little slower. You want Locke to be in the front row, and I kind of forgot, so I have to do that right now. So depending on when Vargas gets his turn, kind of changes the way you want to do things after you kill the stuff. This is fine. I think. If I do a wait trick here, I think things will work out. Because he took a Gale cut then. This should kill, I think. Yeah. We need to do 800 damage to him. The thing that I'm trying to set up for, and I kind of forget exactly how to do it, just because it's kind of by feel. You have to use Pummel on Vargas to end the fight. And you want to set it up in a way that either Vargas's ATB is so low that you can do it before the pummel happens, or he does the Doom Fist instantly while you're still waiting it up. So you got the instant Doom Fist, which is good. Which means, like, as I'm inputting the pummel is when the Doom Fist text box happens, saving some time. What you don't want is, as you've queued up the pummel, then the Doom Fist happens, and you're just, like, waiting for the text box to go away. You didn't understand how blitzes worked and died here. That's not too surprising, to be quite honest. Like, if you didn't, like, look at the manual, I think it might be difficult to understand. They do tell you, eventually, like, how to cast pummel. But yeah, all you have to do is cast Pummel and the fight ends. That's... Vargas himself has like 11,000 HP. So like actually killing Vargas by getting his HP to run out is... It's not happening. But you trigger the sequences of events by doing 800 damage to him, and then once he's hit with Pummel. Alright. There's, again, gonna be more magic tiles that I'm walking over to reduce the amount of threat I'm getting as much as possible. If you're not on step route, you're not doing seed manipulation, you want to make sure that, or you got off step route, you want to make sure that if you get like into an encounter right here, like right before you go into the hideout, that you take a couple of extra steps. Don't come into here with like 0 threat. Just trust me on it. Also, something funny could happen, but it's probably not going to happen. But if it does, then I will be upset and then also laugh about it. That soldier over there walking around can get in the way. It's really, really rare that it happens, but it can happen. And what I mean by getting in the way, he gets in between the soldier that's leading you and you, preventing you from doing anything. You're put into a situation where things are soft locked. It's never happened to me, but it has happened to people before. So like, if you really needed to, in like a marathon safe setting, you would like technically save there, hopefully, so that it doesn't happen. It's really rare, and technically, like if you're playing optimally, then it doesn't happen. It has to do with like, there's a particular value that determines how NPCs move around. And so if you're playing optimally, then you'll always have it so that the values, quote unquote, you're dodging the bad value. You have to go talk to Locke, Edgar, Sabin, to do some story stuff. It's not optimal to pick this up right now, but I'm doing it because I don't care about being optimal right now. I will save 7 frames though. I will do that. So you go out here. So you have to... There's multiple decisions that you have. You can agree to Bannon, or you can say no. We say no to him 3 times, but first we say no to him once. Go over here. We get the Genji glove from this dude, which only happens if you've already said no to Bannon. And otherwise, that same soldier would give it to you in a cutscene, but it's a little bit faster to get it from him there. It is 7 frames saved. But otherwise, if you went up there first to get all the treasures, you would just go out here and say no to Bannon 3 times and lose 7 whole frames. So all you need to do here is just hold down and mash. Hold down and mash to get the no. Yeah, that was quote unquote new back in the day, and we, always made a joke. It was like, oh, 7 whole frames. It's like, you're still gonna get the Genji glove if you just let this cutscene play out. So if I just gone to Bannon and said no 3 times, there's gonna be a soldier here that comes out and says, here, I'm gonna help you out, and gives you the Genji glove then. But you either get the Genji glove, or the gauntlet. You get the Genji glove if you say no to Bannon, you get the gauntlet if you say yes. But we're also dodging a cutscene if we say yes. There's a cutscene that happens that they kind of are like, what do we do about Kefka? And then they have a thing where it's like, oh no, Kefka's coming. Hi, Demarine. Hi. Welcome in. I'm playing Final Fantasy VI and talking about it. Imagine that. Imagine me, Zoe Techie, playing Final Fantasy VI. How's your stream? Were you doing some Zelda 1 randomizer? Yeah, but I'm playing it and then talking about it at the same time, so I'm not even going fast. You see, I'm just sitting here, not doing anything. So we go up here and we save. We don't want to learn about save points. We already know about save points. But the first save point that you walk over has that little dialogue. Invent had a CD couldn't crack, so he sent it over to me. Were you able to crack it? But yeah, Demarine here is really good at a whole lot of randomizers. Yeah, you couldn't let the game beat me. Hell yeah. So in this, so other than saving here, we are going to do a save and reset, and actually we're going to do that twice. There's also a little bit of stuff that we do. So we give you the sprint shoes, we give Edgar the Genji glove and Atlas armlet. Well, he already had the Atlas armlet on, but he accidentally took it off. And then I don't think we do anything else. We just save, right? Oh, not optimal, but safe thing to do. Put people in the back row. Kitcheny, thank you for the stretch hydrate. Alright, so I reset once. I reset again, but not after loading. I reset on the file select screen. That's 2 resets. And then we load the save. And now when I thanks for the follow. When I what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm talking is what I'm doing. Once I load up the save, I'm gonna go to the bottom here. And I'm waiting to leave right now. So It's hard because I'm playing an actual Super Nintendo. I can't just like show you what I'm doing, but I am leaving the screen, exiting the screen when that soldier that's walking around has stepped onto like the carpet. Is generally the cue that you wanna use. It's not frame perfect by any means. You have a bit of a window. And what we're doing is setting up for Elite River. Elite River has 11 encounters on it. That 11 potential encounters on it, where only 2 of them are guaranteed. These first 2 that we're gonna get into are guaranteed. You can't dodge these. But the other 9, we're gonna go left. The other 9 encounters you can dodge. And it's entirely based on... Nice preempt. It's entirely based on an RNG value that is also used to determine how NPCs move around and advances when NPCs move around. We're doing this to give Edgar a little bit of XP. This will be important in, I don't know, like 2 hours. He gets up to level 11. So we're just gonna avoid a bunch of encounters. Whenever you see like the screen stop for like just like, I don't know, a couple of frames, that's the game checking to see, hey, do I need to give you an encounter or not? So we're avoiding 9 encounters here. Now you go left again. So you can save here if you want. It's optional, but you know I'm gonna do it just because if I die on Ultros, then it would be funny. I forgot to put Bannon in the front row. Actually, I forgot to put Edgar in the front row. That's the more important thing. You're supposed to have people in the front row here. Edgar not being in the front row is big. That could make the fight exciting. Bannon I don't care about. So normally this is a very scripted fight. We'll just wing it. We'll just wing it. I will have to front row Edgar. And Bannon too, but who cares about that? So normally, either you would already have Edgar in the front row because you never tossed him in the back row, or you would put him in the front row right before the fight. That's what I would do at this save point and not actually save. I don't care about Bannon. You have to keep him alive, but genuinely that's possible. Anyway, so genuinely you would attack. This is a scripted fight because Ultros has dialogue at the start, which means Ultros ATB starts at 0, which means if you do the same actions every single time, the same outcome will occur, and you do a couple of counter cancels to delay his nasty attacks. The thing that you're avoiding is Bannon actually dying. If it actually happens, it's fine. We did technically just save, and it didn't mess with anything. I can't... I'm gonna wait a little bit here. So like normally Edgar would take some turn. Like I don't know if this is gonna counter cancel. It might not. Nope, it didn't counter cancel. So Terra's gonna get hit. We could get a riot blade though. How fun would that be? Dang. Alright, now Edgar's gonna... Sabin's gonna get hit. It's fine. I'm just gonna do this. So normally you take... There's some things that you can do. I guess I got a little lucky in the sense that things still worked out. Like, I only took 1 extra turn from Edgar, so like things are fine. What you're what you're wanting to try to do generally is that first fire from Terra is done at a time where I talked a little bit about counter canceling at the start in the Welk fight, that I also messed that up because I haven't played this game in a while. I'm just messing up all the counter cancels. If an enemy counter attacks while they are trying to take a turn, it basically pushes back their turn a little bit. And you push back Ultros' turn so he doesn't do the tentacles, because the tentacles actually hurt. The counterattack doesn't hurt at all. He just throws ink at you. Is there any particular reason for doing Saban's section first? Yes, Demarine has the right answer. Smoke bombs is generally the longer answer. There's also because the step route says we do it that way. Anybody want to be Shadow? I forgot to ask ahead of time. But yeah, we do it for smoke bombs also because we would have to find an alternate seed that would have a nice Velt if we decided to go somebody else first. March, okay. Oh, Alex Trazian got it first. Okay. What about just Alex? Is that okay? You get Shadow a couple of times. But yes, if you're doing a not 100% run, you abandon Shadow in the floating continent. Take a step there. That step is important. That step down I did. You get into kind of right here. This is going to be a single beaker. Look at that. I'm magic. I know where the encounters are. And just run. And there's going to be another single beaker right here. When we did, even though I messed up the step route earlier, because we did a save and reset, which was built into the route, when you save and reset, like, that gives you the opportunity to fix things. Things basically are just reset to a value that they're always going to be at. Please explain what Gawk block means. I don't understand. I should remove that as a tag because it's alright. Gawk, I have a Gawk emote. And the reason I have a Gawk emote is because we just watched the clip earlier. I should just have a command that explains Gawk block. But this is a good time to ask because it's just cutscenes and I don't have anything else to talk about. Oh, there's Cyan stuff, but just use sword tech number 2 on Cyan. That's the only thing that's really happening. I was taking one of those quizzes that is supposed to tell you which dialect or part of the Oh my god, I'm just trying to explain things. Oh yeah, who wants to be Cyan? Where was I going with that? So I was taking a quiz that's asking you questions on what word you would use for this, or how would you say this? How would you pronounce this word? And it's then going to be oh, you're from this part of the US, right? March. And so there was a question asked, and I'll say what the question is first. So it's what do you call a traffic jam that is caused by an accident happening and people turn and slow down to look at the accident? What would you call that? And I think most people would, at least in the US, would say rubbernecking or rubberneck or something like that, right? Yeah, Ert's got it. So I was doing this quiz and it was multiple choice. We do this and give him the sprint shoes. One of the available answers was Gawk Block. Do sword tech number 2. And pray for black belt. Ah, hey, we got a black belt. You can also get a Phoenix Down there. Phoenix Down is the rare drop, and we don't want to. 7 out of 8 chance to get the black belt, which we just sell for money. So I was doing this quiz on stream, and I got to that point, and it was I could not stop laughing. I'd laughed for like 10 minutes, and I couldn't hold it together. So that's where Gawk Block comes. I think when I looked, because they, I think at the end of the quiz, they will tell you, like, basically what each answer is for. 0% of people put Gawk Block. Like, right, nobody, I think it's a word that they made up. Like, there's, like, one dude in some place, it's like super local term or something like that that didn't even show up on the map. The person who writes the quiz said it. That's probably true. Now you got to go to the part of the US that uses the term Gawk Block. No, what you do is just start saying Gawk Block. I've started saying Gawk Block. Every time I get into a traffic accident that's caused by someone rubbernecking, I'm like, oh dang, I'm getting Gawk Blocked. Yeah, we will be the change in the world that you want to see. We will replace rubbernecking with Gawk Block. So you just have to hold A. It's just attack. For the first 2 fights, just hold A. These fights end whenever Kefka gets out. Interesting details, Kefka is actually coded as a party member in these sections because to have a sprite like that to move around and stuff like that, he has to be a party member. So he's a party member, he has equipment, he has stats, just like a normal party member would. After 2 fights, so we go in here, we set this back up to 6, we empty, and then put that on, we do that. That's technically optional, if I remember right, but it's safer. Is there anything else I have to do? I don't think so. Alright. A little bit of luck that can happen here. We pummel here and hope for a Templar getting hit. Cool. This is the optimal fight. And I accidentally pressed down there. Oops. That's not how you do pummel. I think I was like deciding whether or not I wanted to do Aura Bolt or pummel. And you just want to pummel. This fight is actually, if you don't get a preempt, it can actually be a little scary in the sense that, like, if everybody beats up on Shadow, like, things can get a little awkward. And if, like, your blitzes don't hit the Templars on the first try, that can take a long time. There's, like, some backup stuff that you can do where you can throw stuff with Shadow. The incorrect blitz input was not the blitz you wanted to do. Yeah, that's not part of the speedrun. It's not manipulation or anything like that. Just press the right buttons. Don't be like me. I'm really bad at, like, trying to explain what I am doing as I am doing it. So this was just a horrible idea. I need somebody else to explain things for me while I'm playing this. That's why commentary, like couch commentary, exists for like GDQ. So I can't do things. I can't do things and talk about them at the same time. And be like, hello couch, can you please explain this bit so I can like actually press the right buttons? So notice how we put the sprint shoes on before because we need them right now. Though I think actually in this section, while the music is going fast, Sabin basically has sprint shoes on during that section with the king. I think that there's a couple of points where regardless of your sprint shoe status, the game like makes you run. But it's pretty infrequent. Alright, did I forget anything? I'm not going to be able to do the item management and talk at the same time, so I'm just going to... in this next section, I guess technically it doesn't start happening really until you get into the magic tech armor. The main thing that you're trying to do there is just organize your menus a little bit. Oh, Sabin, why aren't you in the front row? Sabin was supposed to be in the front row. Or technically, just don't put him in the back row ever. And then you'll be fine. Yeah, I think I put... When did I put him in the back row? I forgot. You generally don't want to have him in the back row ever. Because it's not useful. He's a big, strong boy. He'll be fine. But you need him to be in the front row to do enough damage to one-shot these things. Science being nice. What you're hoping for is not dispatch. I think it's just a 50-50 whether or not he decides to do dispatch or a normal attack. I mean, you're just hoping for the normal attack. Except on this, ideally we get... Here, we'll do this. And then pummel the cadet. Oh, right, it has to be Aurabolt, doesn't it? It has to be Aurabolt to kill the cadet. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That took an extra, like, 2 seconds. Anyway, yeah, you want to Aurabolt the cadet. Because it does more damage. It's a longer animation, which is why if something's gonna kill something, but in this section you use pummel. But yeah. I have my notes up and I'm not even really looking at them because I can't read something and talk about it at the same time. Also, I don't even think I have this stuff written down. Oh, I do have a thing about, yeah, Aurabolt Cadet. That says it right there. Anyway, in this section, there's item management that you want to do. You want to have things in a way so that all the things that you want to sell are kind of at the top. I want to use the Phoenix down in a bit, so I want that in an accessible spot. Why did I try to run? If you want to be cute, you can alternate which beams you decide to use. So one person using fire, ice, and bolt. It doesn't matter which one you use, though. And you can just continue to hold A. And if I can try to do some stuff here. I'm not very good. One thing that, like, I was just never very good at is the minor optimizations of item menu management. And if you're like ideally things are always set in the same way, so it's like one of those things you can kind of learn, but it can get thrown off a bit about like depending on what enemies drop. Oh, we just run. Yeah, I don't need to kill this guy. We just run. I was like, what do I do here? We just run. You just run through all of these if you can. Preamps are a 1 out of 8 chance. So if they happen, that's great. There's a 3-pack of ghosts coming up. And what you don't want is a pincer attack. Because if you get a pincer attack, you can't run until you open up one of the sides. So that burns through a lot of time. Hey Luex, hi, Happy New Year. Can you be the phantom party member on the train? Sure. I'm gonna not pick you up though. I should have this. Alright, steps in this spot are very important. If you make a misstep here, you're kind of boned. We will be burning a couple of extra steps in the second room though. But in general, we just want to run away from everything and hope that, you know, it doesn't take too long to run away. So at the end of this room, I'm gonna just walk around these guys. The end of this room, we burn steps, right? Because we want to get this still going encounter. Don't walk around the enemy, the ghosts too much, because if I got into the encounter any sooner, that would have been bad. Then we go. Zoe. Alright. Alright, well, good job, Zoe. You did the thing you said to not do, which was mess up the steps. You can run away from this, even though you're like quote-unquote getting ambushed. The only thing that changes is we're gonna get into an encounter before the falls, and it's gonna show up again in the Velt. So it's not like that bad, but it's a little slow. Yeah, just don't Wait, don't... I'm trying to like triple negative something. Just don't do what I did. Just don't press right. Can I blame my controller? Can I blame my controller on that? Yeah, there goes world record. It's okay. Just be more lucky. There's a lot of things. Part of the reason I don't think I'll ever go for like a really, really, really amazing time in Final Fantasy VI is there's a lot of things that are just left up to luck. Final Fantasy VI was always a game where it's like, yeah, people could get some really amazing times if you had someone wild enough to grind for it. And for a very long time, there just wasn't many people who would do that until, you know, kind of after I stopped playing this seriously. If these guys are in your way, you just have to wait for them to get out of the way. I think you take one extra step if I hadn't already. Yeah, very different from Final Fantasy V, which is very little RNG. There's a couple of things that will change time, but yeah, it's... Oh my god, Zoe. I think I might actually... Like, I haven't used this controller much for, like, speedruns. I didn't ever play with a turbo controller. I only ever picked this up, like, somewhat recently. I wonder if the D-pad on this thing just sucks. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Yeah. Blazes suck. They're actually really dangerous. This is the save point. You can go in there and save and it doesn't actually cost any steps. There's nothing we have to do. What's suplex X, Y, Dana? So, if you're in the marathon setting, you probably would want to save, because Evil 2 could make things really funny. Well, I wanted to suplex the train, but the game said no, okay? I can't suplex the train. Oh no. What's really funny was hoping what would happen is when Sabin gets confused and suplexes himself instead. That's the dream. Oh yeah, also Phoenix Down. It's an undead train. Phoenix Downs, if you're unfamiliar, brings something back to life when you cast a Phoenix Down or a couple other things on an undead enemy. It either does damage to it or just kills it. And it doesn't have a flag on it that like would make it avoid that. There's no like heavy flag in FF6 like in FF5 where things are immune to like instant death type things. Instead, things just have like various status immunities. I don't think so. Which is why Vanish Doom works on so much. Because if you can what Vanish Doom actually does, so this is a cutscene. Alright, so one of the glitches that is like actually a glitch, it's not just, oh well, you're just using you're exploiting an oversight in the game. I mean, yeah, it's an exploiting a bug in the game, which is what we call a glitch. Vanish is a spell that you can use that has the property of you avoid all physical attacks, but any magical attack, you are guaranteed to get hit with it. Oh, I need to do this, and then the counter is actually counting down here. Generally don't want to do that. What do we do here? We want to have the Imperial somewhere. Oh, we never took it off. Tent. We want to have the tonics and things down there. The black belt. Like, this is what I was talking about. Like, if you're really good at managing your inventory, like, you would have already probably had this done. What other things do we sell? Mithril shield, I have that on, so I don't sell it. Auto crossbow. Kung Fu suit, tincture, white grape tonic. I think something like that. That's good enough for me. Anyway, there's a counter that's counting down there. So like you have a little bit of time to do item inventory management there. I use way too much of it. Yeah, so because I took one extra step here, I get into this encounter a step before the falls, which means this encounter shows up again on the Veld, because that's just the way the Veld works. It's okay that March, you died. You don't need to be alive. It's fine. I'll get to the Vanished Doom in a second. Because if you're playing a glitchless run versus a what was used to be called no sketch, have we agreed on what it's called now? Basically just any % no credits warp, or sketch, which nobody runs anymore really. This is the first major difference. You would do something that allows you to skip the Retrotink section. And how this fight works is there's a boss at the end of this, and there's an internal counter that's ticking. When the game timer, in-battle timer, reaches like 70 seconds or whatever unit of time they use, when you clear out the piranhas, it will spawn the boss. Until then, you kill the piranhas and more just keep coming. And that is about one loop of the song and then a little bit extra. So here's the loop. The thing I look out for is like this crescendo that's about to happen. So that's my cue. Oh wait, that's actually bad. Oh, well, this is bad. We're gonna die here. Yeah, don't R bolt. I can't talk and play the game at the same time. I'm trying to think if there's a way out of this. We're spawning Retrotink here. The thing is, we have to. Sabin's turn just got used, and if he takes too many turns, he's just gonna El Nino, which is just going to kill me. Is there a way out of this? I don't think so. I'm trying to think. I don't think 2 dispatches is gonna kill him. Fuck, Zoe. Oh my god, you're so dead. I wonder if we're dead. I'm I'm probably going to die here, because he should take a turn now. Oh, we got lucky. Cool. He didn't down Lino. Anyway, we're fine, Zoe, we're fine. Usually I think it's a 2 out of 3 chance to El Nino on turn 2. It's just a attack that kills you. And that's all there is to it. What I was trying to talk about is you can skip the Retrotink fight by abusing a retort glitch. The short version of that was when something dies to a counterattack, it doesn't do certain checks. Retort is the counterattack ability. Basically you set it up in a way that Cyan finishes the fight with retort as a counterattack. And you set it up in a way so that Sabin's miss of I think it's Saban's miss of a suplex. Does it? Anybody who wants to be Gao. Anyway, we can't do that in glitchless, is what I'm trying to get at. Neo Zero, cool. Neo. Is that okay? God. Every time I'm making a mistake, I'm just gonna be like, why did I decide to do this? This was a horrible idea. Cause like talking is impossible. Anyway, we're at the Veld. We're gonna get slightly different encounters, because I fucked up, is the short version of it. But genuinely just run from stuff. Also heal stuff. Because you will die. These things do hit you. I think now is gonna be the crosshopper fight. Oh no, it's still this, okay. Yeah, the Grasshoppers is after I get a mobilize. So just kill them. This pincer attack will always be here. Well, technically it would be a little bit earlier. Anyway, it would be this encounter, but this encounter usually happens like a couple steps earlier. Yeah, you can't run from it. You just gotta kill them. So we go here, we sell a bunch of stuff, we buy the dried meat. Right? You know that. We sell everything, right? Sleeping bag, tent, not the dirk. Oh, I don't want to sell that. White cape, black belts, auto crossbow. And we buy the dried meat. So now we hope we get a, oh yeah, here's the Grasshopper. So normally you wouldn't get this encounter. It would be a single ghost and then a single bomb, or a single bomb and then a single ghost. But the Velt works in a way that if you've seen an encounter before, it wants to give it to you in the Velt. So if you see this triple Grasshopper formation, it's going to give it to you over other things. And to get Gao to show up, you have to end the fight normally. Gao also doesn't show up on back attacks, or pincers, or side attacks. Excuse you, please die. Cool, we're lucky. Awesome. Gao has a... Anybody remember? Is it 5 out of 8? I think it's a 5 out of 8 chance to show up. And sometimes he just doesn't. Ideally, he shows up the first time so you can just pretend that you don't have to do anything else. The highest I've gotten, I think, is 9 or 10 battles before Gao showed up. Also, small detail, this is a cutscene, but because it's in battle, we can hold the A button normally, and even without turbo, the A button is going to advance text, but really you should play with turbo and you don't have to worry about differences like that. Though I guess you do have to turn the turbo function on, so you don't need to turn the turbo function on here. But yeah, just watch the cutscene, it's like 90 seconds long. It's also a good cutscene. Yes, Gao. Hi, Shinobu. So we have lock scenario next. Heal, please. I'm healed actually. I'm good. I'm doing good. he's saying Gozaru in JP and Science, the one who speaks in the old-timey samurai dialect. Okay, okay. You can still hold A. Also Kappa. It's interesting that they called this guy Kappa, but every other time that they refer to this thing, it's imp. This is the imp status. But I mean, these are Kappas from, like, you know, Japanese mythology. So it's interesting that this got translated as Kappa, but everything else got translated as imp, and I'm kind of curious why. Maybe it's because he's a named dude. Okay, so we're gonna get into another encounter. Should be, yeah, it's the, oh right, it's the triple ghost. So normally it would be, oh wait, yeah, we're good. Normally it would just be a single ghost, but that crosshopper scenario messes with you. Again, don't make mistakes. Don't do what I did. I'm not gonna save. If this run dies because I got unlucky, that's not my fault. The same thing when you had to fight Ultros. Your status effect was imp, but clearly a Kappa. I mean, it's clearly a referencing Final Fantasy VI. I'd be really curious of what they would call that status in, if it's still called the imp status in the Japanese version, or if they, what is the imp status called in Japanese, like Japanese Final Fantasies, I guess is the short version. There's a couple of cute cutscenes that you can get here. Don't get them. How is bad luck not my fault? Well, just be frame perfect. Just go in here on the right frame and you'll have good luck. So what I'm saying, this section is, you're going to get into 4 encounters here. There's quote unquote nothing you can do about what the formations are going to be. It's not determined by the step route. It is entirely determined by the some value that changes rapidly, so that the frame that you enter here is probably what sets it. So just be lucky. Just run away. Unless you can't. Cool. Just be lucky, right? Just be lucky and get preempts. If I get 4 preempts, that's really lucky. If I get pincers, then I cry. If I die, then I say, well, the game hates me. We want to go right, then left. The only thing that's particularly important to note is if you get a single Angriform, then you want, which is the snake-looking thing, the eel-looking thing, you want to kill it. You don't want to run away from it. It is faster and safer to kill it. Safer because enemies tend to have, some enemies have different AI scripts if they are the quote-unquote last enemy remaining. If you go right, you get off step, because actually no, you don't think you can get into encounters there. It just takes extra time. Cyan is slow, by the way. Remember that thing that I said about different characters have different hidden values that determine how good they are at running away? Cyan is slow. He is not very good at running away. He is the worst party member at running away. I mean, not as slow as Bannon, but Bannon's not an actual party member. What? Did I say something fun? Does Angriform throw Aqua Breath when it's alone? Yes. Yes, it does. If it is not alone, it won't do Aqua Breath, but when it is alone, it can turn 1 Aqua Breath. So you just hit it with an Aura Bolt and it'll die. So we're good. Oh wait, we go in here, buy like 31 of these. And a Magus hat. That's the only thing I need. We're good. Oh, top of board. I was like looking at my notes to make sure I wasn't missing something important. Wait, did I? Right, yeah, never mind. There's a chance where if you mess up, actually, yeah, that only used to happen when I used to only buy 2 sprint shoes, so it was really important for me to unequip cyan sprint shoes here. But now I buy 3 sprint shoes, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. You can skip this whole section, but this is glitchless, so we can't. Yeah, just sprint shoes and then optimize. And you're in the front row, which normally you wouldn't have to worry about. I really need to go through my like notes again and like make things a lot better. And like gives me a chance to like kind of reroute things. Here's another RNG section. It's about a 50-50 chance whether or not this deal is successful here. I think it's like 55-45 or something like that. Getting into 2 is great. Kutan is great. Yeah, so it's a reference to the Mughals that you have at the start of the game are actually in the same party member slots as, you know, as your character. So if you like, and the thing that sets the character sprite and stats to and name to the characters that you actually want are the character like naming screens, right? Where you get introduced to a character and it's like, okay, who's this character? So if you skip that, the name of the character, nice, still let him, actually, genuinely you just kill this guy. Stealing is great because you can, if you just get lucky, you just get it in one. Genuinely you just kill him now. It usually takes 2 turns, but I got lucky. Just be lucky. What do you, what's the problem? So if you skip naming a character, they persist as a Moogle. Eventually, Celeste will go back to being Celeste in terms of her sprite, but her name will still be Kutan and her stats will still be Kutan. So, it was only really important for Sketch, and I guess if you're doing like a Kefgart Narsh run, which ends at Kefgart Narsh, you would just skip it, and Celeste would be Kutan as well. Here's an elixir. Here's a Phoenix Stone. Alright, coming up is the, there's, on Guess the Game, Final Fantasy VI was, had come up. And the screen that they chose was right here. Right here. It was zoomed in a bit and it was a bit blurry due to, I don't know how they took the picture, but like the background was blurry. And I was like, oh yeah, it's that part. Anyway, you get the hyper rest to sell and the running shoes because the running shoes are really good. They give you the haste status. Alright, who would like to be Celeste? Oh, I think you did ask earlier, Ozma. Only a walkthrough? Why not a run through? Oh my god, Prof Ness. I mean, I'm clearly not running because this thing is taking forever. But Prof Ness, thank you. Thank you for the resub. Okay, so nothing really to talk about here. There's a cutscene. Oh, get the keys. Good job, Zoe. You remembered. You remembered. Oh, there's a bunch of money in here. Money is important. There's no money in there. I forgot about that. You do that one. We need to back row and running shoes on you. And that's good. And now we have the smoke bombs. That X potion you usually don't have. I entirely just did it because it's a safety thing. Picking up the X potion in the in that first little cave in the Serpent Trench. It's free. It takes a couple of extra steps. It doesn't cost anything for the step route. It just takes like 2 seconds to go out of your way to get it. So like if I'm like wanting to be safe, I will do it. Because having some extra healing at the end of the game is can be nice. Don't bother using a smoke bomb when you get a preempt. It's slower and it uses up a smoke bomb. So get the earrings, but that's the only thing that you need to go out there for. Remember the tiles that I stepped on? To step on the same tiles. Just take that path. I need to... Yeah, the earrings took up a... I always forget. I like prep an empty slot for the Thunder Rod, but then forget about the earring taking up that slot. Alright, there's also gonna be, Zoe. You took an extra step. Though, step route at this point isn't, like, that important. You're mainly, like, once you get past the velts, like, if you get a little off step, it's fine. You're mainly wanting to, keep the step route for the velt. Like, it's not ideal to get off step, because you're genuinely that means you're gonna get into extra encounters. But it's more ideal to keep it through the velt, which I already technically messed up. Oh, also, it's gonna be a thing that I'm gonna try to do. Yeah, getting into an extra step means I get to an extra encounter right there. I'm not very good at this because I'm pretty ill practiced at it. I'm going to try to clear this text box at a particular small frame window. One, one, two, one, two, 1, 2, 3. I think it took too long. It's manipulation for the second half of the Leet River. I think I was a little late, so we'll see if it's good. If I was really late, then I might have actually hit the wraparound. And what I'm looking for is the screen shaking at a particular rate and particular pattern, and it like shakes once and then twice and then once and then twice and then 3 times, and then it does a bunch of other stuff, and then it goes back to the 1 1 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 3. And I want to clear it. There's like a 5-frame window and a 6-frame window, and I think I try to go for the 5-frame window. So this encounter is guaranteed. But if I did the manipulation right, we'll skip the next 2 encounters on the river. I probably missed it because it's like it's a small window, and I'm not very good at it. Yeah, I did it too late. It's fine though. Maybe I only get 1 encounter though, but it's probably 2. Usually if I mess it up, I get 2 encounters, and I think that's just the nature of things lining up. Yeah. This was like brand new tech that got discovered just as I kind of stopped running this. This is like from like 2019 or 2020. And I think like the last real run I did was like in 2019. When I was like, you know, when I pretended to be good at this. I guess I shouldn't say pretended. I had a solid time. Interesting they gave me... Oh, well, yeah, never mind. I should look into seeing if I can replace the rubber on my why am I not smoke bobbing? If I can replace the rubber padding on my D-pad. Or maybe it just like the what do you call them? Maybe I just need to clean off the like the contacts. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I thought Edgar was going to get a turn first. The Super Nintendo controller that I used to use for speedrunning, which is not it's like a, you know, Super Famicom controller, got from Japan, and it was in really, really good condition. Oh yeah, also just hold up, or it's hold A, Zoe, not hold up. Anyway, here, I'll show it to you again. All you have to do for that section is hold A, but I wasn't holding A because I was in the middle talking about my controller. Anyway, we get to do it again. We're off the encounters by 1 again because we're getting into an extra encounter. Yeah, so normally they want you to take the path. There you go. If you just hold A while facing up, you skip it. That's all you have to do. Also, why am I not running? Thank you, Coach Anu. Thank you for reminding me. Self-care. Can you remind me to play the game good? Can you remind me that? You can go this way, or not. I think we've aligned that. In the long run, getting the rune edge was a bit faster. It sells for a bit of money. You can use it in the upcoming Kefkat Narsh fight. I need to stretch still. It's okay, there will be a cutscene coming up. Okay. We got a couple minutes to just not pay attention. Time to check Twitter or something, right? Or I guess Blue Sky. Where's my phone, by the way? Oh, you know what ends? I think ends today. The silly, what is it? The Valorant thing. Isn't that still technically going on till like midnight? Or Valorant is giving out stuff. I thought about like having like, oh, what if I do like a marathon and like try to get more subs? The only thing I care about is having more emote slots. 5 hours left. All right, time to anonymously gift a bunch of subs to myself and be like, wow, thanks, anonymous gifter, for the 1,000,000 gifted subs. And thank you, Valorant, for some number of them. What is that? What is that? Why are they in a banana suit? Oh my god. Alright, I'm still getting people, even though I've locked the thread, making it so that only people I care about can reply to it. I'm still getting like random people who found my silly comment about commissioning an artist, but I don't know what to get. Like either DMing me or like following me and clearly like, you know, trying to get my attention. It's my badge of honor for being there when the hype train record was broken today. It was an emote from when Pirate Software broke the previous record. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm gonna try to do the... I don't have it in my notes, but... how about I do this? How about I just play it safe and save? You shouldn't do that in a speedrun, but I'll probably mess things up. Yes, we are prepared. I'm gonna try putting Celeste in a party. The notes I have are pretty old and still use Cyan, but newer stuff uses Celeste. which is actually also safe. Because if things get out of whack, you can just spam runic. So I guess this is the safer option in the long run. But it's also faster with the rune edge. If you're getting rune edge, this is faster. If you're not, then don't. So here's how this works. Stand right here. You can... You're still that... Actually, I don't think you normally do anything. So if you did want to pause, you could toss another earring onto Sabin. But it's faster if you just don't have to menu anything. And then you walk past that guy. That's not good, but we're fine. So Rune Edge has a property where if you use a little bit of MP, you guarantee crits. And it actually makes Celeste's damage pretty okay here, and the attack animation is very fast. As opposed to bringing Cyan, who does about the same amount of damage, I think a little bit less, but with Dispatch, but also a longer attack animation. Beans. Alright, it's gonna get loud. There's gonna be a scream. I would say that's probably not that common, but you know, the nice thing about media is you can interpret things the way, if you see something in like a story, a movie, a novel, like no one can tell you you're wrong. Okay. To some degree. To some degree. I think there's like ways to read something and think, well, that's completely off, but I don't think it would be too far off base to read it as like a queer allegory. My guess is that's not what the writers intended, but you know, without asking them, who am I to say? I think it's like a common, I think it's like one of those things where like, it can be read as a lot of things, like feeling like an outcast, feeling, like coming to terms with like your own personal self, and accepting that. And because at the end of the day, that's kind of what it is. And like, I think part of, you know, queer stories are the characters in those stories coming to terms with themselves and accepting that and then being okay with it, as well as, you know, the people that they surround themselves with, doing the same. Ah, no, I still have Turbo 1. Let's do the Celeste stuff again. Again, I don't have the notes for this, but the modern routes use Celeste over Cyan for the same reasons I just talked about. You get a bunch of stuff here. If you're really cool, and really good at item management, you can get them in a certain order so that it makes selling stuff in a little, that I'll be doing in like a minute here, a little bit easier and a little bit faster. So the reason why Locke's in our party is because Locke is fast. There are a couple things that Locke can steal, but mostly Locke is fast. And being fast means you get to throw smoke bombs faster. So go in here. Let me see this little cutscene. It takes a little bit extra time, but if you spend a night here, you see an extra cutscene that is also very good. What do we sell? We sell a bunch of stuff. Peace ring, hyper rests, wall ring. I think that's it for right now. If you buy a stack of these, because they're cheaper, with Edgar being at the front of our party. Phoenix Downs, yeah. So it was faster if you just press up instead of down 5 times. Buy a drill and flash. Right, that's what I bought, right? Drill and flash. I did get the flash, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. So it was one of those things where I like did it and then completely forgot about it. It's like, wait, did I just do it? It is important to have both drill and flash. Drill, pretty good single target damage, pierces defense. Flash, it's a AoE magic attack that doesn't split damage. With a chance to blind, but that doesn't really do anything. Alright, so we're gonna go up here. Again, I'm 2 steps... Actually, no. Well, I am still, but I thought I got into an encounter on the desert, and I guess it's nice that I didn't. But I am, I think 2 steps off step. I used to have it in my route where I could fix steps, but now I don't. Yes, that is correct. My guess is that it was supposed to do, it was intended to do, like, it's supposed to hit everything. But it doesn't. So, yeah, if an enemy, if there are more targets on the field, it does split damage, even though it only hits a single target. It's weird. Suplex kind of unfortunately sucks. And some things are just immune to suplex too. Like things that are floating, right? You can't slam something to the ground if there's no ground to slam them into. Yeah, the main blitzes we use for Sabin are aura bolts, because there's not a lot of sources of holy type magic, which it's holy type magic. It has really good just a really good single target damage, and it gets boosted by earrings. We give Sabin earrings because a lot of his blitzes are considered magic, and thus get boosted by earrings. Not all of them. Not all of his stuff is like Pummel is just physical, but at this point we don't use Pummel anymore. Hisuko, hi. Happy New Year. Thankfully, they made the monk do something. In Final Fantasy V, monks just aren't that great unless you like mix them with something else. So thankfully, oh damn it, Zoe, that's another 2 steps. Thankfully, they gave Sabin something to do. I buffered a defend there, for reasons. It saves time. I guess buffer is the wrong word. I inputted a defend there. Has to do with preempts when you have a certain number of people in your party, and depending on the formation of the enemy. I'm running out of smoke bombs already though. Bum 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 bum. Single slam dancers are scary for the same reason single anglerforms are scary. Slam dancers AI changes if they are the last enemy standing. And when they're the last enemy standing, they spam level 2 elemental spells. Which is scary. Get the fire knuckle. Okay, we're gonna do yeah, this part of the menuing I needed to like re-optimize. Front row lock, Edgar hero, earrings, hero ring, equip lock, optimize, and you get... I should have had double earring on him earlier, but this is like why I need to like change up some of my notes. Let's also just heal. Not really needed, but alright, so the way this fight works is after Dataluma, he's got like 30 or sorry 3000 HP, 3200-ish. After he falls below, I think like 1800 or so, his next move that he wants to do is he casts either some combination of 3 tonics and potions, and then casts safe. You don't want that because it takes a ton of time and he heals himself up and then he takes less damage from certain attacks. So bad. After 30 seconds of battle time, he also wants to spawn some Iron Fists into the battle. Generally, you want to go for setting up some weight tricks in a way that makes it so that you can kill him quickly enough so he doesn't do the 3 tonics slash tinctures, 3 tonics slash potions, while also still avoiding the summoning for help. We'll see what happens. I used to be able to intuit some stuff here, but yeah, we just actually we should do you. You got a really early first turn. Oh my. Let me do this. I'm gonna wait out something. We're probably going to get the summoning for help. There you go. Okay. So I don't really have it anywhere in my notes. But if he gets a really early first turn, I generally like to wait out his second turn, while not doing too much damage to him. This one's the running shoes, right? And yeah, over here has another X potion. So again, X potion for safety if you care about safety. Oh yeah, I've seen the Amano art for Dataluma. This guy looks so carefree. It's kind of yeah, it is an interesting kind of weird that like that guy is in Zozo, right? And Zozo's supposed to be like, you know, a bunch of criminals and liars and thieves and stuff like that. Anyway, cutscene time. It's also good that we stole the jewel ring. It sells for a bit. I think the rare steel is the sneak ring, and that's a little bit more, I think. Maybe it's the other way around. I forgot. I don't remember anything about this game. Whenever I play this game, it feels like time is going by much faster than it is. What was I thinking? One thing that, well, I don't mind it a little bit, Azuma. One thing that I would ask you to tone, like the fun fact type of thing, like bringing up like trivia. Like I don't mind to some degree, but sometimes I read it and then like I get distracted thinking about like what I was trying to do next. So every now and then is fine. Just try to keep it to a minimum. Right, I was thinking about in 100% versus not. There's a small difference in what we have to do here, and it just boils down to in 100%, you have to pick up all the espers here, or all the magicite here. Normally in any percent we can leave Kieran because we don't use Kieran, which makes you feel bad for Kieran. It could be yours for the low price of... Wait, what? Are you selling it, Fuligen? You have to get Ramu here. You can't advance without it, but technically you can skip the 3 above. Oh wait, no, Kieran's on the left. All right, well, I guess we're doing 100% because I got Kieran. I forgot which one was Kieran. I thought Kieran was at top, but yeah, Kieran's on the left. Now you need to deal with Gollum for getting that magicite too. Well, technically I did know the stuff to get Gollum, but typically in a 100% run, you wouldn't bother getting Gollum until you're in the World of Ruin. The manipulation for it just works out differently. So you get Zone Seek, and then in the World of Ruin you get Gollum. As you can still get both. In the World of Ruin you can still get both. Hi Shinobu, have yourself a good night, sleep well. So did I put people in the right spot? If you miss party here, this is really bad. You can't change your party unless you go all the way back to Narshan. I have accidentally done that before. I think I like forgot to put like Sabin in my party or something. I was like, oh, this is... you want this. This is what you want. Sabin in 3rd row. It actually is important that Sabin's in the 3rd row here. And I'll tell you why in like 30 minutes. I'll probably forget to tell you why. Back row lock, front low Sabin. I mean, everybody can be in the front row. It doesn't matter that much. You get Ramu. Sabin gets Stray. You get Siren. You get Kenji Glove, Atlas, Armlets. And then you also want to cure everybody up. Hi, Zori. There's some magic tiles here, where they don't advance threat. You want to hit as many of them as you can. And if you're like wanting to learn, there's actually a there is a Lewis script for SNES 9X that will show you like the event tiles and stuff like that, as well as like other details about the game. So if like you're learning and you're like wanting to be like, well, I want to see in game where like what tiles I want to hit, and like for like it'll tell you enemy ATB in battle. It'll have a little bar for that. So if you're trying to do things in certain fight that require you to understand what the ATB is doing, that's really helpful as well. Yeah. Again, ff6speedruns.com. There's a tincture up here. If you're tight about money, you can pick that up. It's 500. You also want to talk to the letter from below, just because it's a little bit faster. Everybody has to walk to the below the letter anyway, so it's faster to just do it from below because you have sprint shoes on. Oh yeah, who wants to be Setzer? Anybody want to be Setzer? Otherwise, he's getting named. Oh, pretty please. All right. I'll just do Vula. All right, because it can't be. Yeah, it can't be. Can't be 7. Has to be 6. Meow 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 meow. Oh, right. Yeah, we never mind. We go get the chocobo. I was thinking of what to do later. Get the chocobo, go down to the opera house. The opera house is essentially one big cutscene, with a couple of breaks from cutscenes. Yeah, I do really like the blackjack. Are there any other Final Fantasy ships that have like a, like a casino, or like, there's like some blackjack tables and isn't there like a roulette table somewhere? 13.2. I'm trying to remember what 13.2 has slots. God, I don't think I've played 13.2 or even watched much of it since I played it when it came out. Oh, so I like this. This is a good scene. I always was a big fan of Celeste. It was a great scene. This game really managed to use really managed to show expression on the characters' faces in cutscenes. Well, Final Fantasy 4 and 5 didn't really do that. Like in Final Fantasy 4, they generally relied on the text to tell the emotion of the character. There's a couple of animations that the characters will do, usually edge, but it's usually just like, I'm gonna jump or I'm gonna spin around to try to convey emotion. In Final Fantasy V, there's like little dialogue boxes that pop up over the characters' heads, like little heart emojis and stuff like that, or exclamation mark points. Well, in 6, they're able to actually convey emotion with like the characters' faces and stuff like that. Meow, meow, meow. You remember Bravely Default, Grand Ship is entirely mobile city once you gain its flight ability? That's right. And you just get a whole city. Mm-hmm. You don't have to like advance dialogue or anything here. You just have to you just have to wait. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Where are we going? Also, obligatory comment about the conductor. He's really going at it. If anybody tells you that conductors are not important for like an important role in the in an orchestra, just show him this guy. Oh yeah, the lights are off. Thank you, Fang. Yeah, we have to turn the lights off for the opera. the gardens in FF8 were interesting, even if you didn't use them much for getting around, yeah. Yeah, the words don't quite line up to the singing, but that's okay. Ted Woosley is not a... Ted Woosley was under some time constraints, so I don't fault him for that. If you're curious, though, there is like a, I mean, I believe the original, in the like original soundtrack that contained the opera, they did it in Italian, which makes sense. It's an opera. But if you go to Distant Worlds, so this is where I say, was it for the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI? No, 25th. This was like in 2000. Yeah, I think 25th. Anyway, some number of years ago, I forget exactly when, there was the 20th or 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, the 30th would have just happened recently. So it must have been 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. They did the entire second half of Distant Worlds, which is the Final Fantasy Orchestra, where they usually just play melodies from everything. Usually a lot of Final Fantasy VII, because that's what sells well. Don't hold down. Oh my god, Zoe. I almost was like, hold down, right? For the anniversary for Final Fantasy VI, the entire second half was devoted to Final Fantasy VI, which of course makes me happy. And they had the full version of the opera in English. But it's funny because you get to see the parts of the opera that you don't get to in the game, because in the game the opera gets interrupted. Oh, what? Was I talking? Was I talking and not paying attention? You have to be holding down on the second one.
Amazing.
I didn't even see the part. I didn't even see the part. I was looking at chat. Yeah, you do get to do this again, right? So technically it's fine. It just costs you time. Like, it just takes a couple extra minutes. Doesn't get you off step route or anything like that. But it's okay. Like, this is you're doing the show on the Friday, and you have the entire weekend to get to get the show right. So yeah, you do get multiple chances, but if you mess up the opera 3 times, then it game's over, and then that would be bad. All right, I will actually pay attention to this time. I will actually look at the screen this time and not look at chat. Okay, now I can hold down. So it's first option, second option, first option, right? I'm remembering that, right? Don't try to interrupt me. What are you doing, Boniface? One thing that... How dare you? Alexander, but we don't get Alexander in this run. I'd have to play 100% to get Alexander. I have thought about like learning 100% because it's only an extra hour, and the entire first 4 hours is the same, with the one exception of get Kieran and the second exception of wait for Shadow. There's literally the only two things. Oh my god, Zoe, you have to keep playing the game. Keep playing the game. Don't forget what to do. Hi, Lexi. Hi, hi. Alright, now I get to not pay attention. What I was trying to think about to say is something that I want to figure out is so if you're ever doing like a low-level challenge, generally the whole purpose of the low-level challenge is you're avoiding fights as much as possible. However, there are fights and bosses don't give XP, but there are encounters which are forced encounters that can't be run from. The rats that are upcoming are one of those, and the only way to avoid the encounters are to like avoid the rats. They're walking around, and if you touch them, you get into a fight with them. And I was really trying to see if there's like manipulation that could be done that gets the rats to move in a way that's more advantageous for you to make it easier to avoid them. And I really want to like sit down and figure out if there's a way. One thing that I didn't know is you can actually go outside and save when like the timer is going. Yeah, insert rat jam emote. So at first I was like thinking, it's like, okay, I have to find what the cycle is, and it was like a cycle of about a dozen or so RNG values. It's like, okay, are one of these dozens like, and it actually was like 2 separate cycles, so that was a little annoying. I couldn't find a value in either of those like loops of the RNG value that I care about that was advantageous. But now knowing that like you can just go outside and save, I think it's like right here I could go out and save. Let me. Oh, maybe it's like after the thing starts. So like there'd be a lot of or I think you intentionally mess up. Yeah, you intentionally mess up the opera, and then it restarts here. Is what you would want to do. And then because of that, you could like just do standard C manipulation to do stuff. Unfortunately, I don't feel like checking 255 values or 256 values to figure out like, are any one of these good? Because it would be a pretty manual task. Also, even then, there'd probably still be like a bit of execution involved. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, so if you mess up the opera here, either by... I think if you let the timer run out, or I think if you game over in the rat section, it's not an actual game over, and it's just failing the opera. Which one is it? Far right? You said far right. Yeah, okay. One of those is makes a sound of a dog barking, and I always forget which one it is, and I don't want to press it because if you press the wrong switch, then it opens up a hole under you. Oh, come on, I totally made it past it. Did I equip the right stuff? Yeah, we're fine. Except you need the Guardian. Or anything that's not the Thief, Thief Nav. Yeah, so like the second one's particularly annoying to dodge. Also, the seed will dictate if you are getting 3 or 5 rats. So in a low level challenge, even in a speedrun, you'd only want 3 because it's faster. Can you? Oh my god, leave me. There you go. 3 rats is fine. I used to, before we had Leet River manipulation stuff, depending on the encounters I got in the Leet River, I would adjust my encounter routing around, but now that we can go for 0 extra encounters on the Leet River, that's kind of pointless, because you just want to do that, because it's always going to be the fastest. But it used to essentially be a coin flip before. For the next fight, this is actually a really scary fight if you are doing it casually. Ultros likes to jump around the screen a lot, and his HP resets. But if you can kill him before he does that, then it's not so bad. Fire Knuckle with Sabin on the left-hand side gets back attack damage for a ton of damage. There you go. Easy fight. I wish I memorized more, to be honest. There's a lot of things that I've like forget about or I have to like sit and think about. But I mean, I have played this game a couple of times. So I didn't explain why we, in a normal setting, even if we could avoid the rats in a speedrun setting, we don't want to. We want some AP to... we want to learn sleep on Edgar before the number 24 fight. Because you can put him to sleep. And it has a... I think... Yeah, the only thing that can be awkward there is if he gets if he confuses Edgar before it happens, but... Yeah, it makes the fight quote-unquote free. But we have to make sure we learn it beforehand. Before that point. So taking fights which are... give good amount of AP and are not dodgeable in most situations. Like, whatever. And they're fast. We need a little bit more. So we got, 3 encounters? That puts us at 9 AP. We need 10 to learn sleep. So just, we'll take 1 encounter in the Magitech factory. Ideally, it's a Pipsqueak encounter. And I think that gives 2 AP. Where it's a pack of 4 Pipsqueaks, and that'll be enough. Also, there's a cute little detail here. Notice that Celeste talks to Edgar here to grab the coin. If you saw the cutscene in Figaro Castle, if you bring both Sabin and Edgar to Figaro Castle and sleep there overnight, you see a cutscene where they do the coin toss. And Edgar is the one that tosses the coin. And you see Edgar there, or sorry, Sabin look at Edgar for a second there and be like, wait, that coin, that's the same coin he used. And you notice that Celeste grabbed the coin from Edgar. The thing is, the wild thing is, you will only notice that if, like, you brought Edgar and Sabin to Figaro Castle and you have Edgar and Sabin in your party at this point. They're both optional. If you don't have Edgar or Sabin, I think if you don't have Edgar, Celeste gets the coin, like she has the coin and she like had borrowed it from Celeste or something like that. The scene changes very slightly, but you only get like the full experience if you had Edgar and Sabin's Figaro Castle, had Edgar and Sabin in this cutscene. That's great. That's great, Alta, that you got to see like the full realm of things. Because there's so many little cutscenes like that where it's like, if you go to this point, if you do this at this part in the game and you have these characters in your party, there's a scene. But if you have other people in your party, then it changes slightly. And there are times where it's like, I was playing this game I had played this game a lot before speedrunning it. And like even after I started speedrunning, as I was still finding like some of those cutscenes, I was like, wait, I've never seen this cutscene before. Like, what the hell is this? Anyway, menu here. I generally want to have about 11 smoke bombs. If you don't care, like if you want to risk it, like that's fine. I've been getting pretty unlucky on preamps, so I'll grab a couple. I grabbed 2 warp stones here. I think that's been routed out where you can do that later, or maybe you only buy 1, or maybe you buy 3 here. Oh yeah, we have to do some menuing. Edgar, I think everybody back row. Running shoes, hero ring. Sprint shoes, earring. Running shoes, sneak ring. And double earrings. Optimize mithril blade. I don't want the rune edge on her. I want to be able to attack without taking MP. Ooh, I could do... Normally I don't get this encounter. I'm going to see if we can get lucky. No, never mind. Those things, the wyverns drop dragoon boots. Generally in a speedrun setting, you're not in a position where you have a real chance of stealing them. But because I messed things up, usually that's a double Ralph encounter. But I'm off by 1, or maybe 2. I forget how many I'm off by. Yeah, we're off by 2 because of Elite River. You just caught the post. Yeah. That is now locked because I had people like being like, ooh, me. I was like, come on. Read the room. The room says, I don't know, don't bother me. Ooh, interesting. Skip that encounter. Usually there's an encounter at the start of this. Oh yeah, because I got it to an encounter pretty close to Vector, and so my threat was really low. We get back attacked. We run. Calm you? Okay, fine. I'll calm you. Oh. One extra step. There is a... Since, I'm off step, there's like a couple extra things that you can get. This is a X potion. This you normally get, the Thunderblade. This is a remedy. So usually you just get the Thunderblade, right? I think you skip the remedy and definitely skip the X potion. In the bottom left here, again, you wouldn't want to do this, but if you're like just starting out, like this is probably fine. This is the encounter that we want, and you want to flash it. In the bottom left here, there is Dragoon Boots. Dragoon Boots sell for 4.5 thousand. That's a ton. That's a ton. Yeah, right here. And money can be a little tight. But, you know, that's pretty far out of the way. And it's in a place that would kill your step rat. Did I get the flame saber? Did I get the flame saber? I got the flame saber, right? The very first chest. Before grabbing the chain, the crane. It'd be bad if I didn't. Let's say that. Because now I can't get it. I think. I mean, I'm definitely not going to go back. It would take forever. The elemental sabers are worth a lot, and you need them in certain fights. Though you do get 2 flame sabers. Let me check. Under... Yeah, we got it. Cool. Do I need to do anything before... we just jumped down here, but is there anything to do before the... Ifrit Shiva fight? Yeah, just heal. That's the only thing you have to do. If I took damage. There's also slightly faster ways to do this fight. I actually really like this. And I'll save too, just because funny things may happen. There's 2 ways to do this fight. Both of them operate on understanding what Ifrit does. There are people who will argue that this... Wait a second, this looks like a pretty obvious exploit, Zoe. You're saying that this is glitchless? And the short version is going to be, well, the Japanese do it, so it's fine for our rule set. I'm going to attack Ifrit 5 times. He's going to counterattack with fire, and then something's going to happen. This is a boss encounter, though. I can't run from this, but the Ifrit Shiva fight is really hard. There's a way to do this fight, especially with Celeste in our party, but it would be pretty hard and pretty long. So, let's just not fight it. But we're not using a glitch, okay? We're not using a glitch, because that would be cheating. Okay, lock dying isn't great. There's really not a ton you can do about that, though. Okay, he's gonna jump ahead. There we go. Okay. So, what happened there? After 5 attacks, 5 normal attacks or actually 5 any type of attacks. Ifrit and Shiva will go back and forth between each other. And they are removed from the screen and then are added back in the screen. But while they're gone from the screen, the way that the game checks to see if you can run away from something is there is an enemy on the field that has a flag on it that says, hey, while this enemy is on the field, you're not allowed to run. Both Ifrit and Shiva have that flag on. But when they're switching back and forth, they don't. There's nothing on the screen, therefore you can run. Google FF6BL for more info about... Oh my god. Talk to Shiva, then talk to Ifrit. It's actually possible to not get Ifrit's, the Ifrit Magicite here. It would be a little silly because it is free. Like you don't have to spend any steps to do it. Because you have to talk to Ifrit. And it's not bad. I could just move ahead, but I'm gonna do the stuff now before I forget. Because I have a tendency to forget stuff before the 26 or 24 fight. You want to do this. You want to put Ifrit on her. You want to heal. Also, I do want Lock alive. There's weird stuff about this room too. The way... I forget the details on it. I had some weird stuff that I was trying to play around with in that room in particular. To avoid an encounter. Again, doing a defend there because we had a preempt in a situation with 4 party members. Actually, no, I think with that many, it's not needed. Yeah, with that, with it, that don't. Never mind. That only is important if there's one thing on the screen. That's never mind. I'm just talking. Ignore me. It's not important. Oh. Yeah, also, don't do that. Use smoke bombs. I thought Locke was queued up with smoke bombs. He wasn't. Anything I need to do before this? I don't think so. We have sleep, right? Let's check. We have sleep. If you didn't have sleep, then at some point you just need to get an extra AP. Doing the general pipsqueak encounter is fine. Flash and Flash plus Aura Bolt would end that fight. Ideally, you're getting just 5 pipsqueaks because a single Flash would do it. But anything will work if you need it. Okay. We put this guy to sleep. We can steal, that's fine. I didn't see what I got. And now he's asleep. If I only want to cast magic stuff. And Flash is magic. Aura Bolt is magic. Looked like a Rune Edge? Cool. Yeah, it's a Rune Edge or a Drainer. Drainer is useless. Because it sells for 1. Rune Edge sells for a lot. I think 2.5k? Ideally, oh, wait, I should have put... yeah, I need Edgar to have the... Flame Saber. Whatever, I have to do it later. Someone remind me to do it later. Yeah, one thing that's a little I think Final Fantasy does a bad job with it, especially early on. I think it's better in like they stopped doing this past a point. They really taught you early on that bosses are susceptible to nothing. You can't like use status ailments on bosses ever. And that's very frequently the case, with the exception of like, yeah, you can put 24 to sleep. So I think like if you play through all the Final Fantasy games, like you stop just being like, oh, I'm just not going to bother I'm not going to bother trying to use anything on bosses because I know they're going to be immune to everything. And I think that sucks. I think it encourages players to avoid experimentation because most of the time the experimentation results in, oh, nothing happened. Okay. Alexa set reminder for Rune Saber 20 minutes. No, Flame Saber. We need the Flame Sabers and Thunder Swords, and the Blizzard Swords, they give +2 magic when you have them equipped. Magic's really good. If you've noticed that like everything I'm doing is magic based, because magic's really good. You have a lot more access to high power magic attacks earlier on, and there's a lot more ways to boost your magic compared to boost your physical attack. Oh yeah, we do it right now. So we put Sabin in the front row because reasons. And then Edgar gets Shot. Aramu gets Biz. No, Sabin gets Bismarck. Lot gets Phantom. And Lot gets Running Shoes, Sprint Shoes. The reason why we put Sabin in the front row is that it will give us more advantageous it will give us a more advantageous minecart section. We will get, so there'll be, what, 5 encounters? Was it 5 or 6? I think it's only 5. 5 Magrider encounters. Also, I'm gonna do this now, before I forget. Flame Saber. We'll get 5... I'm gonna save just because it'd be bad if I died. And there's 2 formations, actually 3 formations, I think. There's a single big Magrider, there's 4 small Magriders, and then there's 2 small Magriders, 1 big one. I think those are the only 3 formations you'll see. We want as many of the 4 packs as we can. And by the way that the game determines what encounters you get into has to do with like there's 2 checks that happen. One when you get into the Magitech factory and the other when you get on the go down the elevator. And like your party formation and I think status effects change the outcome. I forget the exact details, but that's the gist of it. No, you haven't missed Realm. I will reserve Realm for you, Dot, if you want to be Realm. Wait, you can just attack, right? It's not even a... Yeah, just attack. Also, I recently learned that this is... it was always thought that this was mode 7, right? People always was like, oh yeah, this is mode 7. It is not. I forget what it is. It does use mode 7? I'm gonna have to look into that more. Getting different, conflicting things on it. Unless there is something specific that you're trying to say. For this part, this is kind of a... This is more obnoxious and not glitchless. But it's still a pretty obnoxious fight. Bismarck, we have to take care of the arms before we can take care of anything else. I feared if Flash needed to come before the Bismarck, if that's more optimal. I think technically it is, or maybe it's just because Edgar has the... Yeah, you wanted Flash before so that the second Flash would kill the right arm. And now I have to play 50-50 on this. Arbolt is gonna hit. Yeah. Oh no, never mind. It did, it actually hit the body. I thought it hit the arm. Fast haste or whatever. It's fine though. We have enough damage. I think I'm not weight tricking properly here. I think we have to do a... So if you see enough red feasts are a counterattack. Okay. Generally, if you see too many of them, you'd have to throw out an Arbolt, but it's like 3 red feasts. I think we got that. I forget the exact optimal way to do it, but just throw out enough drills and Arbolts and the fight's fine. It's a little more awkward in other categories just because you deal less damage, and once he gets haste off, he's actually kind of... Like some of his other moves that he does after that, like he has atomic flare, I think. All right, the cranes fight is, I think, especially early on. One of the more challenging fights. Mostly just because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. You're in a pincer attack. You're guaranteed pincer against you, right? So that means they get a turn first before you get a chance to do anything, because your ATB is going to be at 0. They have a 50% chance to counterattack, which is pretty nasty. They can throw out multi-target spells or just single target kill someone. Generally, genuinely, like, what will happen is they'll just, like, kill someone at the start, like, oh, and then you're just like, well, that sucks. Like, they can just kill Locke at the start, and that just kind of sucks. At least for the strategy that I use. There's a faster, riskier strategy. But the gist is we're going to use Phantom with Locke. so that they can't counterattack us. But we're gonna wait till they take a turn to do it. We're gonna use thinking. We're going to use Chocobop, right? Chocobop with Setzer, because that's an AoE attack that doesn't split damage against multi-targets. We do a Bismarck with Sabin, and then just switch to Arbolt, and then use Bio with Edgar, because Bio's pretty strong. Yeah. And I think if you're going for like the world record strats that just take a bunch of risk, you ignore doing the Phantom because you don't want to have to wait for like 10 seconds at the start of the fight. So it's going to be a little faster because you don't have to see the animation and you don't have to wait. But we're going to wait until they take a turn. Or that could happen. Or that could happen. Yeah, remember when I said they could just kill Locke right at the start? Yeah, that's what I meant. So now we're going into this without Phantom and without Locke. So our damage is a little bit less, and we don't have protection from physical attacks anymore. Alright, great. Thank you, game. Do we do Chocobop to start with, right? Yeah. Nope, I'm bad. I forget. Yeah, that was the... You eventually just learn to pause buffer it and which spots you can just hold A and it'll work. And I forgot. 7, what was it? 7 flush is fine, but it splits damage. There you go. Alright, great fight. Great fight. The cannonballs would be something that you would get to avoid if you were phantomed. Alright, goodbye. Oh, right, yeah, they do this. I probably should have used a Phoenix down. Maybe the left side will die, yeah. Oh, but you're dead. Yeah, okay, cool. Good video game. I probably should have seen if I could revive someone. So even if I got the Chocobop off at the start, like... That's the game being mean to you. And sometimes you just have to deal with it. So if you're like in a marathon setting, there's actually a save right before that fight that you should take. Flash. Attack. Attack. Another slower, but something that you can do if you're learning the game and you're really struggling at the Cranes fight and you really just want to finish runs. Instead of using the Thunder Rod on Tunnel Armor, you can save it for Cranes, and then you can just instantly kill the right Crane, and then the fight becomes a lot safer. However, that makes the Tunnel Armor fight slow. The way that you would do the Tunnel Armor fight is spam Runic with Celeste, Genji Glove Atlas Armlet lock with I think the Air Knife and Guardian. Also, if you bring him into critical HP, you have a chance to do Mirager, I think is Locke's Desperation Attack, if I remember right. And if you're unfamiliar with Desperation Attacks, I mentioned Riot Blade earlier. Riot Blade being Terra's. Desperation Attacks are a kind of like a limit break. Before limit breaks existed. Where if a character is at critical HP, and enough battle time has passed, I think it's 24 seconds of battle time. Somewhere around there. Enough battle time has passed. There is a 1 in 16 chance that when the character attacks, just attacks, a normal attack, they will use their Desperation Attack, which their attack is then replaced with a cool animation that does a ton of damage. I guess technically it depends which character, because different characters have different. Anyway, most of the cool ones just do a ton of damage, and then you're just done with that. So we do Flash first, and not Bismarck. The first time you beat this boss was with the Desperation Attack. Yeah, it's the thing, they don't tell you about the Desperation Attacks. And that's like the cool part about it. Try to weight trick as much as you can. Locke doesn't need to do anything. If you want to play it safe, you throw a potion on people who are going to die to a red feast. So it'd be bad if they did. Interesting. Oh, because, yeah, it sucks. Because he revived the arm and then took a turn. So normally that would have been a haste. The AI changes depending on how many arms are alive, is the gist of it. I usually don't see none. I wonder if I was just being slow. Alright, I'll take the save this time. So the save is up here. You can see it after the minecart goes away. It does make you go off of step route though. So if I were on step route, which I'm not because I'm just showing things off. Like, not something you want to do in every run. Generally, if you die and you're trying to go for a good time, you should try not dying. That's my tip to you. Don't die. Never thought of that one? Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm teaching you. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, now please deposit $100 into my PayPal. That's the lesson fee I charge. Alright, let's try that again. I should do the odds. How if you do the riskier strats of just not bothering with Phantom Unlock, what are the odds that the game's just gonna kill you? Okay, that's fine. Oop. I did that a little too early, but... That's fine. Things worked out. So you have to wait till... So waiting until they both take their turn is important because... Remember we said about the vanish status when we were talking about Vanish Doom. Did I ever finish that explanation? Oh my god, that was like 2 hours ago or something. Reminder, finish the explanation on Vanish Doom. Vanish lets you avoid all physical attacks, but you are guaranteed to get hit by magic. Even if you have magic block, doesn't matter. You are going to get hit by magic. These guys like to cast magic. And it will remove the vanish status. So you wait till they both take their turn, so if they do use magic, you keep your vanish. Yeah, we're not dead. I mean, this is how the fight more normally goes. Attack the right one with Locke, because Locke has the Thunderblade on. These guys have different immunities. Are things that they absorb, and they get more powerful if they get hit by things that they absorb. So the right one absorbs fire, the left one absorbs thunder. There you go. And after failing Chocobop, I remembered how to do it. Chocobop is pretty easy because all you need to do to get Chocobop is get the first Chocobo. So if you're wondering, it's like, wow, Zoe, you're really good at getting Chocobop. You got it like 5 times in a row. Just get the first Chocobo and then hold A. Now, if you really want to be impressed with slots, then you have to watch a different category. What used to be called no slots, or sorry, no sketch, would use quite often Joker Doom or Reverse Joker Doom, which, upon needing requiring manipulation to set the right RNG value so that you're even allowed to do it, also requires the skill to actually get it. Just because you can manipulate getting do the manipulation, which is generally pretty easy, because that has to do with just taking action. There's certain battle animations that set the RNG value to allow for it. Just being able to have that value set properly, you still have to actually get it. And it's not something I've ever practiced, because even though it's not a glitch, it's just RNG manipulation. Doing Joker Doom is not allowed in this category because it would basically just evolve into, well, you just Joker Doom everything or reverse Joker Doom everything, everything that you can, and it kind of defeats the playthrough, right? So that's one of the ones where it's like, well, it's not a glitch, it's not an exploit. I mean, you could argue that RNG manipulation is like a kind of an exploit, but it's not a bug. It's just manipulation. We do other types of RNG manipulation, just not that one. Thank you, Coach Anu, for the stretch hydrate reminders. Vanish Doom. So Vanish Doom is a glitch. And the gist of Vanish Doom, specifically the rule that we are
that the Japanese have written into the glitchless / bug limit rule set is you're not allowed to offensive vanish. You're not allowed to cast vanish on an enemy. That's what we're not allowed to do. Why Vanish Doom is a glitch is when so there I talked earlier about how many enemies just have, many bosses just are immune to a bunch of things. So you might imagine most bosses are immune to the death status effect. So things cast by Doom, X-Zone, etc. A chainsaw, that sort of stuff. They're immune to instant kill, the instant kill status effect. And again, what Vanish does is when you have Vanish on you, you get hit by all magic attacks. So the Doom hits. You're guaranteed for the Doom to hit, but something that's still immune to the death status effect would still be immune to the effects of Doom. For whatever reason, and I remember looking into why, like the specifics of why, but I've since forgotten. When something is vanished, the death status effect is removed from them. It just doesn't bother. I forget if it's removed from them or it doesn't bother to check to see if they're immune to it. Other status immunities do work. If something is immune to Petrify and you cast Vanish Break, then something that's immune to it wouldn't work. But for whatever reason, specifically for the death status effect, it skips that check. And so it's like, okay, it just hits. No, that's not correct, Ozma, because if you Vanish Break something, it properly will respect, oh, this thing's immune to Petrify. Don't, break hits, but it doesn't land Petrify. It's specifically for the death status effect. It is something that gets fixed in the GBA version. So Final Fantasy SNES 1.0 and 1.1, this exists, but in future versions they do fix it. I forget, we have to do a whole day, and then no, we have to say yes, and then no. We're gonna change our party mode, and now it's time for auction house manipulation. Oh, I wanted to do this. Yes, change party members, and then we do this. I think newer routes bring in Sabin, do Sabin, Terra Lock. It's a little bit faster in the Sealed Gate Cave. I'm not going to because I'm just gonna stick with my notes. Okay, so auction house manipulation. Do I need to? I don't need to do any menuing before this, right? Yeah, we're good. All right, so I'm gonna go in and out. If you look at how this NPC, this lady, is moving around, we want to pay attention to her. There is a value that determines how NPCs move around, and when NPCs move around, it changes. Every time it needs to check that value, it will iterate it forward some amount. That value also determines other things. It gets used for a lot of quote-unquote RNG things. Mostly it's used for NPC movement. So NPCs move around randomly, as you can see. However, it also determines the outcome of the auction house. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk in and out of the house a bunch, and we're going to watch how this NPC is moving around. When there is a certain sequence of movements that she does, she's just going to walk up, down, left, or right. When she takes a certain sequence, we know that that RNG value is set to the proper value, and we're going to go in and buy whatever from the auction house. Up, down, right, up, right, left. Cool. This should be it. Actually didn't take too long. So specifically right, up, right, left is one of the sequences. There we go. We get Zone Seek, and that's what I want. There's two, like, and they get into a loop, right? So even if, like, you miss it, like, if I didn't buy it here and I'm like, oh, dang, I should have bought it. It's, you just keep going. You just keep going until you get one of the two. So down, left, down, right, and right, up, right, left are the two sequences that you can look out for. Other things that affect it, so as Altazimuth learned, there are two espers that you can get from the auction house. One of them is Zone Seek. The other is Golem. I don't care about Golem in this run. You would if you're doing 100%, but there's actually, you wait to get it later. Generally. If you get Golem first, and then you do the right up, right, left, or down, left, down, right, it doesn't give you Zone Seek. It continuously gives you Cure Rings. So there's a list of 5 things that you can get from the auction house in the World of Balance, 6 in the World of Ruin. Hey, Griffrey, welcome in. And the espers you can only have one of. You can't have multiple Zone Seeks. So if I were to go back and do right, up, right, left again, I wouldn't get Zone Seek a second time. It would give me something else. So what it will do is it will remove that entry from that list, and it now becomes a list of 4. However, if I do right, up, right, left, it gives me the 4th entry in the list. The 4th entry when the list is full is Zone Seek. The 4th entry when you've already gotten Zone Seek, or you've gotten Golem, is a Cure Ring instead. Hey Griffrey, what's up? What were you up to? Thanks for the raid. Hi everyone, I'm playing and trying to explain Final Fantasy VI. Doing a pretty bad job at both, I think. But that's okay. You're playing with airplanes in Aerobiz Supersonic. Now you're landing. Oh, that's good. I'm happy. I'm happy that people are getting something out of this. Okay. Yeah, newer routes. You bring in Sabin. It's a little bit faster, but the idea is still the same. So we go in here, we go to the sealed cave, and we need a lot of XP on Terra. Remember what we did at the start of the game, where we dumped XP onto Terra? We're gonna do that again. We don't need XP unlock. I'm gonna save just in case I mess up. You can do this without, I've already messed up the step route a million times. So don't worry too much about it. The important parts of the step route are getting to Seed 244, which is pretty easy. And if you are playing on an emulator, then you could just,
have a save file that's ready to go, or save state ready to go. That's acceptable. And then just, it's like a save state on C230, then you do your save and reset type of thing to put you at 244. If you can get through the first hour without getting off step too much, even if you get off a little bit, that's fine. You're great. You're great. I'm off of step way off, and things are like, I'm not gonna PB, I'm not gonna get a really great time, but I can definitely finish a run. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. We bought a pack of Revivifies in Figaro Castle. We got 25 of them. These things are undead. We're going to use Revivify on them, and it's just like a Phoenix Down. Or at least it has the same effect on them. Revivify cures the zombie effect. What happens if we use something that cures the zombie effect on something that's a zombie? Stay tuned to find out. I didn't put Zone Seek on. Actually, it's important that I run away. It's important that I run away. Also, I mean, maybe it's because I'm off step. It's really important to do this first. It'd be really bad if you got any levels on Terra without Zone Seek. Why Zone Seek? So Espers let you learn magic, but they also give you stats on level up. That's actually the only way you can get stats on level up in Final Fantasy VI. The only stats you get on level up without Espers are HP and MP. Other than that, stats are fixed. Here's how you do it. We're gonna dump a lot of magic onto Terra. Also, I need to elixir you so you can do that thing again. I need to optimize, and both of you need running shoes. You have running shoes. Cool. Get a Tempest. It's money. Yes, you can do what I just did. Okay. So use a Revivify. You can put it... I should have had it close to the top already, but... You're gonna do the runaway thing again. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't cast Fader. Which is an optional thing. It takes a little bit extra time, however, if you get beat up a lot, it prevents you from having to heal. So you always want to, in packs of 3, you always want to use Revivify on Terra, and then Lock, and then Terra. In packs of 2, you use it on Lock first. You notice I'm running away during the Revivify animation, and then on the last one, you keep running away with Lock. You want to make sure not to run away while there's no animation going, while Terra has full ATB. You do not want to run away with Terra. That would be bad. Also, wouldn't be great if Locke ran away before the Revivify, but wouldn't be the worst thing ever. We keep running away. Locke has, so that stat that affects how fast people run away, Block has the best runaway. Lock and Shadow and Gao, I think, share 5 in that stat. So here we want to do it with Lock first. Yeah, I always like to joke that it's kind of an ageism thing. The older characters tend to be worse at running away. Like Bannon sucks at running away. Cyan sucks at running away. Strago sucks at running away. Gao, he's a kid. He's so good at running. If you get a preempt, that's great because that means your runaway meter is already filled. I forget where Realm is, but Realm is pretty good, but just not like top tier or anything like that. Yeah, and by old, Strago's like in his 30s, I think. Which, as we've learned from Valkyrie Profile, our 36-year-old lady is on death's doors, apparently, according to Lazard. She's lived a long life with her husband. Look. Valkyrie Profile said it, not me. Like, they make her out to be, like, a grandmother, and it's like, oh, yeah. Like, Lazard even makes a comment about how she and her husband have lived a long life, so it's better them than... like someone that's younger. And then you look at her character profile and it's like, yeah, she's 36. It's like, wait, what do you mean she's lived a long life? Don't forget to run away, Sai. I was talking. It's fine that Lock gets some levels, but that would have been... you have to make sure you're running away during all the animations. Otherwise, the Lock is gonna steal XP. It's particularly so on these, the ones where it's only 2 packs, because you have less opportunities to run away, because there's only 2 things to kill. You never recovered learning that Alphino and Alize are 16. I thought did they ever get to 17? Alright, level 19 is what we're shooting for. So let's look at her stats right now. She has 60, which is, she started at 11, I think. So 8 levels of, I think it was 8 levels of +2. Pretty good. Alright, Alex Trezia, thanks for hanging out. You have a good night. Sleep well. Alright, so what are we gonna do now? We have one more smoke bomb, right? Hell yeah. So then that means I get to show off this. Alright, so we have a quote-unquote mandatory can't runnable fight. Well, this is my like favorite detail about this game. So it's going to be a fight against Kefka, quote unquote, but it's basically a glorified cutscene. However, they really want you to watch it. You cannot run from it. But remember what I said about how can't run encounters work, where there's something on the field, there's an enemy on the field that has a flag that will make it so if you try to run away, the text can't escape or can't run pops up. Kefka here is not an enemy, right? Look at his sprite. It looks just like a party member sprite because effectively he is a member of our party. Just like the Mughals share party member slot, Kefka is effectively in our party. I think he takes Strago's spot. Once we name Strago, Kefka becomes Strago. I think that's who he shares a party member slot with. It's Realm or Strago, most likely. Maybe some, I'm not sure. Anyway, Actually, no, it can't be because we get Strago. Yeah. Anyway, not important. Where was I going? So there's nothing on the field that tells us we can't run. I'm going to hold left and right here. I'm going to try to run away. I'm holding left and right. Look at what lock does not do. I am holding left and right now. I'm holding left and right. Nothing is happening. The game knows that it can't stop you from running away. It wants you to not run away. So they just lock the L and R buttons. They do nothing in this fight. However, you can still smoke bomb. And the game can't stop you. I guess they could have put like a hidden invisible enemy on the screen that has the can't run flag on it. They probably just didn't think to do that. However, it's not really even a fight. It's a glorified cutscene. I think all you need to do is hit Kafka once and then it advances the dialogue. However, using a smoke bomb is just a bit faster because you skip some of that dialogue. That's like my favorite little bit. It's just like, but what if we lock the L and R button to prevent someone from running away, and then we still are able to run away because we use the smoke bomb? Yeah, it doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things. It just saves a couple of seconds. So if you like come in here, if you're in a speedrun and you come in here without smoke bomb, like it's fine. Just whack Kefka and you just wasted a couple extra seconds is all. Alright. Does anybody care about the story? Story update, lore update. I'll have a couple of minutes of cutscene in a second. Oh, actually I shouldn't have taken a step. Use a warp stone, which teleports you out of the dungeon. Don't take a step, just use the warp stone. That's why we bought them. If for some reason you forgot to buy it, then you can just walk down to the bottom left there and get out. And I'll take, I don't know, a dozen steps. Lore update. Okay. I haven't done a lore update. Okay, so Empire bad. We're trying to go against the Empire. They're collecting espers, which they first were draining their magic from them or killing them off to use as a power source, right? That's what we found in the Magic Tech Factory. However, when you go to, rescue the espers in the Magic Tech Factory, I forget if we're rescuing them or just like learning about them. We learn that the espers have even they can grant more power by transferring, like turning into a magicite first, and that's like supposedly like so much more powerful and so much more like energy that you can get from them that the Empire didn't know about. So the espers show you that they can do that in the or actually Ramu tells you about that first, and then tells you to save the espers in the Magic Tech Factory. And they're all like, "Oh, yep, if Ramu did it, cool. We'll join you." They turn themselves into magicite. Unfortunately, the Empire learns about this, and now realizes how much more powerful they can get if they collect more magicite. We had the great idea to get to the sealed gate and use Terra, who is half Esper, to try to commune with the Espers and be like, "Hey, the Empire is bad. We need your power to combat against them. Please join us." But the Espers went on a rampage because they realized what the Empire was doing, and they attacked the Empire, and we're gonna see the effects of that in a second here. Anyway, I want 2 warp stones. This menuing is a little bit different on nearer routes, but we want some warp stones. We want some more smoke bombs. Where am I on my menus? I haven't looked at my items or my notes in a second. Esper's gathering. Oh, there we go. 2 warp stones. Jeez, that took me forever to find. I went like... oh, I have to sell stuff, don't I? Why don't I have money? Why don't I have money? Did I forget to sell something? I probably forgot to sell something earlier. You should have enough money to buy 30-some smoke bombs. Remember that... Yeah, there's something I picked up earlier that is usually you don't have. I'll have to look to see what there's something I must have not sold, and so my money is a little lower than it should be. Hi, Say. Hi. There's a chocobo forest over here. Or a chocobo stable, rather. It's very important to have 100 gold going into the chocobo stable. Gus, who was on a pretty solid run and then didn't have 100. Money was really tight after I bought the smoke bombs, and I wasn't paying attention. And then I went there with less than 100, and I was like, oh, that's bad. I mean, it was fixable, but I mean, that was a pretty solid run if I remember right, and it stopped being solid after that. It's somewhat important to enter vector from the right-hand side. Oh yeah, here's the aftermath of the Espers attacking the Empire. We were going to coordinate an attack with them, but then we're just like, oh no, they just fuck shit up. And now we go there and they're like, oh yeah, the Emperor's waiting for you. Also, you can have that guy phase through you. And then you can despawn that guy by walking in and out, and it saves a couple frames. You can do this menu afterwards, but once I talk to the Emperor, there's a timer ticking. And because I'm talking a lot and not doing a very good job at talking and doing at the same time, we're gonna do it beforehand. Also, where am I in my... Alright, double earrings, Shiva, Flame Saber, Magus hat. I could have done this so much better. Sprint shoes and sneak ring. Alright. So this is a bit of a mini game where you're trying to collect points. And the mini game is split up into 2 parts. The first part is talking to the soldiers. So the Emperor is remorseful and is like, wow, the Emperor's really fucked shit up. They're gonna destroy the world. We have to make peace with them. Please, convince, please convince my soldiers that peace is the right way. Right? Yeah, that's a great plan. Anyway, we have to go talk to a bunch of soldiers. Some of them don't want to join us. Some of them want to fight. For every soldier that we talk to, we get a point. For every soldier that we fight, I think it's 5 points. And we want to get most of the points. There's a really small wiggle room. We're only going to talk to 23 of the 24 soldiers. Yeah, so remorseful. They're really, really doing a great job at convincing. I mean, they convinced our party. They convinced the party. Terrorists convinced. Oh yeah, some of them want to fight. Do that. Do that. So Fader to vanish, you know the deal. You could probably skip it if you're trying to save a couple seconds. Menu over to Steel. Yeah, some of them just want to fight just because they want to fight. It's like, hey, I want to test your strength type of thing. And there's some good equipment here. Back guard is good. This room is always like the infamous one because like there's a lot of dudes walking around in here. You should genuinely want to steal with lock first. You can get a little bit of money. So if money is tight, they genuinely you can get tents from them. Sometimes get a mithril vest if I remember right. Remembering which ones you've talked to is a little obnoxious when they're kind of doing a mosh pit thing. I do want that tincture. Oh my god, get out of the way. They're all over the place. Yeah, you go talk to this guy on the toilet and he's talking about opposing peace. It's like, yeah, right, dude, you're taking a shit. Some people cast harder after they're cast down. It's like, can you exit the bathroom before you want to try to be philosophical? Please leave the exit. Please get out of the... Please leave. Please. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh yeah, some of them are trash talking Kefka because Kefka's actually imprisoned because of the stuff that he did, or supposedly because the stuff he did to Doma. He poisoned Doma. And people are like, yo, that's fucked up. Yeah, just some itty-bitty workarounds, no big deal. Alright, so we talked to 23 of the 24. Alright, so we've convinced enough. There's one more that I'm not going to bother talking to. Why you don't bother talking to all of them, even though you have extra time, screen transitions don't advance the timer, so it saves a little bit. It's like a second if you go and talk to them. There's item menuing that you can do that I am not doing because I'm bad. But you want to have your items organized in a way so that when you go to Thamas, yeah, I'm just not going to bother. I've got 5 seconds. You have, the gist is you have time to organize your menu to do another sell, quick sell menu. Because you genuinely get here with a minute to spare. So you occupy that minute with something useful. Alright. The banquet. This is the second half of the minigame. We're gonna get quizzed. The Emperor is gonna ask us a bunch of questions. And different answers will award different amount of points. Right? Generally, the rule is try to be neutral. Try to be neutral. So leave them in our hometowns. And if we get any of these wrong, we're boned. What the points do for us is the more points you get, awards a more and more treasure and other rewards. We want the very last reward, which needs 99 points, I think. and we're going to get 100, and there's 103 total, or 101 total, I think. So we only have a 2-point wiggle room. We didn't talk to one of the soldiers, so that's one less point. And there's a choice in here where we can ask multiple questions that gives us 1 extra point. I think that's the room we have. Maybe it's 103, I forget. Anyway, leave him in jail. Trying to be neutral when talking to a war criminal emperor, difficulty level impossible, yeah. Yeah, I truly apologizing about Doma. Yeah, what's done is done. Yeah, no big deal. I guess this was, inexcusable. It's kind of a little not so neutral answer. But he's just like, I'm sorry. Celeste is one of us. Alright, now he's like, yo, you have any questions for me? And you can ask him all 3. And he's like, I want to talk about the Espers, and we're like, no, 1 more question. And it's really important to not ask the same question again. If you ask the same question again, I think it takes away points from you. So just ask another. It technically doesn't matter which questions you ask. You just need to ask 2 different questions. And you could ask all 3 if you wanted to. So if I did 1 more question, please, and ask the 3rd question, that would be fine too. But we can just say, let's talk about Espers. And then we can just say Espers have gone too far. So he's like, yo, I'm gonna stop my war. And then he quizzes you. Which question did you ask first? So you have to make sure to do it right. You have to remember which one you did first, but generally you're just gonna do the first one because that's like, it should have been what the first one you did was. Yes, let's take a break. You have to take a break. It's important to let food digest because you're totally eating here. Also, it's important to exercise after eating. So we're gonna fight these dudes. These also give us points. Ooh, I was supposed to put on Maduin. That's a little bad. Okay. Never mind, it's fine. I think Maduin is just faster animation, maybe, and we need Maduin on for later. I forget the exact reason I put Maduin on. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's fine. We killed him. Wait, did I... Uh-oh. Did I was reading chat and pressing buttons. We're not gonna get the best... Well, there goes our charm bangle. Why did I read... Oh my god. So you wanted to be, say the war is truly over. I didn't even see it come up. Yeah, we get him to say the war is truly over, and he's like, yeah, it is. I forget what the first option is. Anyway, well, that's bad. The charm bangle is a little important, because the charm bangle is the last reward, and it reduces... It reduces your encounter rate by quote-unquote half. How it really works is it reduces threat generation by about half. And generally that's going to mean you get into about half of the encounters. Not quite exactly right, but that's an easy way to understand it. Yeah. Trying to get most of the stuff. And there's no... At least... I don't think there's another way to pick up a charm bangle. There might be one in the Colosseum that I'm probably not going to be able to do. Yeah, Tint Bar's ass. I'm I'm gonna see to see if there's an alternative charm bangle that's like out of the way that I still want to get just to show off what a more normal run would be like. I don't think any time in the World of Balance. Yeah, so you can get one at the Coliseum. You can bet the Snow Scarf. Or the Moogle's Charm. Why would you bet the Moogle's Charm to get a charm bangle? Alright, well that's useless. Yeah, where's the Snow Star? Where can you get the Snow Scarf? Whatever this... That is in the SNES version. Snow Muffler, okay. You get it from the Coliseum by betting the Behemoth suit. Where do you get the Behemoth suit? You have to recruit Umaro. There you go. So you have to get Umaro to get the Behemoth suit. Bet the Behemoth suit to get the Snow Muffler, get the Snow Muffler to get Charm Bangle. But genuinely, if you're getting Umaro and want to use them, then you just use the Snow Muffler because that's the best thing for him. Anyway, we're just gonna run without it. It's gonna suck. Whatever. So we go in here. For whatever reason, you can warp stone in here. Did I... What did I do before? Oh right, we put on the charm bangle. Guess what I don't have? I don't have the charm bangle. You can do the Gale Hairpin. I think newer, like riskier routes sell the Gale Hairpin for some extra cash. I think I remember timing it out. It's like a... Oh, let's do this. It's like a 15-minute time loss. Maybe closer to 10 minutes if you're not getting the charm bangle. Also, it means money is tighter. Because you have to use more smoke bombs. Alright, this is why you don't speedrun. This is why I stopped speedrunning, because I can't really pay attention to chat and speedrun at the same time. Alright, Dr. Doobie, thanks for stopping by. You have a good night. Sleep well. One of the things you do get from the, what's it called? The banquet prizes is this place opens up. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Basically a bunch of money. Most of the stuff we just sell. I do want to try the Worlds Collide randomizer. I just need to find some time to do it. Alright, to help with money, you can try to steal you can steal a Dragoon boot from the Wyvern if you get lucky. It's a rare steal. If you have the sneak ring on, it's more likely. Also, shouldn't you have... Yeah, you should have running shoes on. You're supposed to put that on earlier. There is a warp stone right here in that box. Hey, Boniface. Alright, this part is particularly not exciting. I guess there's the Wait, do I have... I need to pull up the flame house manipulation. I don't have it in my notes. I just need to know the... Yeah, I just need to know the direction of movement. I remember Dot saying you were good at this. Dot setting high expectations. I'm not doing great. Well, I'm mostly talking. I'm trying to explain while I'm doing stuff, and as we've seen, I'm bad at talking and playing at the same time. Clearly, I just need a couch. I need people behind me to pay attention to things while I can focus. Yeah, it's educational. It's educational. That's right. Let me look up the firehouse manipulation, because I don't have that in my notes, because that was found after I stopped turning. I did learn it though. I just need to look up the directions. Okay, I can do it now because there's plenty of yeah, burning house manipulation. Upright. Okay. So, what I'm talking about the firehouse or burning house manipulation is a combination of things. Similar to other manipulations we'll be doing, where we're watching how NPCs are moving around. To know where the a particular RNG value is at. The RNG value that's used for NPCs moving around advances when NPCs moving around, when NPCs move around, and a couple other things also do it. We're going to do some manipulation for the burning house or firehouse, which is where we have to save realm, right? The house is burning. There's a bunch of bombs that are not random encounters but are actually on the screen, and if you touch them, then you get into an encounter. Ideally, we avoid as many of those as we can, right? So that we save on smoke bombs, use less time, we don't get any like pincers or anything like that, right? However, they move pretty fast, and there's a lot of them, and the corridors that we have to move around in are, at least for the first two rooms, are like 2 tiles wide. So like you can't just like walk around them, you have to walk past them. However, just like with the like Kefka Narsh scenario, right, how I was able to walk past enemies, or the Marshall scenario where I'm able to walk past things while they're right next to me, if you're both moving at the same time, then the encounter doesn't happen. You only get into an encounter when you're both like square against each other. So you kind of want to move past it while it's moving. However, again, they move pretty fast. There's a lot of them. You don't have a lot of movement. It's really hard to just do by eye. Basically impossible. At least until the later rooms where you have enough room where you can actually just like navigate around them. However, you can manipulate it. It's pretty tricky to do because that value is not just moving because there's because the firehouse, like because things are moving around. The flames themselves actually make that value move even faster, and there's a lot of like fire just happening around in the background, so that value is moving really, really fast. You basically have no wiggle room in the first 2 rooms. Yeah, and the collision for like the on-screen battle stuff is a little funky. So I'm gonna try to do it. I haven't practiced this in like a year, so it's probably not gonna go well, but I'm gonna try it. I'm trying to hit as many of those can't run or can't the tiles that avoid threat. Anyway, we're selling a bunch of stuff. If I was smart and did stuff, I'd have this planned out a bit, so I could sell stuff really quickly. I don't. So we're gonna sell stuff slowly. Tonics, tinctures, tents, antidotes. I don't think I have any antidotes. Dirk, Guardian, Air Lancelet, Mithril Knife. Did I sell the Thief Knife? I don't think so. Keep that. Rune Edge, yep. Blizzard, yep. Mithril Blade, yep. Break Blade, yep. Mithril Pike, yep. Ashura. Tempest cards. The Knuckles. Bucklers. Hairband. And I probably need to redo like the stuff that I want to sell. I can probably sell the leather hats, it's just not listed. Mithril vest, I don't have any of those. I already sold the auto crossbow. Skeins? Oh, we got a lot of skeins, what the hell? Hyper wrist. We sell one running shoe. One of them. A Genji glove, we don't need it. The Atlas armlet, we don't need it. We have 2 back guards, we only need one of them. A Tintabar, the Cherub down, or Cherub down. Not the wall ring, that's important. Yeah, but the cure ring, yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, Isaiah, thank you. So this gives us a lot of money. We want to buy the Mystery Veil, and then we're going to invest into the rod economy. Quote-unquote expert routes do buy different amounts of rods. I need to reroute the number of rods I buy and stuff like that. But generally, at least with the notes I have right now, I'm buying 9 of these, 10 of these, 8 of these, and then I have some money left over. And buy an extra thunder, an extra fire. Thunder, I think, is kind of how I have it set up. Basically, I should have actually bought some more. I can buy smoke bombs at the end. I'll be able to get to flying, at least till the end of the game, before I need to buy smoke bombs. What are we doing? Yeah, we do here. I need 2 names, Strago and Realm. So rods are particularly good. Let's get a name out first. Anybody want to be Strago? You don't have to pay any points for it. Yeah, oh yeah, Realm is that. Yeah, you can only be Strago. Realm is taken. Boniface, alright. Alright, how about just see, so we get 6 characters to work with? Is Bonnie okay? Or like Bonnie FC? FA? Bonnie is fine, alright. Okay. Alright, and now we get introduced to Realm, who has my favorite theme song. Probably, like, in terms of characters, themes from Final Fantasy, it's probably my favorite. Because it has bagpipes. What a cute doggy. I like that we all just agree Rama's Dot. Well, Dot also asked for it, but I was like, oh yeah, sure. Bagpipes and second to trumpet for what goes on with anything. Hi, Dot. I'm just waiting for Dot to call someone a fuddy-duddy. That doesn't happen until after we save Dot, though. Alright, good night, man. Okay. Maybe I should have saved beforehand. I mean, I guess it's the worst thing that can happen, really, is just I get into a bunch of encounters and use a bunch of smoke bombs. Alright, so Dot stayed over at a friend's house, and apparently, and if you look around, there's some extra cutscenes that you can see. There's a kid that's like trying to cast fire behind the house, and you just kind of ignore it. What do you think happened? What do you think happened with this house? And they're like, oh no, it was loaded with fire rods. Yeah, let's just load a house with explosives. Oh yeah, also this is a village of Magi, which they're trying to hide the fact that they are no magic because they don't want to get persecuted by the Empire. Alright. I love making the joke that Flames Be Gone is the most powerful flame spell in the game. Because it's certainly not like water or ice magic. Look at what happens. Get everybody casting Flames Be Gone. Oh, yeah, Cyan I think is in his 30s. Did I say Strago? Yeah, Cyan I think is in his 30s. Yeah. Strago is a proper grandfather. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, such powerful fire magic. I don't actually know the proper age of Cyan. I remember reading that he was in his 30s. It's possible that he's like maybe in his 40s. It's very possible. If he's 50, I'd believe it. I just would also believe alright. So, I need to pay attention to how the fire moves around. So the same sort of thing that we did with the NPC in the auction house, we're going to be doing the same thing here, except it's a lot harder. But the sequence we're looking for is upright, upright, right? Upright, upright. Up. Up. Down. Right. Up. Right, upright. There you go. Nice. That is usually what gets me. Anyway, the first room, nailing the first room, I still feel pretty good about. And just kind of eyeball this one. Yeah. Once you get into one encounter, you kind of just have to eyeball the rest. 2 preamps are good though. And now it's free. I got through most of them with only 2 encounters. That's still really good. It used to be if you could get into like the average before manipulation was like 4. I think you can skip one of the rods now too in newer routes. But I'm just grabbing both of them. Anyway, that was okay. That was okay. What's the menu I do here? I have lock written as locker here, so I'm not gonna call locker. Running shoes, right, you need the sneak ring because we're gonna try to steal. You get double earrings. You get the charm bangle, which you don't have, and the sprint shoes. So I'm just going to pretend that there's a charm bangle in that first slot. Also, if you, like technically you can do this in the battle, and you genuinely want to do it in battle if you are not doing the manipulation, but you do want to have him ready to go with an ice rod. Oh, and, do that. Do I need to? Yeah, I do need to attack, don't I? Is that a problem? I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem that he dies. Right? Yeah, it's not a problem. Drago can die, that's fine. I think generally if you're fast, I think you can usually avoid them taking a turn, but I think it's also somewhat random. Like, if Terra gets a really slow turn or something. Included the guide. I don't think I've seen a guide for FF6. Anyway, rods do a lot of damage. If you played FF5, you know that rods are good. So they were like, alright, rods were too good in Final Fantasy V. What if we made them better? But they cost more. That's the trade-off. They cost more. They cost 3,000 gil instead of 750. And instead of... So in Final Fantasy V, rods just cast the level 3 magic of the rod that they're associated with when you break it. In Final Fantasy VI, it only casts a level 2 spell. However, it also has 2 other properties associated with it. It will always roll for max damage, and it will pierce magic defense. It's busted. It's busted. So that's why we bought like 30 rods. We literally spent 100,000 on rods. There's also elemental shields that you get eventually. Those are also breakable. They do something a little bit different. I'll leave it up to the viewer to experiment. However, the elemental shields are also just very good because they're elemental shields, and if you've ever played a Final Fantasy, you generally know that those are pretty good. Being able to negate / absorb certain elements is pretty solid. Also, I missed my favorite line, what a fuddy-duddy. Realm says that to Strago, because Strago's like, no, you can't come with us, and she's like, what a fuddy-duddy. Opera floozies, yeah, that's pretty solid. Meow meow. Fuddy Duddy is a permanent part of your vocabulary because of Realm. Yeah, it's very good. Alright, cutscenes 1 done. It's a little bit faster to exit out of here. I forget how many extra steps it is to walk the south exit. Not that it matters because steps don't matter inside of a town, but, you know, it saves some amount of time. I think I was supposed to menu after the cutscene. Yeah, we're fine. I guess, maybe, is this not written down? Oh, yeah. Running shoes. Gale hairpin. That's what we want. Gale hairpin increases preempts. As we see here. No quick preempt. With 3 characters in your party and 2 enemies in a formation, you need to... I was trying to do a steal on a unlock to add a little bit of slowdown to allow me to have everybody run away at the same time. I don't know exactly why in preempts sometimes not everybody runs away at the same time. And I think it has to do with like how quickly the game is like checking for things, and if there's like too many things, it doesn't check for things enough, so you have to add a little bit of slowdown so that give the game more time to check for something so that everybody runs away at the same time. Do I do a menu before Ultros 3? I don't. Yeah, we don't need to. If you really want to be safe, you can throw the earrings back onto Terra, but you don't need to. Ultros 3. We want to steal a white cape from Ultros. We'll have 2 chances to do it. Also, we want to avoid a cutscene, or some extra dialogue. So normally you're supposed to just like you have to end the fight with sketch, right? The game is teaching you about the sketch command. However, sketch has the chance to miss, and there's some extra dialogue that you'll see when the sketch actually lands. So if you want to go fast, just throw a couple of fire rods. We'll save the missed chance of sketch, and a little bit of extra dialogue. You need to do 22,000 HP of damage, which is like 3 times the amount of the previous boss. So it's like the game, they're not expecting you to deplete the HP of Ultros 3. However, say steal, tear more. Okay, yeah. We have morph. Morph is really good. Yeah, there's 4 nines of damage. Oh, no, that's bad, actually. No, we're fine, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine to queue up a steal. I didn't even see if the first steal worked. We're just fine the whole day. Never mind. Uncle Ulti. I love Rome. She's so dramatic. Hi, B-Mick. Yeah, let her paint your picture. Teehee, you're gonna love it. Alright, whole day. Yeah, we're good. Did I get a... Okay, goodbye. We didn't let Dot paint. Yeah, you were awesome, Dot. You were awesome. You did great. Don't tell Dot that she did nothing. Did I walk down the wrong one? It's the bottom left one, right? It's the bottom right one. Zoe, how long has it been since you've played this game? We go, how do I... Don't care about that. Jump down here, and then... Alright, we're on an adventure. We're on an adventure. You're supposed to jump down one of the holes. Apparently I forgot which hole to jump down. Yep, no sense it's back here. Yeah, don't do this. We're gonna find out. It's bottom left, I'm pretty sure. So you can really notice like how much slowdown there is in these in this place when you have 4 party members and there's like 5 things on the screen. Yeah, like there is quite a bit of time that it waits before it allows you to, before the ATB starts filling up. You can even see some of the slowdown with those smoke bombs. Those taking a really long time. Also, we got like 10 minutes of cutscenes, so if you need to like take a break, stretch, I need to do something. I need to like get up, stop talking for a minute, drink some water, stretch. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna just... I guess I don't need to like really get up, but I'm just gonna like stand up. The nice thing about Turbo is I don't have to do anything. You know, I used to play this game without Turbo because people were really picky about Turbo, and I also didn't have a Turbo controller. I'm glad that many communities, not all, many communities are pretty don't give a fuck on Turbo or not. Unfortunately, that's not the case for everybody. Alright, what other fun details do I have? Oh, Leo is gonna join our party in a little bit. And much like... what's it called? Much like other people who are quote-unquote party members. He shares a character slot with, I forget who, but he has equipment that you can't remove, of course. And the Leo character slot gets replaced by somebody. I forget who he shares a slot with. Once you name that character. Of course, there's always the thing of how do you get Leo in your party. And I think, while not applicable for a speedrun, I think you can use the airship glitch to get Leo into your party, which is a really, really funny glitch that just so you can do a lot of funny stuff with the game. Oh yeah, he chose a slot with Bannon. Right, now I remember. Because normally you want to leave Bannon in the front row because if you leave Bannon in the front row, Leo will still be in the front row when he joins your party, but if you leave Bannon in the back row, Leo will be in the back row. And you want to have it front row because even though Shock is really cool looking, it is faster to just spam attack with the offering. I forget what equipment other than the offering that Leo has, but he's got some good stuff. He's got some good magic block. Kefka, we're gonna see a bit with Kefka in a second here. Kefka has the paladin, is gonna have the paladin shield on in a second. Also, this part used to be a little more scary in, I think in Sketch. In Sketch percent, Leo's level is a lot lower because, again, based on average party level. So, like, if you don't block stuff and you get bioed, there is a real chance that, like, Leo could lose this fight. Hey Coach Anu, thank you for the stretch hydrate. One thing I don't love about this, about the ASCII Super Nintendo controller, if you turn turbo on or auto on and then hold down the button, like, they cancel each other out, so nothing happens. And so sometimes I'll be like holding down the A button to advance text in a battle, and then I'll switch it to auto because I'm gonna wanna switch to like out of battle stuff, and I forget to let go of the A button and then like wonder why text is not advancing. Hang in there, Leo. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, Kefka is very easily hateable. He does a lot of things that are just like, dang, this guy sucks. Like, at first he's like just a little goofy and like, you know, maniacal in, you know, a goofy way. And of course he's a villain, so he has to be a bit evil, but then he very much goes into, yeah, this guy's fucked up, man. Yeah, and I really think the even though it's a bit different than the Japanese version, I think the personality that Woosley gave Kefka is pretty good. If I understand right, in the Japanese version, he's quite a bit more vulgar. in like what he says. Also, there's a fun game that people will play on how good this Ifrit clone does. How many times does he hit Kefka? Kefka has a paladin shield on right now. 0. 0 is the right answer. Dang. This guy sucks. Kefka's got like, I think like a 60-ish% chance to block. It's possible, Asma. I'm not sure. I do not have enough knowledge in Japanese, nor have I actually like tried to. I haven't. I mean, I've played a little bit of the Japanese version for speedrun purposes, but not with like the intent of trying to figure out what people are saying. Does this game use much kanji even? I'm not sure. Probably not if I had to guess, but I'm not sure. There was someone, I always forget his name, Clyde, what's his face? Clyde Mandelin. I always forget his last name for some reason. Who did a playthrough of Final Fantasy VI while looking at the Ted Woosley script, the GBA script, like a fan translation. I forget what the fan translation is called, but it's like wanted to be more quote-unquote accurate to the Japanese, and then the actual Japanese version, and like sat down and like analyzed them and like, you know, spent a lot of time talking about like about stuff and where the differences were, and it was really interesting. I didn't watch all of it, but I'm sure there's like a playthrough, like you can, it's probably on YouTube. Yeah, it was like he was streaming it, so like doing like live translation stuff and talking about stuff, and it took, of course, a long time because you'd sit on like a single dialogue box for a little bit and maybe talk about it for a while. I remember watching a bit of it because I was like, oh, this is like, one, I know him because Legends of Localization and, you know, stuff like that. Didn't he do the Mother 3 translation? Is that where everybody knows his name from? Oh, also, we have a break of from cutscenes. Here is... right, lock. And strike out. Alright, here's the break's over. Yeah, here's Mother 3. Okay. I'm glad I can remember things while trying to talk. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing, right? That very, you know, not a ton of people like are really that knowledgeable. You have to kind of work in the industry, right? To be able to like not just talk about like, oh, this translates to this, but also like, you know, why you know, you would translate something differently than like maybe the obvious translation, because you're also working around like limitations in how much space you have, limitations in like the amount of text boxes, of course working around you know, the publisher allowing for certain things, which, you know, 90s Nintendo of America certainly was a little more restrictive on a lot of things. Oh yeah, and also a really tight deadline. Yeah, Ted Woosley, like, even though I don't love everything, like, every bit, especially like after reading about some things of how certain things were translated, like dude was on a tight deadline, so like I cannot fault him for stuff. Or do we fly? We fly to the floating continent first, right? And then do right. And I think people have adjusted this to cut this part out, but that's still on my notes. Lock, get this, and then Edgar, right? So that yells at you. Head to the floating continent to readjust your party. But put 4 people in it, so it yells at you and tells you to go down to 3. Just so you can do some menuing here. Which I think is cut out, and you just have to have fun for the first fight. White cape, running shoes, charm bangle, sprint shoes. We don't have charm bangle because we're cool. Celeste gets optimized, Edgar gets optimized. We go with Ramu, Shote, and Zone Seek. And then remove Phantom, very important. Very important. And then we head again. Edgar. Terra. Celeste. I think that's right. I think that's the order that we want. Yeah, 2 and 4, yeah. Putting people in certain slots. To avoid stuff. How goes the speedrun? It's more of a casual walk. And that's why we put we want Terra and Celeste facing to the left so they don't get back attack propellered. Having Edgar die isn't as bad. I'm gonna take a couple of turns with without Edgar alive, just to get a little bit more XP onto Celeste. I really need to look into like the amount of XP in this part so I can like more properly see like if Edgar dies early, like how many do I want him dead for the whole thing? Do I want to revive him for some of the fights? This section is also a huge RNG section. If they get a lot of turns off quickly, here, let's revive now. And we're going to do that. Right, because we do want Edgar alive a little bit. That's actually important. We need a certain amount of we need Edgar to learn Doom, and if he's dead for too long, then that's bad. But I guess we're going to get a lot more encounters in the floating continent, so it really doesn't matter how this part goes. As long as I don't get too much experience on the floating continent. Because too much levels on Celeste would be bad. Should be holding A. Asma, you doing okay? 1 HP, you're fine. Oh wait, you heal. Oops. Okay, that was the last fight. Before you do Maduin, Edgar gets Phantom, and you still need Shout, right? Yeah, because you need Bio. You're gonna learn Bio here. Hearing. Zoida. Hearing this. Okay, cool, we're good. Alright, Ultras 4. That was bad, Zoe. It's really important to understand which buttons to select when changing characters. Pressing X or Y, you either go up in the list or down in the list, depending on which one you press. Sometimes you want to press Y to go down. Y to go down. Sometimes you want to press X to go up. There, I wanted to press X to go up, and I pressed Y to go down. Fire Rod, and then Bio, and then Ice, and then Ice Rod. Wait, what am I doing again? Fire Rod. Bio and yeah. That's unfortunate. Usually that kills. Another ice should kill fine. Yeah. There's a bit of damage variance in the ice and bio damage. Thunder Rod, the main body, and that's it. Goodbye, Air Force. I had like 8,000 damage, if you couldn't see. Air Force has 8,000 HP, and it does a little, it does like barely over 8,000. Alright, I'm gonna actually save, because I don't have the, what's it called? Charm Bangle. That would be bad if I died at a particular point. Ooh, the fact that you're level 16? That's a little bit too high. You should only be at 15. Was that your dad too long? That kind of sucks. I think we'll be fine. I might just miss out on one level of... Usually she should be at 15, which I'm gonna get 3 levels off the next fight. Though it's also, like, there are 2 encounters that you can get in the Imperial Air Force. There's a 3-pack and a 2-pack. The 3-pack, of course, gives you more XP. I think we got only 3 packs. Maybe that's why. Anyway. We have to take an encounter. And before we run, we need a phantom and smoke bomb. Now there's an encounter in here that's really scary. It's getting ninjas. Oh, I also need to make sure to heal. Oh, that's good. Oh, I can use potions. We're good. Yeah, we need to make sure Terra's always at 100% HP at all times. When we're walking around. Especially with the, not having the charm bangle. Imp. We double imp. Edgar switch to Shoat to go back to learning for Doom. Front row Terra and Edgar. And that's it, right? Right? Yeah. And you have Zone Seacon. You do. Cool. Alright, we're going to feed XP into Celeste now. This is a really scary encounter. This guy does a ton of damage, as you're gonna see in a second here. But he only knows how to physical attack. He also, whenever he takes a turn, he does 3 attacks, and he has like a really high chance to counterattack. It might be 100%, I'm not sure. But he also gives a ton of XP. We just got to level 19 right off the bat. It's a little awkward that I'm so far ahead in XP. Normally you have to take a couple extra encounters to get to level 19. We're already level 19. I don't want to get to level 20 is the problem. So I just want to avoid everything. However, there will be encounters you can't run from. Gale Hairpin Backguard. Gale Hairpin Backguard. And now we just have to pray. Oh, I should use this ether on you. Everybody's at full. Okay. No ninjas. So the floating continent is interesting because the step route does matter. And I need to heal. I have to keep Terra alive. So the step route matters. And the what am I gonna say? I think so, I think. You get into encounters at the expected spots. However, there is actually randomness in what encounters you get. So instead of just being, if you get an encounter at a specific spot, and you're on step route, like you know what you're gonna get, for whatever reason, there's actually a one of 4 potential encounters that you can get. So for every like instead of just like being guaranteed a specific like formation, like it rolls a random thing where it's choosing one of those 4 one of those 4 formations, and it's going to give it to you. I don't think there's any other area in the game that does that. It's unique to the floating continent. It makes this section like very scary because like you can't just plan around things because you're gonna see a lot of stuff.
and there's a lot of it's out of your control. The dangerous things are the ninjas, which we're, one, getting pretty lucky with preamps, two, we're not seeing any ninjas. Ninjas are scary because they come in a set of two. They're easy to kill. You can kill them with a single thunder rod, or a single bolt too if you haven't learned. We actually might have problems learning spells. I might have to take some time before I jump off if we don't have everything learned. Anyway, the ninjas are dangerous because they act fast, and they can the main dangerous thing is they cast their skeins, so like the fire, water, bolt skein. Two of those will kill Edgar and Celeste, and Tara has like just enough HP to survive two of them. If she's at max HP, if she has 611 HP, that's enough. If she has any less than that, then there's a good chance that if you run into a ninja, you're dead. And you can't run from them. You have to kill them. And they probably will get a turn before you. Unless you have running shoes on, which we don't. Do not say yes here. Do not say yes there. Unless you want to have fun with the airship glitch. Oh, oops. That's fine. I already prepped the defend on everybody, so... Celeste's smoke bomb got eaten by a stop. Don't do that. Use smoke bomb on everybody. It's easier. Just hold A. Okay. So, Atmo Weapon's an interesting encounter because, this is, I think, the first time in the first boss that has, like, a changing AI script, that completely changes, as it, like, enters certain phases. So it has, you can think of it as different phases, but it doesn't tell you. When the boss drops below certain HP, it changes its moveset, it does. So the gist of it is you want to avoid some of the nasty stuff. It has that... It can cast Quake, which is probably just going to kill you. It can counterattack with Flare. I can do some other nasty stuff. So you want to work around that. And there are newer things to do, I think. But, you know, here's what I do. Carbuncle on Celeste. Cure everybody. Hero Ring running shoes. Do you have enough? Yeah, you're fine. And we're gonna throw some more rods at it. Press X to go up to Terra. So what I'm doing is single targeting the rod to not split its damage, which you can do. Are you... hopefully... That damage looked a little low. Is that right? Do you have stuff on... You should. You should. I should be... Just trust yourself. Trust yourself, sorry. Because we will use more, right? Yeah. Alright, so that's us, that's why we put the flare, reflect on to avoid getting counterattack flared.
Oh wait, this is bad. Because we didn't take any encounters, it's important to understand how Terra's morph meter works. It was depleting so fast because we hadn't she has a hidden meter that affects how long you can have morph on her. The more things you kill, or more specifically, the more AP that is like on after battles, the you charge it up. Generally, you get into a lot of ninja encounters, and you have to get XP. I forgot that I need to charge up my morph bar. Other than just get XP. I was good on XP. I wasn't good on the morph. This is a problem now. Now she doesn't have morph anymore. It's gonna take more thunder rods. One extra thunder rod. The problem is I don't want him to take a turn. If he takes a turn on the final phase, I could get quaked. Okay, we're fine. I think. I think we're fine. Okay. Hey, an okay guy. Hi. Alright, that was potentially dangerous. I don't think I've been in that situation before, where because I was already good on the XP, I didn't have to take any counters on the floating continent, and Terra's morph ran out. You can see that it ran out just as her turn was coming up, so it's like I only needed a couple of extra points. Like a single ninja encounter would have been perfect. Or if I just decided to kill anything. Anyway, after the battle, there's definitely I'm definitely low on, let's look. Yeah, Esper's Shoat. Doom? Yeah, we're way off. We're way off. We need to get Doom up to max before the tentacles fight is what it's for. That's 42 points. That's 42% at 21 points. Yeah, that's funny. That's what it does. Anyway. Yeah, weird scenario. Weird scenario. Long cutscene here. You got a break if you turn your turbo on and walk away. Alright, we're coming up on the exciting part. My favorite part of the run is pro bass fishing, because it's probably the part I'm best at. So I'm hungry. Do I have... Give me a second. I'm gonna step away. And get a snack, if that's okay. Well, if it's not okay, that's too bad. But I shouldn't take too long, because then that would be bad. Are you sticking a fork in an outlet? On a scale of 1 to whatever spell Kefka was casting there, how much did that hurt? I might need to take another break after this, because I fed my cats pretty late, because I got up pretty late. And thus they weren't bothering me at the normal dinner time. And I don't think they've had dinner. I'm still muted. Awesome. Or do I need to do anything? Nope, we just go. Oh, we're still on. Okay, yeah, I have a flame saber. Does Terra know Bolt 2 yet? Hopefully she does. That's unfortunate. She does not. It's not too bad. In like a speedrun setting anyway. That's why we have, again, normally I would have Bolt 2 by this point. On Terra, and, we have kind of a really powerful party. Because of all the, magic points dumping that we did earlier. This is kind of interesting. I had so many extra Thunder Rods, and They're not getting... I can't use them. How far away are you from... She's so far away from learning it. That's a little obnoxious. Wait, yeah, let's do this. Let's not do that. I want to save that for the next fight. I'm trying to math out some damage here. Yeah, getting no ninjas has really thrown me off. Though I think I put Shiva on too early. When was I supposed to? Also, you can fight. I might just skip. It might just be best to skip learning Doom. I don't think I'll have enough for it. We'll see though. Just throw this at this guy. If you get lucky, you can skip Condemned. If you get good ATB, he gets bad ATB. You just kill him before he does Condemned. So how are we on... show... oh yeah, one more, we'll do it. So normally you wouldn't take extra encounters, you would just go. I'm showing you. What do you have? You don't have anything. Right. I forgot that these things can actually kill you if they feel like it. No, now's a bad time. Now's a bad time. Look away for a second. What do I want to do here? I was trying to create a backup of something and put myself in a really bad spot. Also, hi Altriak. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Do I go for the kill? Oh, also, what's our... Oh, I have to just go for the kill. The timer's running. Oh yeah, we're... This is bad. Yeah. Alright, we're just out of here. So much for my backup. The timer is still running, by the way, while you're in the menu. Happy New Year! Hi. My name's Zoiteki. Thank you for the raid, Eltrak. What were you up to? Near Zero, thank you for gifting us up to Eltrak. Thank you, thank you. I am trying to play Final Fantasy VI and talk about it, and those two things apparently don't work well. And I'm making a ton of mistakes, but I'm trying to be educational, so hopefully that's okay. Oh yeah, and we don't get Shadow. Though I spent so much time thinking about things in the last fight, I probably could have just waited for him. You're talking about some of the favorite games you streamed in 2024, then did some game requests. Hell yeah. I talked about games I played in 2024 too. Do I have my thing? Can I show it? Did I close? I did close it. No, I didn't. Never mind. It's still there. How can I show? Oh, there we go. We put this on this scene. Here we go. Here's stuff I played in 2024. Oh, you can't see it. Now you can. Well, all that stuff I played in 2024. And there's my 2025 resolutions. Play more games, have fun. That's what I want to do. But thank you for the raid. And again, yeah, Happy New Year. And I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, and to be clear about what I'm talking about, I'm trying to do like a speedrun walkthrough because I used to speedrun this game and I used to kind of be good at it. I'm trying to like take it slow, but I'm also just like making plenty of mistakes while I'm doing it. Have I seen the new tech? I've seen the new tech for the glitch stuff. There's a lot of wild stuff that's happening in what used to be called No Sketch. New stuff is happening. Is happening all the time. I think I'm gonna wait for it to quiet down because it's like what kept happening is I was like, I should learn No Sketch, and then it's like some new tech got found. It's like, okay, they were like trying to figure it out. So it's like, okay, I'll wait till that is done before I, start to learn, because I don't want to learn a route and have the route completely changed. And then like stuff was constantly getting found. So like every couple months it was like, oh, there's this new thing. I was like, okay, I'll wait again. Oh, there's this new thing. And so it happened so much. I was like, I just was like, oh, I guess I'm never gonna learn it. And that was like years ago. And then it started happening again lately, where it's like new stuff is being found all the time. Glitchless is pretty static, right? And that's the quote unquote category I'm talking about. All right. That. We don't got a charm bangle because we done goofed. That was bad, Zoe. Alright, so we're gonna do I took one extra step. That's what I'm complaining about. We're on seed 3. Or we're on step count seed number 3. We've advanced it by 14 to go to number 17. And now we're gonna fish. So before I load into this save, I'm gonna try to talk about what I'm doing. If you don't want to know the mechanics of Sid, it's probably a good time to dip out, because I'm gonna explain how this section works. Sid has an HP bar, essentially. Zoida. You want to get it to 255, I think 255 is the value we're shooting for. I think it starts at 100 and it decreases by 1 every second. I think that's the rate. You raise it by giving him fish. There's 4 types of fish. There is a fast fish, which heals him by 32. there is a slow fish, which decreases it by 16. And then there's 2 medium speed fishes. One increases it by 16, the other decreases it by 8. I think those are all the right numbers. Let's just pretend that they are. So we want to get the good fish and avoid the bad fish. We also have to be able to tell the difference between the 2 medium speed fishes because they move at the same rate. How do we tell the difference between them? We do. When we go into the beach to check for fish, it's not guaranteed that they're going to give us any fish. We can get anywhere between 0 and 4 fish every time we go into the beach. How is it determined? What fish show up? Well, that RNG value that I've been talking about the whole game, that determines how NPCs move around, and it determines a couple other things. Also determines which and how many fish show up on the beach. So we have things set up in a way where I'm coming in where that value is set at 17 because it's set at this when you load in a save. The value of the RNG value used by the step, like by the seed, the encounter seed that we're on, that RNG value that I'm talking about will match that. So it will be at 17, and I'm going to work around that. I'm going to work around it by talking to Sid a certain number of times, which is going to advance it by a certain amount, and then taking certain actions while on the beach, and then NPC, the fish are moving around and the birds moving around to push it forward to places I know where it's going to be at. So I can't see the number, and I'm playing on a real Super Nintendo. I can't look at this value, but we're going to go to value 21, and then 100, and then 140. And I forget what the last one is, but it doesn't matter what the last one is because we're already good. Okay, so I'm going to try to do that. It's not frame perfect by any means, but it's a constant string of like, you're operating within like 2 and 3 frame windows, I think, for about a minute and a half straight. Though there's certain screens where you don't really have to pay too much attention on. But while we're on the beach, our movement's important. And while we're trying to talk to Sid, our movement's important. All right, let's try it. I'm trying to do 4 cycles, and that's the fastest we can save him. And if I mess up at all, then it's just, I just have to pray. There's no backup. I'm gonna go up and talk to Sid once. All right, I'm going to go in and out of the beach and watch how this bird moves. Up, left, go. I'm going to talk to Sid 3 times before feeding him. I think I was supposed to exit 1 square to the left. Actually, no, that's bad. We got both the medium speed fishes, and I accidentally picked up both of them. Right, so I left the screen at the wrong spot, which threw it off. So now it's fucked up. Also, if you're wondering which medium speed fish are good and which one are bad, if they spawn close to the beach, it's good. If they spawn further out in the water, it's bad. That's how you tell the difference between the 2 medium speed fish. Actually, no, nah, never mind, it's taking too long. Yeah, you are not intended to do this when you're playing this first. These are both good. Can you? Yeah, the fish also have to play nicely, and also like how they move around is determined by the RNG value. Right, so like they can, this one's okay. Though really to advance forward, you need to get good fish. You need to get both good fishes. This is gonna advance me forward a little bit, but not enough for it to matter, I think. So here's what it looks like if, oh, we actually did it. Okay, cool. I didn't think that it would be enough because one of those screens actually took a while. So we got the first, the first two screens. I messed up. So the way that everybody has a slightly different way of doing it. The way I do it is I go up and I actually could have fixed it, I think. I could have fixed it once I realized I went out at the wrong tile. I could have just gone back down onto the beach and up. That might be enough to fix it. Not sure. I haven't explored that scenario. It took a year to build a raft. Well, I mean, I think the intended the story is that there used to be more people, but the gist of it is I don't think it's explicitly said, but that they suggest that they take their own life because of how bleak the world is, or maybe they just pass away via natural causes. If you watched, oh damn it, I still have turbo on. Maybe no, that wouldn't have mattered. Actually, it should have. Maybe that did mess things up. Yeah, it would have, because I would have talked to Sid more times than I wanted to. Anyway, don't have turbo on. What the hell? Or did I maybe not turn... Maybe I didn't have turbo on. Yeah, I must have turned it off at some point. And then turned it back on for that cutscene. Anyway, Zoe, you're fine. You're doing great. -- Yeah, that's like... They don't know anything. Like, they don't know anything what's happened. They've been stuck on that island for a year. Why did I step down there? Anyway, we're going up here. You might notice that, hey Zoe, aren't you forgetting about Sabin? Sabin's in, Tian, don't you know? You can go get Sabin right now. He's holding up a house. You have to help him. And I'll say, Sabin's fine. Sabin can hold that house up for like half an hour. We'll get him eventually. I mean, sorry, Fong. Fong will be fine. Oh, whoops. And I'm looking at chat and not looking at the map. There's also weird things that you can do with a lot of the new stuff in the glitch categories for Final Fantasy VI are... A lot of it has to do with timer chan, which is just carrying... The gist of it is when there's a timer running, either when it tells you there is because it's on the screen, or even when it's not. There's like a hidden timer in the background and you don't actually know there's a timer, but it's there. You can carry that to places you shouldn't, and the game gets weird when you're using timer chan in ways that you shouldn't. What do I sell here? Imperial. We sell the this is like another menu that my menuing sucks. Also, I want to make sure my guild cannot end in 1. It's ending in 1 right now. I need to sell something to not have it end in 1. Flame Sabers, both of them, right? Yeah. And that'll be apparent in like, I don't know, some amount of time. Where it is? Thunderblade. Chocobro Brush. Boomerang. Ninja Stars, I don't think I have any of those. I should have optimized. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. It'll be easier for me. Is it bad if it ends in 1? Yes. Will remind me later and I'll tell you why. But the gist is yes. You cannot have it end in 1. At least for, you know, the speedrun and the route that we're doing. I need to keep the wall ring, right? Yeah, I do. I still the boomerang. I still don't have ninja stars. I just need to get stuff out of my stuff. I don't have. Oh, I do have a mithril vest. I stole one. Did I get this? Snarza ring, Sarsnia ring. I'm supposed to pronounce that. It's like Sarnia. It's like that's weird. That's a weird word. Do I still have the Dirk? No, I sold that. I don't have any Magis. I do have a Magicite. When did I get those? Alright, so we're selling a bunch of stuff, buying 2 enhancers, and then and a bard's hat. Gerard. Alright, another favorite bit of stuff. So we have Gerard, which is an anagram of Edgar, which I think is pretty clever. However, in the Japanese version, his name is not Gerard. What is his name? Does anybody know? His name is Jeff, which I just find really funny. Because whenever I think of that, for whatever reason, my mind goes to the. Has anybody seen the that Jeopardy clip where it's just Trebek saying Jeff a bunch, and they call it Jeopardy? Jeff. Yeah, so that's it. That's Edgar's alter ego, in the Japanese version is Jeff. Alright, we have to take care of some stuff here. One thing that I don't really talk about. Oh my god, these dudes are in the way. Kind of like Chrono Trigger. Spoilers, the minorest spoilers for Chrono Trigger. Depending on when you pick up treasures, like if you get treasures in different parts of the game, they can change throughout the game. Final Fantasy VI has that too. This is now a remedy, and this is now an elixir. If you didn't get it in a World of Balance. And I think if you get it between occupied South Figaro and non-occupied South Figaro, I think it also changes. The Thunder Rod is one of those. If you get Thunder Rod on the first trip to the cave to South Figaro. I forget what it is, but if you get it during lock scenario, it's a Thunder Rod. And I think if you don't get it all the way until now, it's something even different. Yeah, Narsh Caves changes too. Oh, preempt! Come on, Zoe. That's a smoke bomb you just wasted. This section's actually a little scary. If you get pretty unlucky, you can be put into a really awkward situation. These things have Confuse, which will I think it's Mad Sickle is the ability that they cast, which will prevent you from, you know, using your smoke bomb. And some of the guys have Fire 2, I think. In any case, like, I've definitely lost runs at this point. Because the game said you're really unlucky. Yeah, these Humpties, I think, have... Is it no, the Crawler... I think it's the Crawlers. The blob thing in the back, I think, have Fire too. You're not going to get one shot, but, you know, if you get hit a couple times... If you get, I think, hit by 2 Fire 2s... you're probably dead. The guy has nothing to say. I'm failing the minorest of speed tech. If you are doing a screen transition on a set of stairs, you lose your sprint shoes while on the stairs until you're off the stairs. Unless you press up or down. If you press up or down while on the stairs after a screen transition, you regain your sprint shoes. And you do it there to save like a couple frames, unless you hold up for too long and then you lose a couple of frames. Alright, what are we doing here? Ifrit, because we want to learn Fire 2, which we already have. Enhancer Magus Hat, because we want damage. I love damage. Magus Hat, not Bard's Hat. Here are Ring Running Shoes. And I'm going to heal up that 9 HP because it could matter. I could have taken there's a slightly safer, you can do Running Shoes Wall Ring if you want to be safe. I should have actually done that because I don't have Doom. Oh my god. Right, I don't have Doom. We're gonna fight 4 tentacles. One of them is susceptible to Doom. That's normally Edgar's job. Alright, so it's just a lot of that. I can't do that. I'll be fine. Oh, I actually can do... What is the backup? I think you can use a backup of... I'll wait till it's done to do that. You can do Gravity Rod and then something else. Gravity Rod, Fire Rod, I think. I usually use the Gravity Rod to just sell. So these things try to seize you, which first slows you, and then if you're slowed while seized, they grab you. Alright. So we'll be fine, I'll just be down on money. I wonder if I could have just done a normal fire too and not a fire rod. Are these guys as dangerous and glitchless as a no sketch? Generally everything's less dangerous and glitchless. They're still a bit dangerous though. We got pretty favorable. If they grab Edgar, one, if Edgar constantly misses the Doom, that's bad. If Edgar gets grabbed, that's also bad. If Celeste gets bioed, it puts her into pretty critical HP. So like getting like poisoned in the bio is probably just gonna kill her. Or if she gets attacked a couple times in bio, she's probably dead. And Edgar can't do anything by himself. If Celeste is dead, you're probably dead. Anyway, that was fine. We put on the Gale hairpin again. And the running, the sprint shoes, we don't have the charm bangle because we're an idiot. That's it, right? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that's what you're hoping. Oh, we might see something funny. Never mind. It wasn't funny. So sometimes, if you use a smoke bomb, and while you have queued it up, before you have taken your turn, you get confused. If you're familiar with reverse Joker Dream, you kind of know how this works. You already have an action queued up, but then you get confused, so you do the action against the opposite, like you're turned around. So instead of casting the smoke bomb on your party, there's a chance that you cast the smoke bomb on the enemies, which causes them to run away. While you're not awarded any XP or money, you are awarded AP. But it's not guaranteed. I don't know what the like quote unquote hit. It's probably standard like hit calculation detection, and so it probably uses standard evade rates for does this thing hit or not. Usually that happens. I mean, it can happen with the Mad Sickle. It can also happen in the final dungeon. There's one encounter where it can happen. Well, since we don't have Charm Bangle, it's no longer one encounter. It'll probably be multiple encounter. But there's one formation, I guess I should say, that can confuse you and can get that to happen. Alright, so we go here. We talk to Religion. At the bar. Needing a pep talk. Very convincing pep talk by Celeste. There's another airship. It's weird getting into encounters in a bunch of different spots. What do you do here? I wonder if you try to queue up slots. probably what you have to do. We're getting a lot of preamps. I mean, I know I have the Gale hairpin on, but the game is still being pretty generous to us now. It wasn't being generous to us before. Anyway, we go here. Oop. That doesn't matter. Why do I care? I'm not on step rod or anything. Unless you ascribe to the Go-Go equals Daryl theory. I don't, because I don't think there's very good evidence for that. Though one fact, I guess, like, you know, now that we're into World of Ruin territory, like, if you are still in a playthrough that hasn't quite finished the game, one thing that's interesting about Go-Go is there was originally intended to be like a much like more lengthy quest for Go-Go, where like you kind of learn that there's like this person who's like impersonating you know, what is this again? Oh yeah, that impersonating like your party members, and you have to like you're kind of tracking them throughout the world, and then you know you end up finding it's Go-Go. However, it had to be cut due to, I think, just time restrictions. That being said, I'm really curious, like, what extra things, if that existed, like, what other details we'd learn about Go-Go, if any. You know, would Go-Go's story essentially be the same? Or would we learn extra things about Go-Go that we didn't before? I don't know, because it doesn't actually exist. We'd find out that Go-Go is actually genuinely out. I forget who say menu before you talk to the coffin, so don't forget that. I forget who General Leo shares the character slot with. It might actually be Go-Go. Okay. So, remember what I said about my money. My money is not allowed to be at 1. The reason why is we're about to fight Dolahan. He has a move called level question mark. Or sorry, pearl question mark. And generally, at this point in the game, you probably would have seen multiple iterations of level X certain spell. I forget which ones are in Final Fantasy VI because I can only remember the ones in Final Fantasy V. Level 5 Doom or level 5 Death. Right? That's in 6 too, right? In any case, you probably have an understanding. It's like, oh, if you're a multiple of level 5, the spell hits you. What is Pearl question mark? It's not based on your level. It's based on it is based on your level, but it doesn't have a number associated with it. So where does it draw it from? It draws it from the singles digit in your money. So the amount of gil you have is important. We are level 19, which we're always going to be level 19 in the speedrun route. 19's a prime number. what multiplies into a prime number? 1 and the number itself, right? So if we're 1, we're screwed. If we're any other number, we're good. So we're at 9. Like, 9 doesn't go into 19. If we were level 18, that would be really bad. 1, because Celeste would be down a level, and 2, a lot more things go into 18. Anyway, there's also other things about the Delahan fight that are cool. It has a AI script change if somebody has the reflex status, which is why we did not get rid of the wall ring. It's going to cast quarter on someone with the wall ring. Once it is able to. Sprint shoes, running shoes, and earring, zone seek. So we have fire 2 learned, phantom, and Bismarck. So you can learn fire. Okay, everybody, let's do this. Dolahan actually has some pretty nasty stuff that he does. If he gets going, we'd kill him before he gets going. Yeah, see, it opens up with that question mark, or question mark pearl, or level question mark pearl, whatever it's called. And it just misses us. Wait. That's fine. That's the wrong person to do it. I thought I was on Celeste. We should... Yeah, we should be fine. I'll just cut out... Way! Yeah, we'll be fine. You need the... Man-Eater... Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Yeah. It's really close to not dying. I don't know what the damage difference between Setzer and Edgar's fire 2 rods are, but it must be big. It must be enough to matter. Alright, whatever. How it's supposed to go is, I accidentally used a fire rod on Setzer. I was thinking I was in Celeste's menu, but I was not. You do a fire rod on Celeste, use Phantom, equip the Man-Eater on Setzer, use another fire from Celeste. Setzer attacks himself to bring him to critical HP, that's important. And Edgar uses the fire rod and then another fire rod from Celeste. I was trying to see if I could get away with, I accidentally used it on Celeste Setzer instead of Celeste. What if I just don't use it on Edgar? But I guess the damage matters. Level 5, or Final Fantasy 5 has a level 2 old for Death by Madness, yeah, and also the Dark Shock to cut something's level in half. You love the presentation of this cutscene? Yeah, it's really good. Also, it leads into my favorite non-character theme song, Searching for Friends. That's just gonna play at the end of this. I have to dip, since this is about where you got up to. Alright, Alta. yeah, we very quickly are going to do things in, I guarantee you in about 5 minutes, we're going to probably be somewhere where you haven't been. But thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoy continuing your playthrough of Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, searching for friends definitely brings emotions to me. It's a very emotionally like charged song. Cause especially like after this cutscene, like part of the start of the World of Ruin is like everything is bleak, everything sucks. We don't know where anyone is. The villain won. He won. He conquered the world and destroyed most of it and killed a lot of people. But despite that, you're gonna find like the courage to stand up to him and search for your friends. For once, I feel hopeful. But we're not going to search for friends. This is a speed run. We're going to kill some wildlife. And normally this would be routed out perfectly in a way that like the exact amount of XP and money I need. But we're not because I don't have a charm bangle. So we're gonna get into encounters. That one encounter gives a ton of money, the other encounter gets a ton of XP. Before I do that though, after fight, we need the XP egg. It doubles the XP. Sets a Gale Handpin back guard. Oh, you know what? You never learned. Oh, that's funny. I guess we'll keep this really glitchless, and we won't have a Vanish Doom. But then I don't get to talk about how this Vanish Doom isn't an actual glitch. Also, I need to do this. You break yourself. So normally you wouldn't get this oh, oops. You wouldn't get the Mantadias here. You'd be a little bit earlier and you'd get 4 leapfrogs. But we're gonna be off by I think 2 or 3 encounters. Whatever, we have fire too, I'll be fine. And the reason why we have all these fire rods and ice rods left over normally is because we'd want to use them all here. So like my menuing, I don't quite know where I'm going to need to menu because normally I just like, oh, after so many fights, you're this level and you need to change your items around. So that's going to be all messed up. But normally you know exactly what you're going to get. I'm just going to do hold A. Also, these things have like the highest base attack in the game. And I can't kill them in a single fire 2. Yeah, because I'm down a couple levels. So the first fight is usually a leapfrog and you do a flash ice rod to kill them, and after flashing with Edgar you usually will wait, okay, you have zone take gun, you're good. I was worried for a second. Usually it would just do Doom on Edgar. But I didn't have Doom, so we're getting away with this. I do need to make sure to put Shote on him, so he has Doom going into. I think we can get away with running shoes. Hi Hexa, hi. Welcome in. I am trying to finish off this run and we're gonna see how it goes. I should have not put it on. No. Or whatever, we're just gonna hold A and be fine. Oh, we have enough damage, we're good. Hi, what were you up to? Playing some Final Fantasy VII? We're out of mana. Normally I wouldn't have to use an elixir, but... hi, my name's Zayteki, Cyberony VTuber. I'm playing Final Fantasy VI, and, I'm not gonna call this a speedrun, but it's a speedrun walkthrough. Emphasis on the walk part. You started your first playthrough of FF7 last week. It's going well so far. That's exciting. I used to speedrun this game, but I'm just doing a playthrough and trying to talk about what I'm doing. This is definitely Final Fantasy VI is up there in terms of favorite games for me. So what we're doing here, I guess explain why we're dumping a bunch of XP onto Celeste. We need to get her to level 42. Level 42, she learns Ice 3. And that's going to carry us through the rest of the game. Also, I need more money. I might have to stay here for a bit. Hexa is helping people at the market in exchange for wigs. Oh, I know what that is. Oh, dang. I was hoping to just do that. Do I speedrun other games? I used to. Primarily RPGs. I did Link to the Past. I did a lot of Final Fantasies. I think I have it in my bio, like which games I kind of speedrun. It was an interesting trade quest, it sure is. It sure is. I think I can just do... Ice 2 should kill them, I think. I don't think I need to use a rod. I do need to use a rod. But yeah, a lot of Final Fantasies, some Zelda, some other obscure RPGs. Did Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, which was really cool. Those are the cutest frogs. I love the Reach Frog sprite. They're so round. And they like have a super long tail. They look more like tadpoles, like just big tadpoles. I think that's what they're going for with the spray. Yeah, I did Aria of Sorrow. Trying to raise awareness about Wild Arms too. Wild Arms is a series I've not explored, and I'd like to. Oh god, these things have so much HP. I think, yeah, let me double check. I think I would put on... What level do I change off of? Yeah, level Right, yeah, so I'd put on the hero ring again at this point. Wild Arms is a pretty wild speedrun. I didn't do that intentionally, I'm sorry. What are we at? So we need to get to 42. We also need at least 70,000 GP. I'm gonna shoot for a little bit more. I'm gonna do at least 80. If you let these reach frogs live for a second turn, they have a jump ability, which is super obnoxious. Because while they're in the air, you of course can't kill them. Wild Arms 1 is rough around the edges. Alright, there's Ice 3. I think we're only... yeah. I'm going to... do... let's see how many reach frogs we get. Oh, this is fine. I guess I'll do a couple of these. I'll do 2. Just to make sure we're really set. I don't know how many... why I'm getting extra money is I don't know how many smoke bombs I'm gonna need. Because I don't have the, really? I got a third? Alright, more XP, sure, why not? I did not expect 1,000 to put me over. That's fine. Getting extra levels is not a problem. Also casually doing 9,999 damage. Really? Another one. Okay. Yeah, it's the Mantidillas that give the XP, not the Reach Frogs. We need to go in here and get the Dow Rope. So now that we're done here, we're going to do that. Do I have any softs? Oh, this is why I don't do that. And then elixir. You hopefully have enough. I used 1 extra elixir. After the grind. Backrow. Setzer. Celeste running choose Charm Bangle. And Celeste goes wrong. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so I made a mistake earlier and did not get the Charm Bangle, which has increased the number of encounters I've gotten. However, there's something even better than a Charm Bangle. We need the Moogle Charm, which is... and we also need to pick up, Am I... wait, am I out? Okay, never mind. I was like, am I out of smoke bombs? That would have been bad if I was out of smoke bombs. Just FYI. I thought you were on smoke bombs. Alright, well please die. More money, I guess. I mean, killing everything is kind of like a smoke bomb, right? Remember what I said earlier about average party levels? We just dumped a ton of XP onto Celeste, raising our average party level by quite a bit. So we do that before picking up extra party members. We don't want to pick up Sabin until after the Celeste grind, because then Sabin's party or level is going to be raised. In a casual playthrough, that wouldn't be necessarily ideal due to you don't want people to get levels from the average party level system. You ideally want people to gain levels through having an Esper equipped, because you get more stats that way. But in this case, we don't have time. We don't have time for that. And we go for Mog first, because Mog gives us the Moogle Charm, which is going to make getting the other party members easier. Does anybody want to be named Mog? Does anybody want to have their name be for Mog? Normally you don't rename Mog. His name rarely ever comes up. So it's not worth the time. It's not worth the couple of frames it takes to remove. You can be a Moogle? Alright. And now I'm going to join your party. By the way, he didn't talk before. He just said Kupo, so they're very surprised that the Moogle could talk. It's very important. Do not forget the Moogle Charm. It's right there. And then use the Warpstone. So you don't have to walk out. We do... Yeah, we don't... Yeah, never mind. Where are you? Oh, there you are. I couldn't remember where I was in the map. Oh, I should have done this. Running shoes, earrings. No. Earrings, hair ring. Edgar. That. White cape. Running shoes, and sprint shoes, Moogle Charm. Edgar gets the Bard hat, which raises HP. And then I would have Warpstone, yeah. Alright, Fung, you've done a very good job at holding up this building for like the past half hour. I think you deserve a break. So if you come in here with Celeste only, this is kind of scary. It's the only two things I care about, right? Yeah, Pearl Rod, Hyper Rest. Hyper Rest to sell, Pearl Rod because Pearl Rods are busted. There's some other kind of useful stuff in here. Nothing that we care about. Yeah, Fung did great. Fung did great. Good job, Fung. Other minor thing, you can get Seraphim in the upper right-hand corner of Sion. I think for free. There's an NPC hiding in the trees there. And I think it teaches you Cure 2 and Cure 3. You really shouldn't need it, but if you feel like you want something, you can toss that on Celeste. It's mostly for like extra healing in Kefka's Tower outside of battle. Actually no, inside of battle, because outside of battle you have other stuff, but I can't really think of a real situation that I ever would want to use that. I just remember getting it and like when I was learning the run. Alright, we have this so we need to learn Bum Rush because Bum Rush is pretty busted. Also today there's so much menuing. I kind of forget exactly how to do all the menuing. Yeah, we don't do any menuing here. That's the thing that definitely like leaves my mind the first. Like after like when I start getting rusty in a speedrun is just like, where do I menu again? What do I need to do in this menu? And for RPGs, that's kind of how you save most of your time. Like once you start like doing the fights, you start just being able to do. And they tend to be the things that you practice is the fights because it's the thing that can go wrong. But forgetting to do a menu is bad. Is really bad. Or just like doing a menu really slowly, as of course it takes time. Yeah. Menuing takes practice. Menuing takes practice. And it also depends on, you know, the game. Final Fantasy V has really, really crisp menuing. And it's, I mean, Final Fantasy V is a ton of execution. And a lot of that execution is inside the menus. Yeah, we go talk to Duncan, who was thought to be dead, to learn Bum Rush. I think it gets translated as Phantom Rush in future versions. Future translations. Alright. Guess a number between the 0 and infinity. We don't need to do anything, right? Yeah. How many demis will we see? This thing has a 1 out of 3 chance to do demi. I think it's 1 out of 3, right? It's 2 out of 3 in golf, 1 out of 3 demi, or maybe it's the other way around. So how many demis are we gonna see as the is what you guessed for? Alright, you saw 2. And then you get sent to here. I figured how you're supposed to know about this. Other than, I think there's a couple of things that point you to the Triangle Island. Really important to put this back on. Alright. You can cut this out, but the red jacket is probably the last item I would ever cut out in a run. Cause tier 3 is already rough enough. Do I want to get the fake mustache? Let's get it. Normally you wouldn't do this. One, I want to show it off because I think it's a cool item. 2, I'm kind of curious how things are gonna go with the without having Charm Bangle. I think there's manipulation for those guys now. doing extra money stuff. Normally you wouldn't get that. You just go for the hero ring here. But the Zephyr Cave sells for a bit. I forget how much. Have I died on that screen before? Yes. Yes, I have. Don't hold A while you're walking around there. An NPC in a town mentions it, and you think, yeah. Anybody want to be Go-Go? It's the last character that we're getting. And there's going to be no more characters after this. You'll Go-Go. ST, how about we just do that? My mimicry will astonish you. What an unusual tale. Don't get Umaru, no. No Umaru. We're going with our 6 characters. Of course, in a quote-unquote 100% run, all characters, all espers, you would. You would. Because that's part of the category. I don't do any menuing. Yeah, I just warp out. It sucks to have to walk out of here. That one warp stone in Tamasa, or not Tamasa, Albrecht? Yeah, Albrecht. I've forgotten multiple times. Alright, selling stuff. We're reinvesting into the rod economy. Still a better investment than crypto. So you've made that joke so many times. You should stop. Zephyr Cape. Magical brush. We keep that. I don't care about the momentum ring. Memento. Hyper Rest, Crystal Helm, there's a Crystal Mail somewhere. I don't, oh right, we used the Gravity Rod, that's why. I could sell the Ice Rods if I want to, don't sell the Mithril Rods, they're actually useful. Let's get rid of that. I don't need the wall ring. Alright, we should be fine. Okay, yeah, we're good. We want to get Diamond Vest here and Circlet. And then everything else, not everything else, but we're gonna get 6 of those. And how much do I have left over? Yeah, we're good on money. Even if I have to buy extra smoke bombs, which I do, that should be fine. Tinctures, Phoenix Downs. Buy one of extra those. Oh, I still have Revivifies. I didn't get rid of that. I guess that's actually useful for tier 2. Maybe that's why I was a little short on money in one section. Yeah, normally I think would sell them in Nikia. I was wondering why my money was a little low there. Yeah, that's good. I wonder if I should have done even more potions, but whatever. Anyway, this is the last stop. We're going to back row, Mog and Go-Go. Alright, important thing to note, sorry. Status. You can change Gogo's setup. The game doesn't do a great job, I think, of communicating this. Gogo can do more than just mimic. You can put whatever you want on Gogo. Makes Gogo busted. Because Gogo gets to Blitz. Gogo can magic. Gogo can use items. Blitz is pretty busted. We don't have Charm Bangle, but we are going to use the Sprint Shoes. Gogo gets Back Guard, Gale Hairpin, and Optimize Mithril Rod. Mithril Rod's important because it raises magic. And then we save and reset. And now you know why I have my save set to this spot right here at the start of the game. We just do one save and reset to put us at a good spot going into Kefka's Tower. We've moved the encounter seed by 14, and we've also reset our threat to a known value. Alright. So we have 6 people, and you have to make 3 parties. We're gonna split that evenly. 2 person a party. 2 people a party. I forgot. I used to be really good at, like, doing these menus really quickly. Alright. So, only one of our party gets to have an easy time. The other 2 have to work for it. We're going to do Sabin's party first. Just Sabin and Gogo. There are going to be... This... Actually, I wonder if I should have done the... So this is why you would want the fake mustache. The problem is getting the Great Behemoths on this party. I don't have a great way of dealing with it. Bum Rush doesn't do quite enough damage. Yeah, I probably should have just done that. Wonder if I can... We'll see if we can just wing it. So normally I wouldn't get in this encounter. If I had a Charm Bangle, this would be fine. Oh, that thing has so much HP. Oh my god. This is... I'm putting the fake mustache on. So if you forget the Charm Bangle, pick up the fake mustache. Right. These things have meteor. If you get it with the other encounter, if you get it with the Celeste party, it's fine. You're not gonna win this, Kinster. You need to do like 12,000 damage to them. That's 2 more Bum Rushes. You're gonna get takedown. Alright. Actually, this is fine. I think that, yeah, let's just... It's going to start us back up here. We didn't really lose anything other than a couple of extra steps. So let's put on the fake mustache. If anything... This lets me do, so the fake mustache, what that lets you do is, it changes, where is that? It changes, I couldn't find sketch for some reason. It changes sketch to control. It allows you to deal with that encounter. Because normally you just avoid that encounter because you're on step route and you have the charm bangle. If you're not on step route or you don't have the charm bangle, Sabin's party doesn't have a way to deal with great behemoths. Or giant behemoths, or something behemoth, something that is GT behemoth. I think I usually have Mog in the front. Not that it matters. Generally terrible behemoths. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And unfortunately, those are the things. Yeah, that looks wrong. Yeah, there you go. That looks better. I can't just use a smoke bomb because it's the great behemoths that have the can't run flag. So from other stuff, I can run away. But there's a couple of things that you can't run from. One of them in Kefka's Tower, one of them is the great behemoths. The other is, what is it, Landworm? Which you can only find in like 2 rooms. So genuinely just run away from everything. Also, there's really busted equipment in Kefka's Tower. Minerva, really busted armor. This is... I don't know what these things do. I'll be honest, I forget. Here's one of the dragons. So I'm gonna see stuff that I definitely am not used to. The mover? Oh, hey, it's these things. They give like 300 AP, I think. They have a bunch. Not 300, maybe just 100? I forget. Maybe 300 as FF5? They give a lot. That's all that you need to know. Junk? Yeah, I don't know what you are. 199. Uh-oh. Fuck. That's what they do. That's what those things do. Awesome. Great. I was thinking about what they did and didn't just use smoke bomb on both people. Alright. Cool. Good job, Zoe. You're showing everyone how important it is to have the charm bangle. Good thing we saved. Well, that save and reset is actually just part of the route, so I can't not save. I guess I didn't... What's the point of saving if I'm off step route anyway? There's no reason to save and reset if I'm already off. Maybe there's a better seed when you don't have the charm bangle. There probably is. But why would you route that in? Why would you be like, well, if you forget the charm bangle, which you should never do, then save and reset a couple of extra times and you'll get a better seed. Clearly I need to spend a lot of time routing out extreme backup strats. But yeah, normally this is, you avoid a lot of the really dangerous stuff. There's not a ton of things that can just kill you, like, I guess the junks can just use Exploder. There's not a ton of things, like that. There's only one encounter I remember in a normal setting, that are a little scary because they can use roulette. So if you get a little unlucky, then you'll have a bad time. However, I ended up burning an extra, like taking extra steps in the room before it so I could avoid that fight. So I like kind of, you know, they got routed out. If you don't want to take like 10 extra steps, then oh my god. Alright, please don't kill me. Thank you. Phoenix down. Let's just do that. I have plenty of X potions. Did I even need the ribbon? I don't think so. Oh yeah, we need to control... fuck! I didn't save after I put on sketch. So I don't have control. So normally what you do is you control the Marlboro and cast Sneeze and the Great Behemoth and then use your Smoke Bomb. That's what you do with the fake mustache. So I have to try to kill the Great Behemoth and then try to run away. I think 3 of those will work. I'm going to not deal with other things and see if this... if I can just mimic. Mimic does mimic targets. That's bad. Okay. That is, yeah, that's not good. Let's play it safe. I forgot that they counterattack with Haymaker. Alright. We're probably dead here. Come on, alright. How about I just... Oh my god. Alright, I'm just doing this. we're just doing that. Alright, so let's do this. We do control our sketch and then put the fake mustache on. And then we save. Wow, look at that. So this is what happens in an RPG speedrun when, like, You forget how to play the game, and then also things like you forget something really important and then have to like try to adjust on the fly. It's really easy to like forget certain like, oh right, and like things that you don't encounter often in the speedrun, you suddenly have to encounter. It's like, wait, I have to play the game normally now? Alright. Let's do this again. Let's double check. I have control on. Awesome. So here's what you do with control. You wait. You control. So control lets you do this. Goodbye. That's what... Oh my god. That's how you deal with giant behemoths in the Sabin Go-Go party. So, like, why I'm having to deal with them, maybe I didn't do a great job at explaining. If I had the Charm Bangle, and if you're on, like, you do a save and reset specifically for a Kefka, you just don't run into them. You just don't see them. It's specifically routed out that way, because one, having to get the fake mustache is annoying, but also, like, even though that was easy for me to do, it also takes time. Would you say you lost control of the run? I'm gonna ban you for that. Remember when I was like remembering of all the good things that happened in 2024? Why did I have to start 2025 the worst possible way? I should really heal. As soon as this happens, I'm healing you. Bye. I do like that it still makes the like kill sound for that. I don't get the... Why did I pick up the ribbon previously? You don't need the ribbon. Ribbon in Final Fantasy VI isn't nearly as good as in some of the other versions. Does the same thing. It's just unfortunate that it takes up a relic slot, and relics, there's some other really good at relics. Alright, here's the other room that we can get into encounter in. Come on, the last... Okay, this is fine. Actually, I don't know what these do. Okay, apparently not much. Usually, the usual counter in this, in that room is... a landworm, which is another can't run encounter. Also, I need to pay attention to HP. I don't need to... Normally you would have to take off the charm bangle. Look at this, I'm saving time by not having a menu. Because I don't have a charm bangle to take off. Alright, Edgar gets sprint shoes. And the not charm bangle. Celeste, optimize. Edgar, optimize. Force shield. We don't need to elixir Celeste yet. Because I did it at the end of the grind session. So this is much easier. Because here's how we deal with great behemoths that you normally wouldn't encounter. But again, if you're off step, you're gonna see a couple of them. I guess I'll just do 2 ice 2s. I'll be fine. So many encounters. Hopefully I have enough smoke bombs. Hopefully I do. I think I will. I think I will. Oh my god. Maybe I won't. Yeah, this party is a lot comfier, because Celeste can take hits. She can do 9,999 damage easily. She can heal herself up without having to use potions. Wonder how high that would be if the damage wasn't capped. Pretty high. There's another hero ring there if you need it. I don't need it. I think you might be... You could... I wonder if you could route in selling a hero ring just to pick that one up. Alright, I am going to save. Not for the fight, but for the stuff that comes after it. Also gives me a chance to heal. I don't need to do anything before Inferno, right? Yep, we just go take extra steps while we're at it. So Inferno has 30,000 HP. You only have to deal with the center bit. Also, after 30 seconds of battle time, it will cast a Delta attack, which will... I think it just has a... If it lands, has a 100% chance to cast paralysis on you. Not paralysis, petrify. Wrong P status effect. No, wrong target. Oh well, it's fine. I have extra ice rods, let's use them. Normally you would have extra thunder rods. Yeah, the Final Fantasy XIV raid boss. Oh, also, remind me to put Phantom back on. Someone please remind me later. landworms in that room. Please put Phantom back on later. Alright, thanks. After the next boss fight, so after Guardian, the other Final Fantasy 14 raid boss. Say hi, dragon. Bye, dragon. These are scary guys. The outsiders can one-shot you. I forget what the madams do. I guess they can't one-shot Celeste. And Edgar does have the force shield. Alright, so... we don't need to do anything, right? I'm so tired right now. I can't even read my notes. We are at Inferno. We switched to. We do. Oh right, yeah. Alright, now we get to have an easy time. The Moogle Charm prevents all encounters, so we just get to walk. Let's get the fixed ice because it's funny. It's probably one of my favorite items, like one of my favorite weapons in a game. Alright, that's useless. Don't bother picking that up. Just that usually you wouldn't get the fixed dice, but it's funny. Oh, I forgot about this whole section. I need to move up. I forgot to defend for the quick preempt. I don't know why I took the sprint shoes off there. This does this. This goes down. Enoch. Remember when I said there's an encounter in Kefka's Tower that can confuse you and you can cast you can cast a smoke bomb on it? That's the encounter. You can also do some real heinous stuff when confused. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but generally you already have the, you generally already have, smoke bomb queued up. It generally don't go that fast. Everybody's healed. Yeah, we're good. We didn't do anything. Guardian, Ice 3. Oh, and I guess we slow it. That is a thing. And we wait trick. It is susceptible to slow. I noticed we're not doing 9,999 damage. Sometimes. Well, are we? Yeah, we're not. So getting in a drill or 2 or 3 can offset some of that. so that we can kill it in it's got 60,000 HP, which is quite a bit. I guess I did get to level 43, so my damage is a little bit higher than it's supposed to be. And normally I would have already had yeah, I wouldn't have had to use Ice 3s on normal encounters, so but yeah, at this point just Ice 3. You heard that slow sound effects when your first thought was mini dot. Ooh, that's actually obnoxious. Usually I don't see that because I don't usually mid battle elixir. So that last Ice 3 was pushed back a little bit. Okay, learn Doom, cool, take off. Phantom's back on, thank you for reminding me. Guardian, Phoenix Tunneler, don't need. Sleeping bag, do I have sleeping bags? Or did I sell them? When did I accidentally sell them? Normally you would have sleeping bags, which is nice because it's not an elixir, but still does the thing that an elixir does. And you... not that, Magus hat. There's some better things you can do in here. Was I supposed to take off the thunder... When do you do that? Yes. The menuing that I was talking about we didn't have to do. We did have to do. You take off the Thunder Shield on Sabin and put it on Edgar. That's what you do. At the same time you take off the Charm Bangle. When you have the Charm Bangle. Oh, yeah, we already explained that. In the Dolahan fight. Which is a bit ago, he can cast level question mark Pearl. So the question mark is associated with the singles digit in your gil count. So right now the singles digit in my GP is 6. So the level 5 death will hit you if you're a multiple of 5. If your level is a multiple of 5. We enter the Dolahan fight at level 19, which is a prime number. So the only thing that can be in the ones digit that can hit us is 1 itself. Any other number would be fine. But if we go into the Dolahan fight with 1 in our GP digit, he's gonna open up the fight, gonna cast question mark Pearl, and then we're gonna get hit by Pearl on everybody. And I think it just has enough damage to just kill you in one shot. It's not good. It's not good. That's why. After that fight, it doesn't matter. That's the only fight it matters. I don't know if there's other things that do question mark Pearl. Level question mark Pearl. There maybe stuff in like the Fanatics Tower. Yeah, we're gonna see what Pearl does later. Anyway, Poltergeist. Or Zervan? Right? Oh, we get to see... Did I save? There's a very low chance that Celeste can get hit by Stop. We could have possibly... Nope, we didn't counter cancel him. So this guy it's a pretty basic AI script. He counters attacks. I think 1 out of 3 chance with Fire 3. We're mostly going to be fine there. He can attack sometimes, and he occasionally casts Stop. Every single turn he takes, if somebody is stopped, 100% of the time he will Blaster them. Blaster is a instant kill magic attack. Yeah. It would be really bad, but really unlucky. Really unlucky if Celeste got stopped. We do have the Force Shield on and Minerva armor. Celeste does have a lot of magic block, not 100%. Seems suboptimal to spam Blizzard 3 on him. I'd use Fire 4 instead. I didn't learn Fire. I'm a Ice Mage only. Yeah, Religion was making a joke about Final Fantasy 14. I love the little pose that Celeste does on the as she's sliding down. It's great. Phoenix down. Heal. Where am I? Equipment, empty. Celeste. Mithril shield. Edgar, I don't need to empty. And you just lose that. I hope I have enough elixirs. That's really the only thing I'm worried about. I'm gonna need to elixir him. I can't believe I sold tents and what's it called? Tents and my sleeping bags. I do have an ether. Let's use that on you. Bog. Running shoes. Actually, no, we don't need to do anything until we're up here. Alright, the Doom fight. Don't bother going for... I did just save. I accidentally touched him. You have to menu before the fight. Don't do what I just did. Stop 1 tile away from him. And then do your menu. Running shoes, earrings, log, optimize, force shields. Sucks that optimize doesn't put force shield on you. It's like the best shield in the game and it's not part of optimize. The panic in my eyes, yeah. I mean, I've done that in an actual run before. How do we do this? We pearl rod, a lot of weight tricking. Where are my pearl rods? Pearl rods are good. I'm just gonna take an action here. That's fine. Ooh, that's pretty low. We're going to... Did he get counterattacked, or did I not have him healed up to full? Normally I would want to wait trick this, but whatever. Wait for Mog to... Yep, okay. Now we just wait for the counter cancel to wear off. Alright, we should get a force field skip here. Or if we only get the counter attack. That should be force field skip. So we should be doing a using its counter attack, which isn't guaranteed. Also sets are dying. With the force shield, he's got a really high block rate. Cool, we got the force field skip. So once Doom does the whole Doom aura shaking, he falls below a certain HP threshold, then he does that. His next turn, he's going to spam a lot of force fields, which will progressively make him immune to more and more elements. The setup I did has a 2 out of 3 chance of counter canceling him to buy us enough time to skip force field, but most people now I think don't bother going for it because you kind of have to set up for it, and sometimes the setup can take a little bit of extra time. I have to revive you so I can strip you. Get up so I can take your clothes. And this party is useless now. We don't use Setsu or Mog in the final bit. Yeah, it's not because I care about you. This is scary. Oh yeah, they spam imp. That's what they do. Alright, well, that sucks, but they can't kill Go-Go. Normally you wouldn't get an encounter there. I have a remedy, I do. Alright. Force shields. Optimize. Mithril shield. Where's the Magus hat? You should have the mystery veil on. Why do you not have the mystery veil on? Did I accidentally put that on her? Anyway, Magus hat goes to Go-Go. Mystery veil is pretty good. It's a little less it's much better, but has a couple less magic than the Magus hat. And throw a bunch of earrings on these boys. Earring. I usually do like, yeah, not that it matters, but I usually do this. And everybody's at full HP. Oh, you're missing 3 HP, Go-Go. That's actually important, I think. I forget what I calculated the max damage that Quasar can do, and Go-Go barely has enough. I forget by how much. Actually, no, wait. Gogo's a whole extra level ahead. Because we got to... Yeah, never mind. Anyway. We don't have Blitz on Gogo. That's not good. We still have the... Oh, right, yeah, because we put it... Yeah, right. Not great. Not horrible. Whatever, we can just mimic. We'll be fine. Do you not have... Who has the Thunder Shield? Who has the Thunder Shield, Gogo? You should have it. You should have the Thunder Shield. Did I accidentally take off the Thunder Shield? Alright, it's very unlikely that this fight is successful now. And also I'm messing up these blitzes. I did just save. Oh yeah, Fung's dead. So normally you would have the Thunder Shield on, and Gogo gets to just ignore the Bolt 2s and Bolt 3s, and only Sabin has to worry about it. And you get Quasar'd, that's when you die. But I did just save, so it's fine. So where did I mess up the menu? I mean, it must have been just before the fight, because that's when you put the Thunder Shield on him. Like, does anybody have it on right now? Yeah, so I would go up here, empty out Mog. Like that. Right, so the Thunder Shield is available. She's actually pretty scary, even if I was set up properly. She boss of all of the bosses, I think she's the scariest, because there's scenarios where you can just lose. All right, one, we need to give you Blitz. Two. So normally I don't have that listed out in my notes because normally we don't have sketch control on. Anyway, so we go into here, we do Force Shield, Optimize. Oh, I know what I did. I think I did that. I think that's what it was. I think I saw my notes Mithril and I did Mithril Shield, not Mithril Rod. And yeah, I was confused, I think, at the fact that Celeste has the Magus hat. So I don't think I noticed. Because I was fixing that instead of the other problem. Okay, that makes sense. Now throw earrings on these boys. Earring. And then heal him up to full. Heal up to full. There you go. Alright. That is better. So you notice that Gogo does a bit more damage off the bum rushes than Sabin. Gogo gets more Flash Rain kind of sucks. I could risk it and not bother to heal. But that's not a good idea. The problem is if we get a Quasar. But if that happens, if that happens, it's fine, right? That's what the Thunder Shield is for. Because I think it's next turn that we have to worry about Quasar. But it doesn't it's not guaranteed. Yep, see? There's our Quasar. Now she also has a chance to do Flash Rain. So actually, this is actually bad, because there's a chance that doesn't die here. And luckily, we're fine. So if we didn't get counterattacked by Bolt there, we were dead. The Bolt 2 counterattack, which I think is like a 1 out of 3 chance, saved us. But yeah, Quasar into Flash Rain is what you do not want to have happen. Turn 3 Quasar into turn 4 Flash Rain, because Quasar will always kill Sabin and leave Go-Go at critical HP. Right, yeah, and since I took the extra time to heal Go-Go so the Quasar wouldn't kill them. Because sometimes you can kill before the Flash Rain even happens, but one of Sabin's turns was healing. Alright, we heal everybody to full. Okay, so that's great, that's fine. You get the Mithril Shield. Yoga gets the red cap. I remember when I didn't need to constantly look at the menus. Alright, so we're gonna do a quick look at Mithril Shields, Red Cap, Mithril Rod, that's good. And this party is full, good. And we go over here. Edgar, Optimize, Enhancer, Force Armor, or Shields. Force Armor gets auto-equipped, I don't know why I have it written down. This should be White Cape, True Knight. True Knight. There we go. I was like, do I not have True Knight? That's a problem. 121 magic block is what you're looking for. Earrings here, ring, and you look good too. Alright. I have written down check MP on Edgar. And Edgar has Phantom. Cool. Alright. This run's almost over. We got about 2 minutes of cutscenes here. Perfect time for a stasis. Thank you for doing it when I'm not worrying about anything. I do wonder how much time I could save if I actually practiced. As I'm sure my mashing is not good at all. And I know that there's time even on a good Even on a good run where I just forget to advance text, and like take a couple seconds before I realize, oh, I need to be advancing text right now. Because when you consciously have to press A, I forget stuff. But like right now, it's like I'm not thinking about anything, which is good because thinking about stuff takes energy. Yeah, I get to take a break. I get to like look at my notes if I want to. I can stand up, I can walk away. There's about a spot every 2 hours in the run where you get some time. You get time at the opera, you get time. I guess technically, yeah, if you have turbo, the entire Thamasa section is I think like 7 minutes and then a break. And then a couple more minutes. Like from when you go to the Esper's gathering place to where you have to start controlling Leo, I think is 7 minutes. And then I think it's like 5 minutes from you ending the fight with Kefka and Leo to you needing to do your menu. So yeah, that would actually be a pretty big like spot. That turbo actually just saves you. Okay. Oh, this is awkward. Because I'm not used to people being named stuff. Sabin? Edgar? Baxter's Edgar, right? Celeste. Go-Go. Right? Kenster's Go-Go? Yeah, then folded. Okay, cool. I think it's technically better to do Celeste in the final spot, but this is how I just got comfortable with that. I should have spent that 2 minutes remembering phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. This is like my favorite part of the run is the Kefka fight. It's split into 4 phases. There's every part is different. We have to be worrying about different things at different spots. We're going to start by doing this. Haste. We're gonna haste Celeste. Edgar is going to cast a break on this long arm. It is susceptible to it. Has a pretty good chance. It's like an 85% chance to land. Okay, it landed. You hear the death sound to confirm. We're gonna fire to this again. And we're gonna do 2 bum rushes, depending on where the bum rushes land. Will change some stuff. That's really unlikely that actually lands. Head is dead. It's fine, that's fine. I will just need to cast Remedy. Yeah. It's important to kill the left arm or the short arm last. And you want to be killing it with Celeste. Because it has, it will hit you as it's dying. And Celeste is the only one with enough HP in the back row to survive a hit. If you do it with Go-Go or Sabin, it could crit you and kill you as it's dying, and then you transfer up with the wrong person alive. That's phase 1. Phase 2, we're going to be spamming some more Ice 3. We're going to mute the left side magic. We're going to doom the machine, and then some more Ice 3. Haste sucks. Oh, it's just haste on on the thing that's gonna die, so hopefully it actually works. Where's mute? Please land. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna do this. Usually I don't have to deal with Atomic Ray, because it's already dead and it's not hasted. There we go, now it's dead. That's obnoxious, coming from the tiger. Nobody got frozen, cool. Tiger's dead. Okay, that is dead. I should maybe save a little bit. Of MP. Alright. 10 hits, this is where Edgar's True Knight comes into play. If anybody gets to critical HP, Edgar will block. Alright, cool. Phase 3, this is the worst phase, realistically. We have Rest and Lady. Lady has only 10k HP, but a ton of defense. And she spams White Wind. So we have to kill her. The only thing that can damage her is Bum Rush, so we need to land 2 Bum Rushes on her. Bum Rushes we can't control, so we have to land a Bum Rush on her with Sabin and then have Go-Go mimic it. I messed that up, I'm pretty sure. The Bum Rush. Oh, no, I guess delaying the last direction did not matter. 5k damage. I'm gonna try to be counting damage on the rest part. Alright, please land left side. Please think left side. That's like 11k. Left side, please. Thank you. Alright, that's dead. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna have to wait a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna play it safe and wait for it to take an action. That is risking a Murton, but I don't want to risk Celeste not getting to her turn fast enough. Because this is a really, really tight window. Let me also double check what I'm doing. We wait for the move. And we Mega Elixir Ice 3, right? Also, oop. That's good. Where's the Mega Elixir? Alright, so I'm going to ice 3 here. It's going to do one of 3 things. A Meteo train or do nothing. There's different things. Well, if it does nothing, I don't have to do anything. A Meteo is Skeko Phoenix Downs. You do this. I think that was fast enough. Okay. So we do the Mega Elixir specifically so that if it does Meteo, everybody will survive other than Sabin. Sabin will always die to the Meteo. Nothing we can do about that. We revive Sabin. We cast Fader, which will give Vanish status to everybody, because Tier 3, or specifically Rest, will Revenge move. So as it's dying, it will cast Calmness, which is a physical attack that deals instant death if it hits, and it can do it up to 2 times. It'll always do it once, but if we are vanished, it misses. Alright, so Tier 3 or Tier 4. This Tier 4 has also gotten rerouted a little bit, but I don't have it in my notes yet, and I haven't learned it, so I'm just gonna go with my old stuff. I think the new stuff has more guaranteed to skip Goner, instead of being it's a little tight with what what I'm gonna be doing. Not that it matters, it just saves more time. It saves a couple seconds, because Goner's a really long animation. Ice 3, Bum Rush. Right, don't forget to Runic for the hyperdrive. This. We do take that off. We're going to use it in a second. And Bum Rush. Oh my god, Zoe. Actually, this part I don't think is too bad if we delay. Because the only thing we're risking is a hyperdrive that's going to get Runicked. We do that. What? Okay. Right? The end becomes chaos? Yeah, there we go. I was like waiting for it. Why are you taking so long? Thunder Shield. And Mimic. Now we hold A. Yeah, so here's Goner. Celeste will survive it. Nobody else will. If you're really tight on your stuff, you can skip that with my stuff. Should be dead here though. If we're not, when we're in trouble. Oh, there we go. GG. took so long. I'm not very good at talking while doing this. But this was still fun. I do like talking about this, which is kind of like a shame that I'm so bad at talking and playing at the same time, because like it'd be a lot more fun to be able to like talk about whatever I want while I'm playing instead of like trying to focus on the game itself. Thanks for the GGs. Oh god, I've been streaming forever. We had a couple hours of chatting about 2024 and 2025, and then however many hours it took for me to beat this. Yeah, I'd never have been good at talking and concentrating. That and the fact that I'm super rusty at this. Like, you could probably see it in, like, the last fight. I used to just be literally, like, be able to do the, like, any of the fights, I never needed notes. The only notes I would ever have to look at are some of the longer menus, where it's, switching around stuff a lot. You know, maybe I'll do a little bit of practice every now and then to just try to brush up, though. I do need to make sure to learn some of the newer stuff. And adjust some of my notes to match more optimal things. There's a couple of menus I can cut out. I can do some of the fights a little bit differently that are a little faster without being risky. I don't think I'll ever do the quote-unquote expert strats, because most of the expert strats are just, yeah, you do this, and if it doesn't work, the run's over. Reminds me, you beat the Cowboy RPG in UFO 50. Which one's the Cowboy RPG? I do always, like, I will never get old. Get tired, that's the word. Get tired of this ending sequence. So if you haven't seen it before, there's all these little cutscenes for each individual characters, but you only get to see the cutscenes when you bring the character to Kefka's Tower. You will always see Celeste, Edgar, Setzer, and Terra. Even if you don't bring Terra with you, Terra shows up at the end. There's a challenge run called CES Challenge. That is Setzer, Edgar, Celeste, Edgar, Setzer Challenge, where you, in the World of Ruin, you only work with those three characters, which has you going through the entirety of Kefka's Tower with single party members. It's kind of interesting, but I mean, you could always just abuse it by getting a ton of extra levels. Was that when you were running this? Yeah, probably. Probably. I think the last time I seriously did Final Fantasy VI, I really mostly did it in 2017 was, I think, when I put the most time in it. I forget if my Super World PB under a different name. And that's the thing, I've changed my name. So you might remember me under a different name, which I won't get into. What was I saying? I forget if my PB was from early 2018 or end of 2017. Somewhere in that range, though. Yeah, so you probably did follow. If you like watching Final Fantasy VI stuff, then it's probably when it was from. Do I want to watch this whole thing? Thank you, Villagen. Might be it. You also had a totally different user then too? Oh, okay. There you go. So this cutscene's actually pretty long. It's about 20 minutes. I feel a little guilty about watching it to completion. Usually I like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, if I PB, then we get to watch it. That's my reward to myself. This was not a PB by any means. It's so nice and ace, yeah, that's very silly. And oh, you said, oh, okay. When you said ace, what? I don't like all characters espers being called ace because in my mind, ace is arbitrary code execution, which is not really a thing in FF6. I mean, you can credits warp throughout a variety of different means. A variety of different means. Which things get funky when you credit warp. There's like a 52 death glitch. You can abuse timer Chan to credit warp off of a brand new save file. Rather, you can carry timer Chan into a new game, have it trigger when you are with like Terra, Biggs, and Wedge, and credits warp from there. That's really funny. It's kind of like a new game plus though, because you're carrying data from one save to another. ACE then, all espers and characters. There we go. There we go. But yeah, it is nice getting all characters in esper. I just call it 100%. Because that's easy for me. It is nice seeing that because we get to see all of these cutscenes, and it's a bit more impactful. And some of the cutscenes are really funny. Like I like Gao's cutscene, and thus. This is different when Locke is here. I think if I remember right, Locke, instead of Setzer grabbing Celeste, it's Locke. Yes, because it's Locke's bandana. And he makes a comment about like I'll never let go or something like that. Which is like, we talked a bit about this earlier, how depending on like if you go to certain areas you can see like optional cutscenes, and depending on who you've brought with you, the cutscenes will change, and like this is just kind of an extension of that. Yeah, so even though we didn't bring Terra with us, Terra's always part of this because they if you remember before the Kefka fight, there's the cutscene and Terra's like, oh, my friends need me. So even if you don't recruit her, she will come in afterwards. Which is, understandable. She's like kind of the main character. At least you could argue one of the main characters. I think talking about main characters in FF6 is a bit difficult. Dot. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I also really like this ending theme because it's just like going through the it's like a melody of all the characters' themes. I like the things that they do there too, with like all the different items on the table. And if you're noticing, there's like so when they're not in your party, instead of seeing the cutscene, you're just seeing like a pan over of like certain locations. So using Thamasa for both Shadow and Realm. Why is Thamasa important for Shadow? That's up for the up for the viewer to find out. Thinking emoji. I mean, the game all but confirms that. Like, they show you Shadow's story. They don't explicitly say anything, but you know, if you need to be if the only things that are confirmation to you are the things that are like written down, there's gonna be a lot of questions for you. There's gonna be so many open-ended things. And me, I always forget they do the and you. I love games that do and you. Like, thank you for reminding me that I'm playing this game. And yeah, and you. Alright, yeah, we're using up the power of magic. All the magic in the world is going away because we killed the Warring Triad and Kefka kind of absorbed, you know, their power, and they're the ones that, you know, kind of powered all of magic. So by killing Kefka, we are removing magic from the world. But what happens to Terra, who is part Esper? Does this mean all the magics that know magic are gone too? Well, we know magic. I think it would, like, if you're, maybe you could say that if they're like specifically magical, like a magical being, so their essence was magic, so like Espers. But I mean, all of the, like, every one of the characters learned magic at some point, and they're still around. They probably can't use magic anymore, but you know, other than that, they're still around and they're still fine. So I imagine that much would be the same for many monsters and stuff like that. It's just they don't have the ability to use magic anymore. How did the monsters learn magic? Maybe it came from the Espers. A lot of the abilities that monsters can use aren't specifically magic. They're kind of unique to magic, to the monsters. This is where blue magic comes into play, right? It's like special things that only monsters and blue mages can do. Hey Tina, hi. This was an experience. Trying to talk and play a video game is hard. Also, when you don't play a game for a really long time, you forget stuff. I still need to go through and learn some of the newer stuff. I mean, I wasn't playing it that fast, let's be fair. Let's be fair. I have thought about making like an actual walkthrough video. What I would do is definitely just cut it up into parts and record segments and then like after the fact talk over it. Or just like do mini record like a couple minutes at a time and break it up. If you're looking for a really good video walkthrough, not a Final Fantasy VI, but a Final Fantasy V, there's a really good text and video guide. It might be slightly outdated because it's about 6 years old at this point, 6 or 7. But I don't think it's that out of date. By Dragon Powers and Fogel. You can find it if you go to speedrun.com. It's so good. It's so good. Like, I would love to be able to make guides. Like, it's so detailed. It's things are well explained. Going not just, okay, here's all the things you can do, because Final Fantasy V, a lot of it's just execution. There's not a ton, like there's a couple of RNG stuff, right? But like a lot of it's just play good, just be good at the game. But talking about different things that can happen, and just going really into detail of like, you know, why things are a certain way. Even the GBA version of 5 has excellent resources. Okay, I haven't looked into the GBA 5 speedrun. The world record half steps in a couple of different places, but I think it's basically current. Yeah, because I remember Zinfogel talking about like the step route that he put together. Try to make things easy to, like, a lot of the half steps and stuff like that, and like easy to remember spots. So yeah, I guess I can understand why there'd be a couple of more optimal things to do that maybe are just like harder to remember without just being really good. Yeah, I love 5. And again, what I kind of wanted to do, and I'm kind of glad that I didn't, I did learn the Final Fantasy V speedrun. My time on it wasn't ever really as competitive as it was for 6, but it's a sub 4 hour. I forget exactly what it was. But the problem is I tried streaming speedrunning Final Fantasy V a couple of times. When I was like active, and it was so much harder than this because like it's all execution and there's less breaks, and you have to pay attention to everything. Every menu is important. The step route is a lot more difficult. At some point I would really love to be able to do 4, 5, 6 in a single sitting. If you want to run 5 GBA, it's much safer than FFC. Maybe I'll look into it. The thing about Final Fantasy V, the Final Fantasy V Super Famicom speedrun, is the reason I like it is because I love the menuing in 5. Even though I'm not the best menuer, the menus in Final Fantasy V are so good, particularly the Super Nintendo / Super Famicom version are so good, so clean, so crisp, so fast. So like that's where you that's where you can just save a ton of time, is just doing your menus really well. That's the entire reason you ran 13. Yeah, 13, a lot of the stuff is really cool. I think my favorite parts about 13 are a couple of the fights. I think weirdly enough, Prodclad 2 being one of my more favorite fights than 13. Even though that fight is like horrendously scary. Prodclad 2. Yeah, and then the final fight, phase 1, phase 2, Bart is really good. Bart 2 is also really fun too. All the Bart fights are good. Bart 1, Bart 2. Bart 3, just ignore phase 3. That part's kind of boring. Until it kills you. Until it kills you on a world record pace run. Yeah, Final Fantasy, like, whatever your opinion of Final Fantasy 13 is, I really like Final Fantasy 13 in general, period. Like, even outside of speedrun setting, it's a great game. But regardless of what your opinion is, Final Fantasy 13 is just a really amazing speedrun. Ushu 2. I'm trying to remember how that fight goes. Trying to remember. I don't quite remember. Yeah, that too. 13 is also a really challenging run. The fights are really, really difficult, and it requires a knowledge of the game that I don't think many other Final Fantasies. Oh, that done. JRTA timing done. Requires knowledge of how the game's mechanics works much more than you know, a casual playthrough would require of you. Yes, we see the D. All right. Well, hopefully me talking about the game was helpful. Hopefully it was informative. Hopefully you learned how things can go bad when you don't do things right. And yeah. I think, okay, so I said this at the start of the stream. I was talking about, we did a 2024 review, and if you remember, at the start of 2024, we ended 2023 how we started 2025. New Year's Eve 2023, I did a Final Fantasy VI run that went into New Year's Day. So pretty much exactly 1 year ago, we were looking at the same screen. And I talked about maybe in 2024 I would try to pick up Final Fantasy VI again. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. I think I played FF6 once. I mean, this game's great. I love it. I should try to learn some of the new stuff and try to do some stuff, because it's fun to do every now and then when it doesn't take forever. Maybe in 2025. Yeah, I think my ultimate goal would be is like, if I can do in a single sitting Final Fantasy IV, No 64, Final Fantasy V, English, RPGE, 1.1 English, any percent, whatever the category is called, and then Final Fantasy VI glitchless. I think that would be pretty cool. I think that would be pretty cool. Single city, yeah, it would be over 12 hours is the problem. And that's like asking a lot of like trying to speedrun for that long. But if I play fast, then it doesn't take as long. That'd be so much video game, yeah. And I definitely would want to take breaks. And that's the thing. So maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I don't know the entirety of the Final Fantasy IV speedrun. So I don't even, like, I would have to learn that. That's about 3 hours or so. A good run is 3 hours. Yeah, if it's no 64, it's I mean, world record is under 3 hours, but a solid run is in that range, right? Yeah, under 3 if you're really, really good. Like a 315, I would be happy with. That'd be stellar for me. And then Final Fantasy V is under 4 hours, I would say, is a good time. If you're cutting 345, you're really, really good. Even approaching it, you're really good. I would have to take about 10 minutes off before I would be considered pretty good. I think I have like a 350 something in Final Fantasy V. Forget what. Anyway, I think the world record for 5 now is like a 330, like a 330 something, a high 330. Anyway, I need to stop. I've been talking for a really long time, and yeah, I deserve some sleep, I think. I meant to start this earlier in the day. So it's late. It's late. Let's find someone to rate. Well, let me hit some buttons and then we'll wrap up. Hi. Where... Oh my god. Where did I leave stuff? Did I ever... Where did it go? Oh, why did it... Here we go. Alright, here's all the stuff we did in... Here's all the stuff we did in 2024. And here were my goals for 2020, 2025. I don't have Final Fantasy VI on here. But most of I tried to keep the goals pretty generic. Have fun. That's important. That's important. Have fun. I'm gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna keep trying to have fun. But let's see what we end up doing in 2025 together. Yeah, have fun, self-care. I do need, as silly as it sounds, reminding myself those two things are pretty important. Yeah, this is a long stream. I try not to stream this long. That's why I was getting burnt out a bit. It's like, dang, if I play Final Fantasy VI, it's like it's a 5-hour stream. Alright, I'm try doubling that now, because you do stuff beforehand. You spend a couple hours talking, and then you do a Final Fantasy speedrun. That's a bad idea, Zoe. Yeah, it's late for me. It's probably late for a lot of people. So let's not dally. Where is the read button? Let's see who's playing video games. Or maybe not. Maybe they're not playing video games. But let's see who's streaming. On this day, of 2025 on twitch.television. Or sorry, twitch.tulavu. Alright. Let's raid. Magus. He is playing some Might and Magic. And Magus, if you're familiar with RPG speedruns, you're probably familiar with Magus. He's doing some Might and Magic. I know he plays a lot of Might and Magic. He does every now and then he does like a month of it. Might and Magic is not a series that I've gotten into myself. Something I've liked to try a couple of them. We'll see. Anyway, Magus is an old friend, so let's go right into him. For me though, I mean, this is what am I doing for the rest of the week? I'm not streaming today / tomorrow. I will be streaming on Friday, I think. Did I ever put out a schedule for this week? Did I ever? I don't think I did. I'm playing some Valkyrie Profile on Friday and then doing something on Sunday. I think in my mind I decided on something on Sunday and I don't know what it is because it's late. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around. I hope everyone has a good rest of their day or at night or has a good sleep if that's what they're doing. That's perfectly understandable. Until then, let me do my shilling. Here's where you can follow me. I post art that I get from other people and post pictures of my cats, and that's it. Okay, thank you for watching. Have a good night. Bye bye.